Jane Angick, Mary Froney, Joe Josephson, Jim Parsons, Frank Reed, Bill Sheffield, Arliss Sturgielewski. Also present, Rick Garnett, Patty Zandet, Sarah Cornell.
You made the order.
We'll go to, I see we got an attorney's report.
No, I think this is something else. I think that was carried forward.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. Rick,
Yes,
would you look up in
Charter
Cumberland
Protection
what percent it calls for the recall?
Committee,
Please.
Joseph.
we're Article 16, page 42. On page 22.
Paper said we had 11 pages to go.
Right.
In here,
So long, there's 12.
Mr. Chairman, there's a typo in Article 16, but I'll move for its approval.
Second.
Is there any discussion on Article 16?
Well, my copy doesn't have any line 18. Voting on the question.
Voting on the question.
I don't have it either.
But
Is that what it is?
Let me check that with Mr. Arnett.
Page 22. Yes, I have question written.
Move to insert question after the.
all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Chairman, just for discussion and not to move on it. 3/5, 60%. Looking ahead, is that adequate protection for all utilities? A number of them where they're quite a large percentage, I would imagine, would not conceivably be users because of, say, Chugach Electric or private water utilities.
Well, we've discussed that before. We talked about extraordinary majority, and it seemed like that, or at least a two-thirds majority. And the consensus was at least, and there was discussion about just a majority. And the consensus at the time was that it'd be 3/5 because it would provide a position where they had to really think about it and had to work at it to get it done. And my standpoint, 3/5 should be enough. I don't know about any other discussion on it.
No amendment on
No.
question on the motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Rick?
In line 8, between 8 and 9 there, the last word where it says, accounts of the utilities shall be separately kept and classified in accordance with the uniform accounts generally prescribed.
Oh, it should be accounting, should it?
Well, accounting standards or uniform standards or something.
I'd say, I'd drop the in front of uniform, say with uniform accounting standards.
I would move an asking in, or you can, or uniform standards.
Well, I believe accounting though would be appropriate.
Okay.
Well,
Second.
Accounting standards.
In accordance with uniform accounting standards generally applied.
And providing the same utility service. Why instead of I, yes.
Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
The other way you could say that is in accordance with a uniform or a uniform system of accounts generally prescribed, but
Yeah, that really is a mixed up paragraph, isn't it?
with uniform accounting standards generally prescribed. I think that'll do it, Paul.
About 2 lines too long.
I don't know, uniform accounting standards, great to
Sounds-
me.
Why don't we put a period after budget in line 8 and start a new sentence with V? Just to shorten the sentence a little bit.
Good idea.
Right.
Yeah,
What'd you
Strike
say?
N and capitalize
cross
T.
out the end in line 8 and start the T with the love with a capital.
Let's see. Okay,
I think that's very good.
sure. Are there any other changes to the,
Couldn't we just log off the last half of line 9 and stop with uniform accounting standards generally prescribed for public utilities?
I think the thought there, Mr. Chairman, was there might be a different standard or accounting procedure for different utilities.
There would, each goes separate.
yeah, because
Rates
telephone
of return and
standards
so on.
are set differently than the
Water,
light
for
and power
instance.
standards. Light and power, federal power commission.
Could we say,
There's Federal Communication Commission standards, so.
I
Should,
think it's
could we
good.
say generally provided for such public utility and end it there?
Well, I think this allows for the possibility of one public utility providing more than one service, I would think.
Yeah, it's probably, yeah, I think it's a little long, but it's probably all right.
Well, if there's
Yeah, the only thing I can think of that's superfluous maybe is the words uniform accounting, but
Boy,
That's
Norm
one
was one
that's
that kept
important.
hammering
That's
on
the
that,
important.
yeah.
That's the important thing.
well, we say the account shall be kept in accordance with standards generally prescribed, which we're not being all that precise anyway.
that's one of those phrases like invidious. It's just
There,
phrase goes, you know.
Well,
No,
is
no
that what
argument.
you're gonna say, though? You didn't rechange it, but accounts and utilities shall be separately kept and classified in accordance.
With uniform accounting standards.
Generally.
Generally.
Accounting standards right here.
Do we have a motion for all those changes?
not
Yes,
Yeah.
I did, and she seconded it.
Okay, Jim moved, and Arla seconded. The changes noted. Basically,
objection.
line 8, putting a period after budget, striking and, capitalizing T and the, and in line 9, striking the before uniform, changing accounts to accounting, and adding the word standards. And then, well, that's already done. Are there any other?
Yes, line 10,
changing IES to
utility.
Y on utility
Yeah.
and
Line 10, changing IES to Y.
Mr. Chairman?
Any further discussion?
Yeah, the insertion of the words in, to or initiative petition was put in accordance with some discussion earlier. I believe Mary brought up the question of, whether it ought to be possible to provide for sale of the utilities by initiative in some way without having a two-election process where you passed an ordinance to put it on for 3/5 by initiative, which would have its own election. So the addition of these words was intended to shorten the process so that if a group of people wanted to put the question of sale of utilities on the ballot, they could do it by getting the necessary signatures required now for an initiative, but the vote on that proposition would still have to be 3/5. That's the idea, and I just want to call it to your attention is, well, we've skipped a step on some of these things. Remember when we incorporated proposed changes without having really gone over them.
But this still would take your 60% at the time by the
Yeah.
voter in either case.
As I see it, this just saves one election if people want to go the initiative route. Normally, you would have to pass an ordinance by initiative, which would itself require an election. And that ordinance would say, the proposition shall go on the ballot should the utilities be sold, and that would take 3/5. You're telescoping it.
Is there any further discussion on the move to amend? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered.
Question on the main motion.
Main motion, accept Article 16 as amended. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. Hearing no opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve Article 17, general provision. I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask. In 1703, on the conflict of interest language, this prohibition shall be implemented in the manner provided by law. What I'm going to is whether under the existing state law we have incorporated, that language incorporates the state law by reference. And I know that the definition of law includes some reference to whether there is whether the law is a limitation on home rule governments. And second, Rick, whether that language means that it invites any legislative change that would preempt local judgments on conflict of interest.
The way this stands, Joe, is that the conflict of interest provision now does apply to municipal employees or municipal officers by virtue of the state statute. And we are really just recognizing that.
The new government could opt out of it, could it not? If we permitted it?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, are we preventing them from doing so? That's what I'm really asking.
I think we are.
It could create an uncertainty anyway.
I mean, I'm not sure that's bad. I just, I want to be clear what we're doing.
I think the local government should have that option.
I don't know that by law is really preventing us from opting out.
Well,
Really,
that
because-
law provides
Yeah.
for municipalities to opt out, but only on that date of, say, October 15th.
Yes.
That's the only thing. They'd have to take action. They were given till the 15th by local option. After that, I assume that's your last crack at it.
How does the law affect home rule government?
It's applicable.
So we have no choice in the matter.
I think that's true.
Well, can we opt to extend that date?
Gee, that's
Can we opt to take the option of making that the home rule
Let me just make a call.
function changeable by the home rule city, just taking the state law and putting
No,
it in the
if
state?
he's right, it covers you unless as a government you make that choice by October 15th.
Yeah, you have to take action as a local government.
And as a practical matter, this government couldn't really take choice.
I see the city council is now taking some action to
Yeah.
bring to the vote.
Unless you argue that it benefits as a successor government to the ordinances of the earlier one, and that represents the choice of the new government.
Well, wouldn't it be possible,
I think you may be right. I think it may have something.
that take this and say, this becomes the state law becomes the local law now, and we've opted to prepare a local state law in the charter, in essence. Just, and we have opted to remain under it, but would that give us a permit to change after October 15th?
No, because I think once you're in it for all purposes and for all time. You waive your right to change it.
I think that's kind of too bad. I think that should be local.
I think that should be local.
Option.
I'd opt to go out of it and then leave it up to the local government to put something back in.
I don't know.
I don't.
Well, I'm
not that familiar with the law, frankly.
I'm not either, but let's look around this table. Morning. Good morning, Fred.
I agree.
When does the first meeting in December take place?
Well, they're going to organize, October 7th? That only gives
The first order of business is a
Well, they have to
December.
publish
Oh,
an
no,
ordinance.
published has to be voted on, yeah, but.
Can't do it within that line. And besides, it has to be approved of one way or the other, doesn't it, by the voters?
Yeah.
By the
It goes
15th.
back-
I think your assembly would have to act to put it on the ballot, and it would carry over as a legal act of the former government.
Well, we're caught then, I guess.
Well, okay, I'm gonna get a hold of Jeff Hyatt on the phone. He's the chairman of the Public Offices Commission. He can tell us for sure. But
Or is it? Do you have an opinion as to whether, if the first-class city of Anchorage opts out of it, whether then the mayor could certify that there's a conflict and take advantage of that for this purpose?
well, I don't know. I mean,
You're not sure. At 8:15. No. Okay. 8:30. 8:30. All right.
I
Well,
would
you're another
suggest
legal
maybe-
authority, and obviously you're not sure either, Joe, so I guess we'll put you both on a
Hey.
pedestal.
All right.
humility is in these days. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, do you have Mr. Hyatt on the phone, or is he going
I
to be
don't have him on the phone right now. Pat's getting it.
Call in.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's go on.
Discussion.
on page 23, line 22 through 25, didn't we wish to have, if the salaries or benefits were specifically increased within a certain previous time period, not forever? Right here, B. After he leaves office.
Oh, it should be the phrase while he was in office after the word increased in line 25.
Well, now if the man has been in office for 6 or 8 or 10 years, are you going to give him a problem because it was done 10 years ago? I think it has to be within a specific year
I see.
period. You haven't limited the length of time that assembly would conserve.
Is the phrase biennium accurate enough to insert? Could we say during the
Previous
biennium
biennium.
preceding?
I'm sorry, Mr.
His
Bruce.
departure from the deliberative body.
I don't know what.
Well, that's 2 years, and you're restricting him from
Holding off.
holding office for another year, so that's a 3-year period that,
You're effective.
Well, you could say increased during the last 2 years
I
he
think
was in
one
office.
previous year is
or
sufficient.
whatever.
why not just the last year?
Why don't we just put it one previous year? That's
Assume that
reasonable.
the man was
Okay, during his last year in office, by the body of which he was a member.
That makes it reasonable to me. I think if we make it go back too far, which you're
during
During
His last year in office.
You could have a problem. You could have a fellow come on the assembly and have a deal with the mayor or someone that they're
Set
going to
up his own retirement.
create an office and let the time run and then take the office.
reading.
He's waited 20
I think
years.
that's a conflict of interest that could be easily,
You could have that happen in 6 months or a year or 2 years for that matter.
I think that you could
Yeah, you
take
got
care of that with an ethics board.
I don't think you can beat a crook, you know. Pretty hard for
Thank God we're gonna try though.
it's pretty hard for honest people to beat a crook.
Show me a man without conflict of interest, I'll show you a failure.
We waited for that.
Or especially increased during his last year and all.
That's
Remember that.
It's your turn.
Remember that. You
Mr.
always
Chairman.
have it.
Mr. President,
Rick?
excuse me. On 1704A,
Yeah.
I have a question as to whether the words elective office and should be inserted after the word other.
I'm sorry, where are you, Rick?
In 1704A, line 21, we say an elected official may hold no other compensated municipal office. I seem to recall that we were also going to prohibit dual elective office holding. I'm not sure, but the thought was,
So what would you add?
well, if we were going to do that, we would insert after the word other, I think.
No, we didn't, that created the problem of whether the mayor could be elected to the head of the National Association of Counties, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, in the local level, most of the dual office holding would be, you're talking about the Assembly School Board, Matt?
Yeah, I was talking about an elected mayor being a legislator and that sort of thing.
You know,
But I think it could be
Josh Wright.
several on the school board.
I really
Rand
would
was
like
too.
to see
Huh?
Afghanistan. I just think that's,
No, I think
How did we get out? It was in the other draft.
No other, or
What
elected,
draft was it in and what is-
shall we say elected state office or local office? Elected school board or
Other compensated
elected
municipal office.
local
Okay,
or state
you
office.
can say, after the word employment, you could say, comma, or elected position under the authority of the state or the municipality.
How about, or other elected legislative?
No, I think he's got it.
hey, what have we possibly
excluding
done
federal.
now? Are
What was
there-
it again, Jim?
Well, as a practical matter, I don't think somebody's going to be a congressman and mayor at the same time. Huey Long.
How did you read it? How did you read that?
Okay, I'm suggesting moving to insert after employment, comma, or elected position under the authority of the state or the municipality.
Second.
That's good.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, is there, we elect only on the state level, the legislators and the lieutenant governor and the governor. And there are no elected really boards, are there?
Well, if there were, it would cover. It would be an elected position under the authority of the state. But there are none.
Well, point of order. You would read then,
Mary couldn't serve on the charter commission.
Not next time.
She'll find a way.
may hold no other compensated
Well, yeah.
municipal office or employment
You could
or
try.
elected position under the authority of the state or
Like we talked about
municipality.
man,
Is there further discussion? Does your motion include that during his last year in office, Joe, under B?
No.
We
Joe,
had no motion on that.
No, had no motion on it. Joe's motion was seconded by Arliss. Is there any further discussion on it?
May I suggest that I hope you're all aware that that means that those of us that plan to run for office will resign from the Charter Commission within the second year.
Now, just a
Say
second.
that again.
That's fine by me.
No, Mary, I'm sorry.
That'll fix your
Say
wagon.
your statement
I
again.
see, I guess you folks are
That'll
all
chop
aware
you up.
that all of us that are planning to run for the local chartered government will hereby resign from the charter commission for the
Until you
second
get
year.
elected.
It's a
Well,
cheap,
if you're-
easy way out if you
This
ask
is
me.
perspective only.
I'm just telling
No, but
you.
if the charter
Mary,
passes,
you
Which is
elected-
fine.
If you get elected to a position, that means that the charter that.
Well, I don't mean the
you don't-
charter, I don't
Well,
mean
no, 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 no.
necessarily the charter. If the charter does, yeah, you're
You
right.
don't have to
no,
apply.
but if the charter doesn't
She's
pass,
right.
Yeah, she's right, she's right. Then they don't have a charter commission.
So that-
Good.
Mary, we didn't do
No, you
anything
missed
bad.
your point.
I don't think you did.
Almost had
And
to.
if
No,
it-
I agree with it.
And if it
I
were
agree with it.
possible, it would be the
I
chicken
agree
little
with
Question on the motion,
What's
Mr.
the
Chair.
question called on the motion?
Hey.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered.
Really a
Is
neat
there,
exchange.
I'm still tired, Earl.
Mr. Chairman, can I move that we amend section 1704B, line 25, by inserting the words during his last year in office between increased and high?
Second.
moved and seconded.
No objection.
Well,
Question.
careful. Question called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Did I hear it correct?
No. Mr. Josephson opposed.
Pretty
Okay.
feebly.
Oh, here comes the answer.
Well,
Just
And
fixed up
smiling,
on your
everything.
own. No councils will be hired.
no sweat. Listen, man, I'm ready to retire. I'm going to play the harmonica on the street corner. Having made it
Can I
big.
select for
For
you?
the rest of my, you bet.
I can look very tired and bored.
Anyway.
Mr.
Yeah.
Joseph,
You want to go back to the bylaw thing for a minute? I talked to Bill Parker, who was the
That's
the
the
main
father.
sponsor and so forth of all this, and he confirms my recollection that they did amend the conflict of interest bill this term to make it specifically applicable to municipalities, home rule or otherwise. The current flap has to do with the mechanics of opting out, and the commission, the Public Offices Commission, is now meeting to see if the borough can do what it proposes to do.
Which is what?
Well, according to the paper this morning,
City.
what they,
City.
the city proposes to opt out by virtue of having a vote on another version, so that they would construe a positive vote for their version as the vote to opt out of the state's version. And the AG's office and everybody's all trying to figure out whether they can do that. I don't think that the term by law here constricts us particularly. Whatever the state law requires, that's what we'll have to do. Whatever it doesn't require, we will be able to do.
Yeah, but regardless of the term of by law, do you have any opinion yet as to whether this government would have to take all the steps necessary by October 15 if it wanted to opt out?
I'm not sure about the October 15. There's not any, according to Bill, there is provision in the statute for special elections for this purpose. It's not a fixed date
Well,
as
Mr.
of which.
Chairman, we had, Mary, you would have gotten this, as a member of the board, planning commission, I received a thing stating that I would have to file not later than October 15th, and the reason given there is because of the,
Well, I think you're right that there is a deadline on the end. You have to have done this by a certain time. I thought it was November.
well, it could be November 15th.
I'm pretty sure it's November
Yeah.
15th, Arliss, but
All right.
So be it.
Mr.
But-
Chair. Excuse me. No, that's right. Got another subject?
I wouldn't argue with you if you got one on. I haven't gotten
Mary,
one.
that's not important, I just don't know. But it's wondering-
Try to have
Mr. Chairman,
Heard November.
on line 20, on line 24, page 24. I'd like to strike the comma after the word, after the phrase complained of, and insert the word and. I'd like to speak to that.
Second, 24.
The nature of the act or defect complained of and the extent of the injury so far as is known. The reason is that there could be situations where at the time you make your claim within 4 months after the injury, you don't know by reason of that your investigation isn't to the point where you really understand all of the causative factors that constituted the municipality's wrong. You should only be required to give notice of what you know.
Agreed.
Question.
Just adding the word
Good wording,
and.
Joe.
There's a
Instead of
motion,
comma.
Delete the comments or and.
motion by Joe, but who made the second?
Didn't you say,
Mr. Parsons?
didn't you want complained of deleted too?
No. The nature of the act or defect complained of and the extent of the injury so far as is known. So that you're not, you don't lose a claim because you didn't know,
Yeah.
you didn't know that the scaffold was...
Well, grammatically, what you're doing is making the phrase "so far as known"
No,
apply to
yeah.
the nature of the act as well as the extent of the
That's
injury.
right.
Right, yeah, that's fine.
Any other
No.
discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, just a typo on section 1705, line 2, I believe that should be all meetings of the assembly. The second word, all meetings. You see that, Patty?
All meetings.
Line 2 in 1705. And then just to point out for your, the Bill of Rights, and this differs on line 14, 1705, line 14. One speaks to 12 a.m. and 7 a.m. actual time, the other to midnight, and I don't know whether stylistically you want those the same, or...
Don't you want 1201?
Oh, it should be 12:01 a.m., shouldn't it? Distinctly clear because 12.
Either 12 midnight or 12 or 1 a.m.
Well,
12:01.
I only pointed out because one states midnight, one states 12 a.m. Should they be consistent, or
Midnight's kind of dramatic myself.
in the Bill of Rights it says midnight?
All right, say 12 midnight and 7 a.m. Don't use the a.m. then.
Well, you're not saying 12 midnight before, you're merely saying
You just said midnight before.
In the hours of midnight. Let's use midnight. Mr. Midnight.
Of midnight.
Right.
Huh?
Is there a motion to that? Wilson and Parsons.
Big of Martha's to do since she doesn't like the thing anyway. Help us make it.
Better.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered.
Who was the second?
Sheffield.
Mr. Chairman, I'm two questions. Should the definitions be alphabetized? Would that make it easier to quickly enough? But
Might very well. They've just been added on. Yes, I think that's a good idea.
and don't we need a definition on categories, or have we done that?
I think we've done that. I hope we discussed it yesterday and it was...
Okay, so that's
When we get to that, I think we should define initiative and referendum for people who don't know what those terms mean.
yeah. I think it's a good idea. We
Yeah, that is a good idea.
I really didn't know to the other day what the difference was.
Joe?
Put that on.
Joe?
Well, because they have a certain specialized meaning.
Yes, they do. It's a good, but I think it's a darn good idea to put the definition.
Okay, so we're going to add categories, initiative, and referendum.
And alphabetized.
Was another one. What was it?
This is a good... The definitions section is where we can solve a lot of problems if we think.
Mr. Chairman, I had a problem with page 26, section 1712, separability as a title for that section. Just didn't mean anything to me. And I was wondering if you'd like to call it validating of the charter or something like that.
There are other terms.
There are only two words for this. One is severability and the other is separability. You can take your choice.
Separate or you can sever.
The technical thing about it, Jane, is it's a construction and interpretation thing again. What it means is that if some part of the charter is held invalid, that's not supposed to wipe out the whole rest of it. In the old days, courts would sometimes say, well, it can't stand except as a whole. And we want to make sure that doesn't happen. It's a very standard kind of thing. But
Could you call it validation? or something.
Well,
No,
that's
validation is something else. That's validation.
your general provision.
Certifying something.
So-
That's, they call it various things.
It's called an amputation.
All right,
You like that?
just so we
Yeah.
See, in the city's charter, it
Take
says,
one part of the child, the rest of
you might say severability of charter provisions. is what it
It's
says.
a lot better.
I think it's a, well, no, I think it's one of those terms you have to live with.
This is laid
Well,
out differently, but it's the same
Thank
idea.
God, Jane.
I know.
For some things we're spared from.
I think severing is a more offensive idea than separating even.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready for another one?
Now, what did we do on
Another
this one?
definition. We didn't
Nothing.
do anything,
Nothing.
I just read the question.
Severability or?
She's happy and delighted with it now.
Mary?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we delete on line 13 and 14, which belong to the former city of Anchorage, because I think we should let utilities be utilities.
We talked
These rates are
about
separate.
Of course, we mean which belong to a former government.
We mean a former municipality?
A former.
The term former government is the term
All right,
we've been
for
using.
the former government, all right. I accept that change
The former government, just
to a former government.
Mr. Chairman, could we just for one moment,
Well, wait. We're saying that the utility proceeds for a given period of time are returned to the Anchorage service area.
Well, there,
Now, if we say former government, are we saying?
we're changing it in that provision to say that utilities of a former city or the former city of Anchorage.
Well, if we change the definition, if there is a utility operated by a former government somewhere else, we don't want the proceeds going to the service area.
city water.
Well, we don't want those proceeds to go to to Anchorage.
This is,
But where we're talking about the sale of a utility by 3/5 and so
You mean
forth,
all
presumably you want to talk about the borough's sewer thing and
Well,
other things.
so what's the answer?
Well, I think the answer
Line
here is to say keep former government, and then where we're making a more limited application, to spell it out there.
Yes.
that would be in the transition bill, would it not?
Yeah. Oh, I think we need to define former government in the regular definitions too.
in this article, 1914, former government, definition for transition. In this article, former governments means the former cities of Anchorage, Birdwood, and Glen Elms, and the former Greater Anchorage area borough. And new government means unified. Utilities mean utilities whose rates are subject to regulation by the last public utility.
Okay, so then we use the phrase former government in the main body, but don't define it there, and we define it in the transition thing.
We're going to have to define it in the main body, I think, in the same way.
Now, this
I'm sorry, I've lost you.
Well,
1914.
former government is a term defined in this document only as a definition for transition. Okay? Now we're introducing it to the main bodies.
So in the transition, when we talk about the 5 years business, we say utilities owned by the former city of Anchorage, blah, 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 blah.
So that takes care of the utilities question, but now you want to add one on former government.
Yeah.
Transpose it.
Both places.
Yeah. The definition of former governments.
Are you changing it somewhere besides 17, 13?
Nothing right now.
Well, I think I got the idea. If you want to, we can just work it out.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the attorney be directed to, in the definition sections, to add definitions for categories, initiative, referendum, former governments, to alphabetize the definitions.
I don't need that, Chairman, thanks, Chairman.
Is there a second to our listed motion?
Oh,
Is there one second also?
okay. You're
Try second. The motion is to instruct the attorney to add the categories, initiative, referendum, and former governments to the definitions and to alphabetize the definitions. Any,
We talked about it.
We talked about it, but
Any,
I think it was passed.
Maybe it was.
well, we'll pass it again. How's that?
That's all right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I think, did we ever call for the vote? And I, maybe we got in there too soon, regarding the correction to 1713B regarding that form of government? I think we got that down.
I don't think we voted.
No, we did not.
Also moved.
Well, I think, yeah, we
Question on it. Question on it. Let's back up and speak.
Well, Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question on that? Are we, with all of our utilities that we're talking about, are they all under APUC? Water, telephone, light?
Sewer. Water, telephone.
And let's see, what else is
Sewer,
there?
light, water,
Sewer,
telephone.
telephone.
All of our
The port
utilities
is in a utility.
are under
I was
utility
thinking of port,
regulation.
that's
It's
not
a
a
question of
utility.
what's a utility. That's,
Would you
Yeah,
consider
well,
the port a utility?
well, it's a question of whether the PUC considers it a utility. I don't.
It's not
think it
regulated
does.
no, they're not regulated, so we're leaving that out, which I think followed with our other discussion. Okay, I just keep wading through that thicket, which seems clear to
Then
everybody.
there is,
No, everybody else is defending.
Maybe one more comment on that, ma'am. Should it be,
no,
should it be said that, and whose rates are subject to regulation by the Alaska Public Utilities Commission
Form of government.
on the day the charter becomes effective? Because
Yes.
otherwise, we
We
are.
might lose them. We might lose them. We
Okay.
might lose them.
Right.
There's a slight, Joe, there's a slight technicality there too, you know. The city, in the case of the telephone company, could also be regulated by the FCC.
What we're
If
saying.
the telephone company got into any kind of an interstate situation.
But they still would be, first analysis, subject to APUC,
Always
would
first,
they not?
yeah.
So that would be kind of like a second, fourth, wouldn't it?
that suggested addition is on the day the charter becomes effective, right?
Let me look that.
Afterwards,
Seconded if you did.
Yeah.
APUC.
Otherwise, the PUC would control how the revenue, I mean, by adding or subtracting.
I have a question of the attorneys, which has nothing to do with this subject, just an interest question. In swearing, don't we use under God anymore? Is that a stricken phrase? I solemnly swear under God.
I knew it would come out.
No, I'm just curious about that.
Under oath.
I mean, a lot of people could raise an objection.
Well, I'll check it. I don't believe that phrase is in the Constitution, which is where we borrowed this phrase. I solemnly swear I'll support. No, the state constitution leaves out God too.
It's strange.
I do
Very
solemnly
strange.
swear or affirm that I will support or
You
defend.
swear under something always.
Or affirm.
Yeah, or affirm under.
Oath of office. It isn't in the charter on the home rule citizens either.
In the preamble.
Well, it's in the preamble, but it isn't, but you,
It's not in the swearing.
Yeah, I swear.
Right, well, I gives an out. The guy's got an out on that.
You can swear by the
Not
devil.
responsible to God.
That's right. You got an out. Yeah, I swear.
Amendment.
All right, we have an amendment. I don't know who
Very
made,
interesting.
Sheffield made the motion, I don't know who seconded. And I assume that, I'll read it. 1713B would read, utility or municipal utility means a utility which belong to a former government and whose rates are subject to regulation by the Alaska Public Utilities Commission on the day the charter becomes effective. The date. The date.
Any of these other utilities subject to, like the port, is that subject to any federal maritime commission?
See, this preempts the port, or leaves out the port by our wording.
Yeah, but aren't they subject to a regulatory body, port operations?
Your rates are, your tariffs.
but the question is, if they are, what do we want to do about it? We're spreading assets and liabilities
Yeah.
here.
These rates are subject to regulation.
Controlled. Obviously,
Any other discussion on 1713B?
Did you say Bill made that motion?
Joe Sheffield made the motion.
Second.
And Jim Parsons second.
That's known as a muddy amendment, I think.
If there's no further discussion,
We've been talking about.
all those in favor?
Mary,
Those
just
opposed?
Aye.
On to the next.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's go on.
Jane?
like to suggest an amendment.
I don't hear you, I'm sorry.
1713G, line 22. Substitute the word may for should. The assembly should provide for additional modes of dissemination.
Should or shall?
Well, I don't know what to see. Okay, let me tell you what I think. May sounds like they can or can't, and in reference to the term publish, we don't really have to talk about this at all. But I would like to say that we want to encourage them. I don't know if the charter is the right place to encourage, and unless we say they must, which is out of the purview of the word publish.
Well, it is may, encouragement, and shall is mandating.
And what should?
It's the same as shall.
It's mandated.
Should is just a wish.
I
Yeah,
know.
it's really a wish.
Well, what I've got here is a wish, but I don't know that we've got
Well,
the
why not?
parameters to say
Right.
shall
Why not?
within
Why not?
definition of the term. Okay, shall.
Go to shall. Should is, we're,
That's like shall is mandated.
Shall is
Yeah.
mandating.
yeah, but they
Yeah.
choose the additional modes of dissemination, so I don't
And
have
it's posted on the bulletin board in front office.
This hearing will cover Kleenex.
The calendar someplace.
Shall.
Shall.
You wish,
Shall for me.
Let's go on.
you wish to change the word may to shall in line 22 and a half.
Yeah.
What's your idea to have
Simply
maximum
shall
reasonable
provide.
public notice?
Is there any further discussion? Is there a motion on that?
I moved,
Jane.
but nobody seconded.
second.
Oh, yeah, we'll second it.
Joe?
Question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. Is there any further discussion on 17?
Oh, no, but we're making swinging progress.
Okay, what's next?
You know, Mr. Chairman,
No.
No, it's not ready.
Rick?
on F of 17 there, in response to what Mary said, we talked in terms of precincts, and I wonder if the word district should be changed either to precinct or better probably to the more general term area.
Place.
Place, yeah, or area.
When would that be in both?
Resident means F in 1713 definition. Resident means a person whose habitual physical dwelling place is within the question mark in question and who intends to maintain his dwelling place in that district or area.
This raises a little bit of a question for me. That last part, and who intends to maintain his dwelling place in that district.
Area.
It could mean continues to maintain, but the way it stands now, it also could be interpreted plans to maintain. We had that problem in the Girdwood election where someone was voting in a Girdwood election who lived up in Alyeska out of the city, and they planned to build a house in
Well,
Girdwood
this means
on
both,
their
you
property
know.
someday.
It's and you have to have your physical dwelling place there, and you have to
And
intend to.
together then.
Resident means a person whose habitual physical dwelling place is within
Mr.
the, you
Chairman,
suggest area?
area, I think, is a better word for it, because it might be different areas than precincts,
That's right.
and districts have a specific
Okay, let's
meaning
use area.
sometimes.
Who intends to maintain his dwelling place in that area.
Don't we use place on the first instance, area on the second?
No, in each case, substitute area for district.
Again, is there a motion and a second?
Do you want to define area in the definition?
Who moved?
Start, I think Lisa did.
Okay.
I think I heard
Well, this outfit's good at putting people down, and I've had my share, but you gently got it too.
And there's more coming.
Mr. Josephson, Article 18.
Move to approve Article 18, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Yes, Mr. Josephson.
No, I can't find his amendment.
Okay, I got some more copies.
Now I've got two of them.
I got one.
He gave me one.
I move for adoption of the amendment to insert a comma after the word amendment and
Line, Joe.
on line 10, adding the language, except that a proposed amendment which would,
You want 801 too, or
1801,
1801, well then, okay.
except that a proposed amendment which would abrogate any right referred to in Article 2 or any provision of Section 1602 requires approval by 3/5 of the qualified voters voting on the amendment. Can I
I'll second it, sir.
All right, Mr. Chairman, obviously, the 3/5 requirement for the sale of a utility is meaningless if 51, pretty much meaningless if 51% can amend the charter. It might be that, and I don't know, but it might be that they would have to do it at 2 stages, first amend the charter and then vote on the disposition of the utility, or it might be that they could do it in the same election. But I think clearly that's a loophole that should be closed. The other part about it is that in the Bill of Rights, we've asserted certain guarantees, and I think only one having to do with the actions after midnight and before 7 has had any controversy. And I would like to indicate to the reader of the charter that those provisions are on a little more stable ground than other charter provisions and will not be
Amended on a simple majority.
depreciated by a simple majority.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question on, I think that has a great deal of merit, but we had quite a bit of discussion the other night on the Bill of Rights as to its specificity. And I'm wondering if it is specific enough so we can go right to the item without question and say that is going to take 2/3 as opposed to 50%.
Well, I think that there could be a question as to what it means to abrogate a right. I'm not necessarily, enamored of that language, but I think the subject matter is specific enough.
Mr. Chairman,
Mary?
there is one of those rights that I would like to reopen, and that is the initiative, referendum, and recall. We have specified 25%, and that is very different, and we're the only city that this should apply to. The 29 speaks of where the city or borough has above 7,500 people, that it should be 15% and not 25% for a referendum, initiative, or recall. And in fact, I think we've made it less responsive to the people than what we have. And if we can amend that one back down to 15%, I would be willing to go along with this.
Well,
or 10%.
I'm talking about an amendment that would require 40%. Would require 3. I'm trying to give protection to what we have. That's fine with me too, but by abrogation, I mean something that takes away or detracts from the rights that we're supposedly guaranteeing. If I don't think.
Can we say which would detract from this abrogation? That is release of the right.
You can say diminish if you want to.
Which
Um,
Jane?
If, Joe, if someone wanted to change the charter, the body of the charter, on an article that would affect the provision of the Bill of Rights, would they then have to amend the body of the charter with 50% and the then inconsistent statement in the Bill of Rights by 3/5? Okay, say,
I'm not suggesting that anything which relates to any of these matters, such as
in two?
Such as if you had an amendment saying that the ombudsman will maintain offices 24 hours a day, I'm not suggesting that that be an amendment which would require 3/5, because that's not a...
What if I wanted to do away with the office of ombudsman?
Then it would require a 3/5
Okay,
vote
but it would take,
under
it
this
would
language.
take 50% for the main body of the charter, and then we've got an inconsistent
Well, that's fine.
Bill
So
of Rights.
this would be part of the main body of the charter if
That's
passed,
not
and
inconsistent.
it would simply require one vote of 3/5, I believe, if this were in there.
Okay, if I wanted to change the 6-year plan to a 5-year plan, I have to do the same thing, which is by 3/5 again.
That's correct, is it not?
Or if I wanted to,
You could take the
Want
preamble.
to add age between right
no, see, what I'm saying is what we are in effect doing, because the Bill of Rights is so sweeping and touching major points of the charter,
Oh, the,
is requiring that people do almost in every case a 3/5 vote to amend the
I
charter.
don't agree with that at all, because most of the material would be easily, pardon me, amended by a simple majority. For example,
That was my question. is
districting plans
Yeah.
would only require a simple majority. If you wanted to say that the executive personnel are not confirmed by the assembly, that would be a simple majority. Most of the material would only require a simple majority.
change of the form of government.
It would take a simple majority. There's no...
Right, there's entity creation or already.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I am rather in agreement on the concept of this, but unless we change that proportion for the initiative referendum and recall petition down to about 10% to make it better than what the state is offering, I can't go along with it.
We can deal with that separately, other than in connection with this.
I think your point may be well taken, but I think that from your point of view, this does more what you want to do than without it.
I say, in concept, I can definitely approve of it at the moment, but I wouldn't want to put it in concrete that we have to have that too big a percentage that I've come to the conclusion is too big a percentage.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that discussion, this parliament is out of order to have that, even though that's a consideration. I
Well,
think you may...
I would like to table this consideration until after we've taken care of the other, if I may propose that motion.
Which consideration?
The consideration of whether or not we go to a 3/5 majority on this, my vote on this would depend on what we do with making the proportion in relation to initiative referendum recall more reasonable. Because we have said that we want this government more responsive to the people than the present. I made a motion to table. If there's a second, I would appreciate
Is
it.
there a second to the motion to table?
Well, since I may get a vote out of it, I'll second the motion to table.
Moved and seconded, table the consideration of the amendment, proposed amendment, until we have
Reopen
considered or reopened the initiative and referendum
and recall.
percentage precision.
Mr. Chairman.
Recall percentage precision.
Also would be necessary to table the charter amendment if you're going to do it correctly.
All right.
Table the which?
We've got the charter amendment before. On 1801, we've moved for approval of that.
Yes, the table, the charter article as well.
All right. Well,
Give my statutes to somebody.
This
yeah, all right.
I thought I handed my little blue book to somebody.
I've got
We
your,
have to table both.
I mean, it's just in conflict.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Well, table it.
Motion to table.
Things did not include.
aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Yes.
One, two. Who were opposed, please?
Hand count.
Sheffield, Parsons, and Try opposed. And there's 3, 6, 8,
You've got my stuff.
9 of us.
I said I've got it.
Everybody vote?
I've got
Did
it.
everybody vote?
All right, I'm gonna read this to them.
Can't live without my stuff.
I want to hand it back as soon as I read it.
All right, next, we've tabled Article 18.
Looking at Article 3 again.
Reverting to Article 3.
Mr. Chairman, in relation to Article 3, I would like to read the percents required signatures
All right,
on.
what lines are you talking about now? Where are you, Mary? What area you're concerned?
It's all three.
But are you talking about a particular part or not?
Yeah, I'm talking about the percentage.
303.
303, page 4.
I'm talking about the percentage.
Line, page?
It's on page 4.
Page 4, 303, an elected official. Petition, line 11, 10.
It's also in
Place recall.
302,
I think it is referred to.
17,
Mary, you have just gone through, or are going through, an initiative and referendum deal. What's the requirement there?
I'm telling you that in the state statute is 15%. I was under the impression
All right,
when
what
we
is
were doing
15%, please?
of the
Line, Mary? Which one? So we need to
all right.
exactly where we are.
I wish to change the required percentage of voters. I haven't found this other percent. A petition of initiative or referendum shall be signed by a number of qualified voters equal to at least 10% of the voters. Now, we did it there on line 12 and 13 on page 3. We did it there. But when we spoke of recall, we did not do it. And on the recall, it's on page 4. And it's line 10 through 13. And
Mary, again, because I'm being slow here. Where have we changed it? Where are we referring other than 303 on 10 through 12?
it's 302.
Okay, in 302, what
On
line?
302, on page 3, we did change the percentage required to do an initiative and referendum to 10%, which is what we should have done. I'm pointing out that we correctly did it there to 10%, which makes it more responsive.
Well, there's a man.
Isn't that neat?
We appreciate you, kind sir.
Thank you, kind.
Now,
A masonry, well.
Arliss, I want to turn to page 4. And this is under 303, under recall. And it goes from line 10 through 13. I think we should also change that to 10%. For the simple reason that that is what it is 15% in the present state statute that we changed down to 10% for the initiative and referendum to make it more responsive to the people. And I think we should do likewise because it was also what was required for recall. I think we should likewise reduce this one to 10%.
Mary, you've just gone through it, you know the number of votes cast and so forth. What would 10% equal in the number of required votes? I think that was your question a little bit ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's part of it. No, I was really trying to find out just where she was, and now I know where she is. Okay.
All right. Do you understand where I am?
Yeah, I know. That's first step in understanding.
All right. We have proposed to make this new government more responsive. Now, to do a recall, where you have to have 10% of the voters, no matter how large the district is proposed to be. If you have a multiple man district, as we are proposing to start off with, it means that you don't have recall rights. And I think to protect the recall rights is very desirable, because it amounts to the same thing as not having recall rights if you have such a huge percentage required in a multiple man district.
Now, Mary, what do you know offhand what the size of each district is population-wise?
10,000.
I thought there were 14.
Right now, the proportion in a single man district would be between 15 and 16,000, and it is near 16 and 15.
All right, now how many votes?
She hasn't found for me.
What are
For
you?
sure.
What are you finding
The
area-wide? Let's say it's proportional. You've got 6 districts. Now, what are you finding area-wide as your requirement?
All right. We have an area-wide mayor in this, and I think he should be possible to recall him and call it for a special election.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to raise a point of order. Mrs. Ferroni's motion went to opening up the initiative and referendum.
And
point.
recall.
Well,
It was the
that's
recall. It was the part, I said the initiative, referendum, and recall.
Yes, she did.
She said Article 3.
Article 3.
Article 3?
Yes, I said
I think
Article 3. And that Article 3 has the recall in it, and that's the portion of it I wish to, because we wanted to get the,
It has nothing to do with Article 2, the Bill of Rights, the recall.
yes,
Where's that?
I thought it,
Oh, there's a
I
reference.
thought it does.
Yeah, there's a reference.
I'm pretty sure it
I'm
does,
sorry.
Joe. And this is the portion I object to, because it is not, well, it's
Number
Well, Mary, don't you feel like...
according to which election you count.
It seemed like a good day to come and give you my blessing. Man, we need it. I have an appointment, but I couldn't resist.
All right.
That's a good word.
To do a recall on the mayor, it would take something like 2,000 signatures. It may, on some individual elections, be less.
2,000 signatures on 25%. In other words, you're talking about...
No, I'm talking about for 15%, it would take 2,000 signatures.
Wait a minute. You're saying the state law on recall requires the same percentages for initiative and referendum.
That's right.
Okay. And under initiative and referendum, if there is 15% when the city or borough has 7,500 persons or more, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
We've apparently are requiring less than that, are we?
No, we're requiring, yeah, in initiative and referendum, we're requiring less because we wanted to make it more
recall,
responsive.
we're requiring...
Okay.
On recall, we were requiring more, and I think this is less responsive to the people.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Parsons.
the figures I'm concerned with, because I think at some point recall petitions become actually detrimental to the civic process. If it is used as a nuisance tool by different groups, and I am concerned that initiative and referendum be as low as possible so that that kind of responsiveness can occur. But I'm concerned that we have some equitable figure on this particular thing, that recall doesn't become in and of itself a nuisance kind of thing to impede the civic process. I don't know what that figure should be.
Lisa?
I wanted to ask Mary what she thought the percentage should be, 15%, 10%?
I think it should be 10 or 15%, but certainly not 25%.
Mr. Josephson?
And at large, I think 15% is too great.
well, I submit that the difference between the state statute Mary's talking about and the charter on this point is quite small in spirit, because the state statute says that there's 25% requirement when a city or borough has fewer than 7,500 persons. And in most of those cases, like in Seward and Cordova and so forth, the councilmen are running at large. Okay? Now the district, even the multi-member district, and it would certainly be true of a single-member district, is in that ballpark. We say 10,000. We
No,
could,
it's 16,000 for a
Well-
single-man district. It's right at it.
at least I'm pointing out that if you had a single-member district, we would be right on, pretty much, wouldn't we, with the 25% requirement of state law.
I would accept it if we would change this to read according to population, as we have done according to the district of the area concerned, if the population were above this or below this. I would accept that, only I think that an at-large, where we have such a large population, I don't think it should take 15%. I don't
But-
mind the
but that's the requirement.
25% if we use the population of the district as a controlling factor.
But the state law, and in the at-large case, does use 15%.
And I think that's too large. I say that I think that is not responsive to the people.
talking-
because
Mr. Chairman, I
it's
think
a job.
to discipline this perhaps, that we need to require a motion on the floor, because I think it's one where, again, we're getting into an area of philosophy, and I think we have to vote on that.
Mr. Chairman,
Mary, all the recall said is the same.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you.
in section 303, I guess that we could amend that to use the,
You are moving to amend.
I'm moving to amend it to 25% of the voters who cast ballots in that district if the population has fewer than 7,500 persons within, which won't even be any district.
Not this year, but maybe some.
With my,
You are moving to amend 303, line 11, to add after the word district, if the population is fewer than 7,500 persons within,
at the last
That.
municipal election,
Within it, at the last,
municipal election, excluding a runoff election.
you're just inserting between district and that, if the population is fewer than 7,500 persons
In that
With-
district, in that district.
district.
then well,
What is it if it's more?
Excluding runoffs. All right, now go on, and in case of a population in the district of more than 7,500 people, and that would be down in 12. In the case of a district where there are more than 7,500 population, the required percentage is 10%. I can see with the 15%.
and how about, is there others?
No, that's all. That's all
And you're
it
not
would take.
changing the at-large?
Well, that's a district, and at large is a district, and the population would be more than 7,500.
Are you deleting then that sentence?
Yes, it would be substituting
Well,
Well, wait a minute.
for that part of it.
Mr. Joseph?
if there were a motion, and there is not, to provide for 15% in cases other than the at-large case, I could support that. But for the reason Mr. Parsons stated, I can't support this because this takes us down to 10%. And I think that the question of responsiveness, in my opinion, can be argued both ways. That recall by 10% can undercut the government's responsiveness to the majority that elected the government or the official to be recalled. If in fact you want to track the state statute and go to 15% in districts of over 7,500 persons instead of just the at-large districts, that's fine.
All right, I'll
But-
accept that change to 15%.
And what will what will the motion that has not yet been seconded read? Lisa?
I would move to amend line 10, section 303, 25% to 15%.
What we're speaking
And
about,
strike the last sentence, the next sentence, in the case of an at-large. Well, that's just, where do we get that?
So, same.
all right, I think probably you're right, Lisa, that we can take care of it in the one sentence above rather than two. I had amended the 10 to 25% of the voters who cast ballots in districts with populations less than 7,500 people.
I'd like to get specific wording to your
All right, that's what I'm
motion,
trying.
to Lisa's motion, or to
I don't think she heard what my motion was. I don't think she wrote it down, and neither did I.
Well, yeah, try.
Mr. Joseph?
Just to amend 25% to 15% and delete the last sentence referring to the at-large office.
To amend the wording in line 10 to read to at least 15% of the voters, and to strike or delete in line 12,
Uses no reference to population.
in the case of an at-large office, the required percentage is
I could go
50%.
along with it. Can you go on?
Is that the motion,
This, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Joseph?
this motion then, assuming that there are no situations where we have a district of fewer than 7,500 persons, and in fact there could be if we went to a different apportionment scheme perhaps, but assuming that, this puts us in harmony with the 15% rule of state law.
I would accept that as a substitute motion.
Are you seconding it? I
Yes.
seconded it. Oh,
Seconded by,
That makes it
Jane.
simpler and less complicated.
is there any further discussion on the
Question.
What is the motion now?
the motion now reads
Wait a minute, hold on.
that line 10, in line 10, section 303, recall, change the words 25 to 15, the parenthetical lettering 25% to 15%, and in line 12, delete beginning the sentence beginning in the case of an at-large office, and continuing on line 13, the required percentage is 15%. Delete that. That is the motion.
And that's irregardless of any numbers or anything. Well, no, wait a minute, that ties that.
Joe, what does this do then to Jim Parsons' remark about the initiative?
There's still a judgment. I mean, still a policy question. It's a matter of degree. If you have a 25% requirement, then that means a number equal to 1 out of 4 of the voters who cast would have to be aggravated enough to initiate a recall. If you have 15%, that's a smaller number, and if you have 10%, I definitely think with 10% you'd be getting down to a nuisance.
I don't mean to
level.
get down to a nuisance, but
Well, even
I'll
with
assure you it'll take considerable
15,
effort to
Joe,
get
is-
15%.
15 is getting down abusive also.
That
isn't it?
was
No,
one out of 7. I don't think it's probably
I mean,
For
it's pretty,
recall,
a recall is
I
a pretty serious situation.
For a recall, it would take a tremendous amount of effort
Yeah.
to get 15%.
But you don't want every
I assure you.
hophead yelling recall and running out and doing it. Recall's a pretty serious thing. You want to
You
really
can't
think
get
it out.
that easy, sir.
And if you use 25%, you're really adding a good judgment factor where somebody has to really sit down and, if he's really sincere about it, fight for it.
Well, the 1972 session of which I was a member chose 15%. I'm terribly impressed by that.
Impressed by it?
The last of the
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Fred if he's ever tried to get 15% of any proportion of voters?
It's pretty difficult.
All right, why are you asking for 25% unless you're trying to make the recall ineffective altogether?
Well, because I know it's going to get abused. Everybody that's got a slight
Then you don't believe
is
in
going to run
recall,
out.
in other words.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think there are areas of philosophy, and I don't think those should be personalized. I think we have to look at this from our point of view, and that's what my vote is. I would call for question on the motion.
No, Mr. Chairman, I need further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, could I suggest if this is going to go on for a while that we ask Mr. Hartman, or we allow Mr. Hartman to speak on
Yes.
the question we asked him here for?
Yeah.
He's got a Saturday ahead of him.
It's moved to table this item while we hear from Mr. Hart.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Yes.
All those in favor, everybody says yes, thank you. Now, Mr. Hartman will.
You're on.
Mr.
Yeah, it
Hartman?
gets a little heavy done by the way.
Mr. Chairman,
What?
Change the subject.
we asked Mr. Hartman to come down here, of course, on no notice at all, and the point was to have someone who understood school district budgeting to prop us up and make us feel, make us feel.
Oh, not deserving of more.
Get with it.
Who could tell us that we had not completely bollocksed up the scheduling as far as the school district budget, how it works in relation to the municipal budget. Yes, and I have talked to Cliff briefly about what we've proposed and so forth, and maybe he can just tell us in his own words how it works and if he thinks we've covered the problem.
Could you refer to the areas that we should
Okay,
be looking at?
it's section 605, I believe, and 1305 also. Now,
Could we have something to give?
Well, I think I read it, Frank.
And give him today's version.
As I read it, it's the same as we're operating under now. In other words,
Did you read it lately?
This morning, sir. We worked on it yesterday.
that's section
605,
Last lines.
and we added at the bottom of it, at the end of 605.
He was given a correct copy
Let him
of
read
our action work, wasn't he, Griff?
yes, at least I showed it to him. I'm not sure what he's got there.
That's the one Patty just did.
Is that the newest?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't have 605 in mind.
The new version she gave us this morning.
It showed?
Your last name's changed.
I think that, well,
We added at the end of 605, the proposed budget and program shall be approved and submitted to the Assembly at least 90 days before the end of the current fiscal year. The Assembly may increase or decrease the budget of the school district only as the total amount. The Assembly shall approve the budget of the school district as amended and appropriate the necessary funds at least 60 days prior to the end of the fiscal year of the school district. If the Assembly fails to approve the school district budget and make the necessary appropriation within the time stated, the budget proposal shall become the budget and appropriation for the fiscal year of the school district without further Assembly action. This ties into 1305, where we use the same, virtually the same wording regarding the Assembly action on the municipal budget. And there was some discussion last night whether the municipal budget included the school district budget as a part of a municipal budget.
So we separated.
So we separated it. Is that, any comments you have pertinent to what I said or anybody else said or what you think is our role?
Well, I think it's exactly what's happening now, except that you apparently moved up by, what do you mean by appropriate? And item C, the Assembly shall approve the budget as amended and appropriate the necessary funds. What's the difference between approving the budget and appropriating funds? Are you saying that you're directing the Assembly to make those funds available?
Make those funds available.
Okay. Upon call by the school district.
I would assume that once they're appropriated, that they're set up, that
They're available.
the budget is
for-
funded. They're available for the use of the district. Now, is that your understanding?
There's no attempt there, if I get an underlying feeling there, of attempting to get into this matter of control of funds or so on. It's merely to,
No, no. There's no attempt to do what
to change any present method of accounting or.
Well, there was a question, I know, at one time, of whether or not the school district funds would be...
We talk about central treasury and others, but we did not change that.
I don't think there was any intent here to attempt to do that.
No, absolutely not.
And maybe that should be a subject of commissioner comments. What do you think, Joe? Or is it clear enough here?
I'd like to hear more from the witness.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't see any difference in this from the current practice.
Okay, well,
Which is
the only
superb,
thing
man.
Rick,
How do you feel about the current practice?
I think it's, understanding borough law and the philosophy and concept of borough law, I think it's, it's good what we do. If you change the law, there could be some, you're not
No,
in the
we're not
process
in
of
that,
doing
no,
that.
no, that's not.
That's another discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I think the thing that was causing me at any rate confusion, and Mary understands this, is that we're moving the municipality to a calendar fiscal year, and therefore there's going to be this split between the consideration by the Assembly of the school board's budget and consideration by the Assembly of the budget for the rest of the municipality. And that, I think, is different from the way it is now. That's the conceptual thing that had me a little bit confused.
Could we spell that out now, as to how we act? Let's take a year where, as you see it from what we have written, where we're considering the December 1st, 1976, let's forget about the transition section, say that we're full-blown and into the process. So let's take the year of January 1st, 1976 to the end of the year.
77, maybe.
No,
Okay.
no, to the end, well, all right, let's use
Like
the
this
year
is a good
77.
exercise, we ought to try.
Okay, let's be in 1977, we've completed the transition phase and we're on. We have set forth the process for the budget of the municipality. Okay, we pass on that budget for the municipality, that is just for general government operations, prior to the end, or during the month of December of 1976.
Why don't we start? Well, go ahead.
No, well, you start, if you
I was
want to
going
go
to
through
suggest
this.
starting with January 1 of 77, say, and going all the way through and see what happens. Now,
Oh,
as I see it, both with the school board budget and the municipal budget, you got your January 1 year, and that's when you assess your taxes and so forth, or as of when.
You do not set your
Well, they're
taxes.
assessed as of what's there on January 1.
All right, yes, in other words, you
Okay.
get your assessed valuation as of the
As of
date of
that date.
January 1,
Okay.
1977.
And the next thing that happens, I think, is that as of April 1, the school district submits its proposed budget to the Assembly. Within 30 days from that date, as of the end of April, say, the 1st of May, the Assembly has to act on the school board's budget and make the money available. If it does not, then the proposal becomes the budget and the appropriation. So much for the school district. Taxes, then, as assessment notices go out, taxes come in June 15th.
All right, but now let's make a point here, that those taxes that are assessed, no levies are being set, fund the general municipal budget for the full year that you're in, and fund the school district budget for their
6
calendar
months.
year, or for half of their year, for the 6 months then.
Okay, well now that's something that Cliff mentioned, that in terms of when the school district actually gets its money. I think you said, I believe when we were talking, that they got half of their money at one point, half of it at a later point. Is that correct?
I have to profess a bit of ignorance.
Oh, it's
I'm guessing, but I believe it's July 1 that the first half of the operating year is made available, and now January 1, the other half is made available.
I think you're mistaken, Cliff. I think we give them every month a certain proportion of it. But
That could be, Mary. The
I'm
state
pretty
does
sure.
it that way, and I'm not really quite
The
sure
state
how-
does, I believe, but the borough, I believe, gives it some each month.
Well, no, the state does each month.
The state does. I'm pretty sure we do.
Yeah, then I'm getting into a problem of where that other half comes through.
Well,
But the taxes for that year fund is what he's speaking about.
Jane?
As I understand it, when we talked about it the first time and made this kind of a chart, the fiscal year for the municipality being January to December, provided you get half of the money to run the school district during that, you're only financing half of the school board's budget each time you deal with the municipal budget, because you've only got 6 months in front and 6 months behind. But that's not clear.
well, I think part of the result is that the municipality may still have to borrow short term to finance the school district for the second half of its fiscal year.
Even if they borrow to do their own funding.
Anyway, but I think we decided we couldn't do anything about that. It was just a feature of the split fiscal years. Okay, I don't think it's that complicated.
No, I really think, well, okay.
Then we just go ahead and having taken care of the school situation, we have a requirement that the assembly pass on the mayor's proposed budget. Well, the mayor proposes his budget 90 days before the end of the municipal fiscal year, which is what, October or something? Okay, and then not later than 21 days before the end of the municipal fiscal year, January 1. The assembly has to act on the budget for the rest of the municipality, not including the school district.
All right, they have to take into consideration then, when they set the mill levy for the school and their amount, the first half of the, what do they have to take of the school district budget? They've got to consider a full year in there, but they consider it based on the school district's fiscal year. When they're setting that mill levy, that mill levy has to cover, since the school district budget is going to be from July 1st of 77 through to 1978, doesn't that mill levy then, what will it cover? Will it cover the first half of 77 budget, the first 6 months of it, and the last half?
Because the mill levy won't go into the 78 half of the school district's budget.
Right. So every time they come around to acting on the school budget, their half a year is really already accomplished.
They're funding the half a year that wasn't funded in the previous tax, and they're funding the first half of the new budget they're approving on.
I don't see that creates a problem.
I think that's sort of the way it's got to be, as far as I can tell.
Are you lost,
Well,
Cliff,
yes,
or
I'm
am I?
with you, but your only problem there is, and it's been an ongoing problem,
It's a
I'm not
problem.
quite how it's solved, is that
Your
for
half a year,
that
huh?
second half, or the first half of the school district's budget, i.e. from September or July 1 to January 1, is a difficult thing to project in terms of what that expense is going to be and how you establish the mill levies for that. And that's why they have been borrowing, I believe, in advance to cover that. And
You got the wrong half being borrowed for, Cliff.
well, but at least you're borrowing for the last half.
Right.
And I don't know whether you're trying to remove
No, we
that as
can't.
a problem.
We can't.
Because it would require a catching up of 6 months, and we can't do that.
There's also the state contribution is never determined until after the
think we got it. Why don't we let Cliff have that copy, and if he, suddenly wakes up screaming, and then from his nap today, that is, he can get us.
I wonder if there's anybody you could check with today on that.
So I'll be here.
So,
You mean on the writing of this?
Yeah, just-
Artist, I see, it doesn't change unless it creates some other kinds of
No.
problems for the assembly.
We've looked at it so many times, we're just frankly lost.
No, this is pertaining to...
Speak for yourself, Carlos.
Could somebody please, I've completely forgotten the rationale for changing the fiscal year of the municipality.
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, it's been strongly recommended because, and the borough would look forward to it for a lot of reasons, mainly, say, capital improvements programming so that they can get their bid procedures and everything and get out and do the job they have to do rather than having to wait for the budget to be approved in July.
I
Plus,
forgot about that, and so then can I ask you something?
all right, thanks very much.
Thanks very
Sure,
much.
appreciate it.
Appreciate your taking that.
Refers back to the matter Mrs. Cronin raised on refund and Ms. Parker's motion.
my years, where were
I
Page 3 and 4.
I have a couple of comments. Where'd it go? In Alaska statute 2913-100, the legislature says only the following provisions of this title apply to home rule municipalities as prohibitions on acting otherwise than as provided. They supersede existing and prohibit future home rule enactments which provide otherwise. Then is listed AS 2928-130, 2928-250 recall, which means to me that the 25% requirement shouldn't have been in there in the first place because it's preempted by the legislature.
That the 25% cannot apply because
And
it's
the-
already been
yeah.
defined by state
Rick,
law.
Rick, I have two problems. One is that in 2913-100, it appears that recall is a matter that's preempted to home rule
That's right.
municipalities. Therefore, I'm wondering if we were on proper ground and going to 25%, or could even consider 10%. It seemed to me we have to try.
And we couldn't consider 10%. As I recall, we did track the statute, except that the statute talks only about the population of the municipality as a whole. It doesn't talk about districting, the population of particular districts. And we felt, or when we discussed it before, we figured that was, in a sense, an oversight, and that for our purposes, where we do have districts, it made sense to apply the percentage figures to the district rather than the whole municipality.
That was the 70.
Which is
they
what we
talked
did.
about the total population of the community being
Yes.
7,500 or less than 7,500.
Yeah, seeming to suppose that large
So,
elections.
so the argument would be whether adding an element of breaking it into districts would be inconsistent with or just supplementing
Yeah.
a gap. However, and this is kind of related to this, an elected official may be recalled by the voters in the manner provided by law. And that phrase appears over and over again. And I'm wondering if the definition of law, meaning those portions of the state statutes that limit, will get us in trouble somewhere. Aren't there a lot of...
Well, but
Could I see this? Sure.
where
I'm going to have to go back to law school so I can understand what
does any
Well,
of this...
okay, let's say, in 302, the powers of initiative and referendum are
surgery myself.
reserved for exercise by the people of Anchorage in the manner provided by law. Either 5%, and that 15%
In the
requirement.
case of a district with more than 7,500 people.
Well, or they could
Yeah, I
argue
think
that,
that's
that
possible.
in as much as Anchorage has more than 7,500 people.
Yeah, but, well,
the rule.
there would be that potential.
Well, then, we have before us the motion made by Lisa, seconded by Jane, to change line 10 to read 15%, and to delete in line 12 the sentence, in case of an at-large office, the required percentage is 15%.
Now, does this now put us in harmony with state law?
Yes.
Yes.
Then why do we need to mention it at all?
Well, because we're correcting, you could say the number of qualified voters required by state law, but our stylistic reason is to make these explicit in our own charter.
Question?
Question is called on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none, so ordered. Section 303 is changed to read 15%. And
All right,
back
Are
to
you ready to go back to 18?
Now, we go back to 18.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Garnett suggests that instead of the word abrogate, we use the word diminish.
Yeah, I mean, no magic to it, just a little more comprehensible to
Okay,
the average guy.
I, as the maker of the motion, accept that. Again, all I'm trying to do is to cover the gap on the sale of utilities and to make it somewhat more difficult to diminish a right guaranteed in Article 2.
Is there a motion on?
I so move.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, have we done the necessary untabling kind of action?
On table. Go ahead.
Well,
I ask unanimous consent that Article 18 be taken to the table.
On table.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Unanimous consent. Granted.
Mr. Chairman, again, the wording that you would
Sheffield?
approve that.
Yes, except that a proposed amendment which would diminish, if adopted, any right referred to in Article 2 or any provision of Section 1602 requires approval by, or maybe better say, or abrogate any provision of Section 1602 requires approval by 3/5 of the qualified voters voting.
And
Now, did you
16.
put abrogate back in?
Well, I don't know if you...
No, they substituted
Substituted the word
diminish. No.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to get the concept squared away now and move ahead and possibly appoint a two-person style committee to work between now and tomorrow to do small things of the sort.
Is there any further discussion regarding a proposed amendment? Adding section 1801?
It's all right.
That's vote. Question's been called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Joe, if you got us in trouble.
Was that motion just that they would approve
Add.
Joe's amendment as he and Rick read it?
Add to section 1801 a proposed amendment which would diminish, if adopted, any right referred to Article 2 and so forth. Okay.
You're putting if adopted back in.
Well, no, am I wrong?
No,
Did you change? Huh?
No, go by this.
We adopted it.
You dropped out if adopted, which would diminish.
I was
any right.
reading my notes.
Where is,
Diminish any right referred to in Article 2.
Here, Patty.
I have one. Call for the question in the main one.
Good girl. Question is called for on the main motion, which is to adopt Article 18.
Mr. Chairman, there's one correction on page 27, line 16, change general to regular.
Any other comments on Article 18?
That's it, thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing none. Motion is called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So Article 19, page 28, 4 away.
Yes, I move to approve Article 19.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mary?
I would move for an addition on line of between 17 and 18, under C, between the word apportionment and included.
Page 28.
Right here.
Page 28.
What are you adding?
What do you want us to
I would insert an addition. Chosen by the majority of qualified voters on the question.
I see chosen by the what, Mary?
Chosen
Sure.
By a majority.
by the majority of qualified voters on the question between the plan under which officials were elected this time
You're writing a book.
We're only talking about this time.
and a single member district plan that would divide each of this plan's two-member districts,
Would divide
each of this plan's two-member districts into one-member district.
into one
A
member?
one-member, into one-member districts.
Could you read that just one more?
No.
I would like to read it once more. I would move to include between apportionment and included, chosen by the majority of qualified voters on this question between the plan under which officials were elected this time and a single district plan that would divide each of this plan's two-member districts into one-member districts.
Go ahead, Shaq.
Period.
Mr. Garner?
Mary, I have a conceptual problem apart from, the thing itself. When you refer to this time, you seem to be proposing a choice between the manner of election on September 9 and your alternative. Whereas this transition measure, this transition provision, as I understand it, is only dealing with the election of September 9. So your amendment, as I understand it, would not affect the plan of apportionment at which assemblymen would be elected September 9.
No, it would not. It would not affect the apportionment on which the assembly were elected on September 9, but it would give the voters their choice between that plan and a single member plan that would not disrupt the new chartered government, were it did the voters choose, between the two.
So your
On
plan,
the following year, if it changed,
the result of your choice would be effective only as of the election of
the following year.
October 70s.
And the proposal would take care so that if the voters under the referendum and initiative choose a single district plan, that it would not in effect disrupt our proposal.
However, the wording doesn't reflect that, what you're saying.
Yes, it does,
It
because
doesn't apply to this election.
yes, it does, because in effect, what it would do would remove all wording from the referendum that will be on the ballot. In addition to that, from referring to the charter, so that it would not cause confusion with the voters by having the referendum, its wording apply also to the charter, because it, in effect, will have accomplished what the referendum and initiative are proposing to do to the charter, and it would be easier understood by the voters having the two completely separate.
I would like to record that this commission is really confused about what this is all about. And that if we're going to try to simplify it to the voter, I wish somebody try and explain it to me one more time.
All right, let me explain how it would work. You see,
Let me just tell you what I heard you say. And
Is there a second? Is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Who was that?
Me.
Have you taken the provisions of the initiative and the referendum allowing people a choice between two alternative forms, one multi-member, one single member, put it in the transition so that in 1977 does a choice appear and this election in September? Does the choice appear on this ballot?
what I'm trying to tell you.
Just can
All right.
Can you answer that?
Yeah, I think that's not quite the way it works. I think I can explain.
when does the choice between a portion of plans come up?
All right, the referendum, which does apply to the chartered government, is going to appear on the ballot on September 9th. And so that it doesn't have references to the chartered government because of the way the referendum is worded, if this sort of choice is allowed, I think that this would keep the wording of the referendum from including the chartered government if it has already given this sort of a choice. That's the way we endeavored to
So
word
you're
it.
saying that the referendum on this issue will appear on the ballot on September 9th, regardless of what we do.
Yes.
What this does is say,
This would
next
separate
time around, people, you get to choose between, you choose the form now, and next year, the method of election will follow that form. Is
I
that
think
right?
that's what it says in effect, if I've got it worded properly.
Now, if we didn't do any of this, wouldn't the referendum cover that eventuality, your referendum?
The referendum, as it is written, will, unless we do something of this sort, will also include the charter, and it might confuse the voters.
When?
That's what I'm admitting.
Beautiful.
I did my best to try to get it so that the wording would not. I did not get the cooperation of the Charter Commission so that it would not leave that possibility, though I would have preferred it to be
How does
like that.
action here change the wording of the referendum? That act is going on independent of anything we do here.
It's worded contingently, as I understand.
It's worded contingently, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
If the Charter Commission does this, then that happens.
Well, I believe that that's the
How
way
can
we
we
have it
assume
worded.
that the referendum is going to be on the ballot?
I believe you'll find that we'll have enough signatures by Monday night, that it
Well,
will
but I
be
mean,
according to
Mr.
law.
Chairman, in the interest of time, let's call for the
Should be
question.
assumed or concerned with it.
In the interest of time, let's call for the question.
Question being called. Any further discussion?
I
The
think,
question
Ms.
was looking-
Garris, I have one further comment to make. From the response that we have gotten from the voters, I think you will make hay politically by making our charter seem more responsive to the voters than the Assembly has been.
Mr. Chairman, I think, I don't understand this, Mary, perhaps, but it seems to me the most responsive thing we can do is to provide for an initiative to amend the charter, which we have done, and to provide that, and to provide not only, wait a minute, and to provide not only that, that in the presentation of the initiative, as I understand it, the Assembly on the ballot must provide for the current way things are done in the new proposal to be explained. And that leaves the voters the opportunity after October to go to an at-large system, a new multi-member plan, a single-member system, anything they want to do, and we'll have a vote on it. But for us to say now you can take Plan 5 and divide it up in half isn't giving them, it's in effect narrowing the choice, I think. I don't see how that adds to any right the voter has otherwise. So,
It is eliminating one step in between. That's why it's good.
I think we've got a philosophy question here again, and I'd like to hold
good question.
called. I'll read it as I understand it. The election of assemblymen shall be in accordance with the plan of apportionment chosen by the majority of qualified voters on the question between the plan under which officials were elected this time and a single-member district plan that would divide each of this plan's two-member districts into one-member district. Included, somewhere I've got to get this included in this charter as Appendix A.
I think that should be the end of the sentence, and it should say that the plan under which this charter, as officials were elected, is included in Appendix A. Because that would then be a new
Right.
sentence rather than the end of that.
Question been called. All those in,
What
whatever,
happened
roll
to
call vote.
Appendix A quote?
The plan under which this charter officials elected, the elected officials under this charter were elected, is included as Appendix A. A separate sentence.
Angry?
No.
Tony?
Yes?
Shy?
No.
Josephson?
No.
Parker?
Parker?
No.
Parsons?
No.
Reed? No. Sheffield? No. Sturgielewski? Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, may I just go through and point out some corrections? Would that be helpful? In 1903, line 23, just a typo, space between one and year. On,
Appendix?
Yeah, I got that.
okay, on page 30, line 20, between 25 and 26, I'm quite sure that it should be 1910, is that correct? You see that? Instead of 1810, that's line 30, line 25 and 26, okay. Then on page 31, line 1, the first word in section C there, pension. The last line on the page, line 30, indebtedness. Line on page 32, line 2, the last word of the second sentence should be ordinance. Just again, spelling. No, those are just small things.
A little ordinance, yeah.
You can see what I was beginning to do.
Pretty close to ordinance at midnight, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add one on page 30, line 2, between assessment districts, a comma, and service areas.
Let's see, Mary, where was that again?
On page 30,
Uh-huh.
but on line 2, all existing special assessment districts, comma, service areas, comma.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on page 31, I believe there should be a comma after, on line 4, after line charter, without the consent of the majority of those affected.
I don't see where you
Now,
are.
I would like to,
Mary, just a moment.
Where are we? Where are we?
Mary?
You haven't,
I'm on page 31, and I'm suggesting an amendment by an addition after the word charter by comma and say without the consent of the majority of those elected. I have been hearing
Can we
considerable...
have a second before we do the
Yeah,
speech or not? Or
I would appreciate a
see
second
what
for
we're
an explanation.
without the consent of what?
Of the majority of those affected.
Pension plan, determine.
If I have a second, I would like to explain why.
I don't.
Let's take a
Comma.
look.
Without the consent of the majority of those affected.
Well, let's take a little time and read it.
Those affected. Affected. Pension plan. Current employee.
second?
When you're ready for a discussion, I'll explain why I'm
All right.
proposing this addition.
Everybody had an opportunity to read it as it
We're
changed.
not concerned.
Is there any discussion on the motion to amend?
No, wait a minute. What are we saying? We're saying that pension plan, retirement plan. In other words, we're saying that collective bargaining contract that they have in effect cannot be diminished without a majority consent of those affected. Is that right?
That's right. I am wondering if by having the absolutely positive statement that it could not under any circumstance be done, in collecting the signatures on the initiative and referendum, I have discovered that there is a large percentage of the populace that is very peeved specifically about the salary rate of garbage collectors, and they're proposing, it seems, that there might be some alternative way of taking care of garbage other than public garbage collectors. And it might be that the public garbage collectors would prefer to take a slight decrease and continue to be public garbage collectors rather than the alternative of having it taken over by private business. Now, I have been hearing a lot of complaint, and this would allow the possibility for them to negotiate down. And I think that what we have done here has said that all negotiation must be up, that they cannot even by negotiation negotiate down.
I don't want to do it this way, Mr. Chairman, if I may suggest this. First of all, we've had meetings with labor representatives who think they understand the ground rules, and I think we should be very loath to play with this. Secondly, there are retirement benefits and pension rights of individual workers which perhaps should not be touched and may not be touched by a majority vote of their peers. And
Here again, we're giving
We're opening up a real Pandora's box.
I mean, if we did this, I would want to then go back to all those people and say, look at the language you saw before has been modified. What do you think of this? And I think,
Mr. Chairman, Rick, there is one question, and Joe, we've talked about this a little bit. The language in this provision is possibly, I won't use the term weasel words, but it may not be quite as sweeping as we suppose because of the phrase, by ratification of this charter. In other words, arguably all we're saying is that step, ipso facto, doesn't do anything.
doesn't change.
But we're not thereby precluding subsequent changes through whatever process might
All
be
right.
applicable.
If we have
Now,
not...
I'm not sure that that's the
Well,
interpretation that would be put, but I think that's an
Yeah.
argument.
and there could also be an argument that I think the other applicable paragraph 1908, which says that existing contracts shall continue unaffected by the ratification of this charter, wouldn't preclude, I would think, two parties, that is the government as an obligor and the other party to the contract as an obligee to modify it.
I don't think this precludes renegotiation so far as
So
by
long
mutual
as it does
consent.
not preclude the renegotiations down as well as up, you know. Oh, I have no complaint on it, but as I read it this morning, I suddenly felt that we have precluded negotiation down.
If, do you wish to vote on the motion, or do you wish
No,
to
I
withdraw?
wish to withdraw it.
Ms. Park? You withdraw. Okay. Are there any other discussions on Article?
I'd like to little read.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I ought to make some sort of a short speech, I guess, on this assets and liabilities question.
Now, where are you referring?
In 1913,
Page 31.
yeah, I am at fault for not bringing to the Commission's attention the full import of the statutory language here originally. What we have here before you is essentially a quote from the statute. It is somewhat different than the language we had in our first draft insofar as it includes this subparagraph B. Now, you've probably all read that. That says that even though the new government succeeds to assets and liabilities for legal purposes, the tax obligations in connection with services and or other things remains the obligation of the area which contracted the debt, unless the assembly, the governing body, determines later that those things were for an area-wide benefit. Now that means, in essence, that we have reduced the certainty that debts will be spread area-wide. And of course this can be seen, I suppose, as a threat to at least certain groups in the electorate who would want those debts to be spread without question.
Such as the port.
Yeah. Now the way the 71 charter handled this, they apparently were dealing under the same sort of statutory language, and they did as much as they could, I think, to require that these debts be spread. They said that the assembly by such and such a date shall spread the debt on everything which is an area-wide benefit. But I want to call attention to the change that we are making, I think, perforce because of the statute.
Can you tell me what the ramifications are on that in relation to the city?
Well,
That they might get stuck?
it means that conceivably the assembly could decide that all of the debt that the city has incurred in connection with its utilities will remain a debt of the city service area forever. Now, in order to do that, they have implicitly to decide that those things are not for the benefit of the larger area. But that is a possibility.
Mr. Chairman,
Mary?
I guess stylistically I have a little hesitation in this because we start off here as required by Alaska statute, and we don't show that between C and D we're no longer quoting from Alaska statute. And somehow we need to show specifically exactly what the Alaska statute says and exactly what we have said in
That's a
relation
good
to
point.
this article.
Very likely we should make a whole new section starting with, to include D and E and just call it utilities or something like that.
Some way we've got to distinguish where that statute ends being quoted, and that is all quoted from Alaska statute.
Mr. Sheffield?
Well, Rick, in your analysis, if the new assembly were to do this, I mean, then the utilities would say be owned by this service area that we're now in, but they wouldn't be granted to have any right. In other words, people outside of this service area could use those
this is the rub, I think, from the point of view of those people who feel very proprietary and sensitive on the utility question. The first part,
Isn't what we've tried to say, isn't it, all in the charter, is that the entire area gets the debt, the debt is spread, but the profits, at least for the first 5 years, it could be for the first 5 years, go to the service.
that's right, and that's unchanged.
And that's unchanged
Yeah.
by anything here.
Yeah, except that with this new language, there is the possibility that the debt will not be spread.
The tax obligation in relation to
Yeah, the
the
tax
debt will be
obligation.
spread, but the tax obligation
It's a fine point, you see,
retained.
the new
The
government,
general obligation bonds you're talking about.
yes, with respect to third parties, you know, the new government is the successor and
Mr.
becomes liable.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering, Rick, if, and I'm looking for the wording in the last charter, do you think we would be more appropriate to go back to that we,
Bonded indebtedness or other debt incurred prior to
was that your suggestion in your
contract
kind of
debt?
implicit in what you said? Do you think they handled it better?
That's gonna raise.
Well, they, by deviating a little bit from the statutory language, do as much as they can to emphasize that they want the
Want
debt
it,
spread.
yeah.
And I think we're hamstrung. We can't do much more than that. And it's up to you, really.
Well,
Could you refer to their
Yes, let me find
state
it.
law says that you have to go back unless the assembly rules that it can be an area-wide debt, right?
Mhm.
Do we have a softer way of saying that?
Well, apparently the other charter did, and that's what I was trying to pursue.
See, Frank was just gonna say, he's right, on line 1 of page 32, you'll raise hell.
Yeah, you're gonna raise hell with the whole damn
With the charter.
city. Charter.
Well, and that's a quote from the cotton picking statute.
Yeah.
Now, what the,
Get it out.
What can we do?
let
Well,
me
could we
say,
listen to what they did before to find out maybe what we
what they
could do
did
to moderate?
before was to say a bonded indebtedness.
Where are you now?
It's C of 1407 in the
Okay.
71 charter. And they said that bonded indebtedness incurred before unification shall remain the tax obligation of the area which contracted the debt, except that the assembly shall spread area-wide the debt applicable to any municipal function that has area-wide benefit by such a date.
Such as,
I think that really is
Like,
better wording.
or,
Not better
No, I
wording, but I think
more
the point.
count.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't that take care of the problem of this? I mean, there
Yeah.
there
Well, I
was
think
some
Probably go to-
far out assembly couldn't,
That
Yeah.
isn't quite reflection of the state law because it says the assembly shall, and the state law says you can, correct?
Yeah.
Well, we can be more restrictive
Right.
in the state.
Well, now Gary Thurlow, this is where it gets really hairy. I mean, the law here. Gary Thurlow, for instance, feels very strongly that in spite of the statutory language, the charter itself is like an initiative, or it's a sufficient source of law.
yeah,
that
which supersedes,
Yeah, that we could mandate this spreading. To me, that's very iffy because in the unification statute itself, it says the assembly shall decide, and if it does.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a dilemma. I think we probably should make the effort, and I'll be glad to if you want me to soften this language as much as we can stylistically without...
Well, when you say soften, with what intent? What are you saying?
Well, the intent would be to make it as certain as we can that the debt will be spread
Can we
along the lines of what we did the first
Why
time.
can't
around.
you just say it, Rick?
shall?
Well, we could say it, and we could probably get away with it, but if somebody wanted to pull you up on it, they could say, wait a minute, the charter does not have the authority to spread these debts.
I would like, Rick, pardon my interruption, but I would like to say it. And if somebody wants to pull up on it and go to court about it, fine. But I would like to say, this is what the people want. And this is what this charter group suggests. And when it's elected, when it's voted on, I would like to see it state it shall be done, because if we don't, you might as well forget the city
Where are you
vote,
gonna get
because
shut
as soon as somebody reads this over and well, some of your city fathers.
Well, what are
were
you
just over.
talking in terms of now?
I don't think they know, Ernest.
Huh?
No, I'm asking Frank, what are you talking about?
Well, this shall remain the tax obligation of an area which contracted the debt. You can't, I want to see it stated that it shall be spread.
You want to have the borough tax bonds for parks and the whole thing?
Spread to the city?
You see,
Well, all right. That as far as I'm concerned, sauce for the goose is sauce for the
yeah,
gander.
well, I mean, I don't think you should be just worried about the city, I guess.
No,
is what
no, but
trying to say.
I'm talking about the people that will bring it up will be the city people.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
don't we have a saving clause in here in relation to roads
Yeah,
as well as sewers?
sorry there.
Water, sewer, and streets must remain regardless of whether the assembly decides that it's area-wide benefit.
I want to direct the assembly to spread
Now,
that.
Frank's,
Lisa?
No, she's going for you.
well, I'm just saying it's not, there's nothing immoral in taking a calculated risk that you will not be challenged and that sort of thing. So that's an option.
Could be.
But that's almost like going by. But you do run
Moral
the
about
risk.
it, but if you're challenged, you think there'd be a substantial chance that
Fair chance of
would
losing.
be overturned.
Yeah.
All right, I think it's worth that risk. Lisa?
If
Yes,
they say that they, for a tax obligation is incurred benefits the whole area. Now, in relation to the utilities, if the profits, net profits are going back to the city, but it has an area-wide effect, would that spread the profits area-wide? After a 5-year period.
We're specifically addressing that one question.
So,
Then, we did, as I read it, we did specifically address that one question and state how it would be handled. And I wouldn't think this would change that specific reference.
The key question, Joe, is what do we do with subparagraph B of 1913, which is a quote from the statute, but causes problems.
Well, what's the problem? I mean, what discretion do we have there?
Well, that you have the discretion, I suppose, to
Chairman,
the
I think
Right.
Yeah, what's the discretion?
Answer the question.
All right, the question is to what extent the charter can in effect make the decision that certain assets or debts were contracted for an area-wide purpose. Gary Thurlow says that the charter can do it and must do it or should do it absolutely, as we did in the first draft. The 71 charter modified the language a little bit, as you can see, to emphasize its desire that the debts be spread. So Joe is right that as from a purist point of view, we shouldn't deviate from the statute. But on the other hand, there may be
Mr. Chairman,
justification for deviating.
But,
I don't believe I can go along with changing anything except 32, line 2, to say, except that the tax obligation shall be spread over a larger area by ordinance, and that's not spelled right, if the assembly determines that the asset for which the bonded indebtedness or so forth was the benefit of the larger area before unification. I think we can change that may to shall and get away with it.
right at the opening of 1913, it is specifically stated that all this is being dictated by the Alaska statutes.
But that doesn't buy you a thing on the street. I don't think, really.
Well,
I don't know, I thought we had a policy of not legislating and letting the new assembly make its discretions. We have an apportionment plan in which many of these Well, most of the members will include constituents within the service area.
New copy, please.
And we're tracking the state statute, and I think
Plus, we are turning the profits back for 5 years regardless of the debt.
Yeah, but Joe, what Frank's saying is that, you know, if Tobin reads this and has his own interpretation and campaigns editorially, you could dump it, but unless you've got something in there that
That's a hat.
Mary comes somewhere close to a,
I think that's that.
I think, by saying shall, what'd you say to that?
It's on page 32, line 2. I think that about as strong as we could go would be to change that may to shall, if we wish to do that. And I'm not sure but what that is illegal to even do that much.
Mr. Garnett?
I think it's possible stylistically to reduce the impact of this thing by rearranging it and saying something like, if the assembly determines that the asset blah 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 was for the benefit, then the debt shall be spread, and making it positive in the direction of the spreading. You know, we
Maybe
make
you
it,
should leave ordinance spelled the way it is here. Might also help.
Mr. Chairman, I really think that would make a difference if the wording were to, it says the same thing, but it puts the emphasis on the, the assembly to look at it and to possibly make that determination.
and you could even mandate a date as of which the assembly had to make the decision.
But I agree with Joe's comments that, we're dealing with state law. We've set that out, and as much as we would like to whitewash it, we can't.
I wouldn't mind, we're not quoting here, so a reorganization would not be inconsistent as long as...
But it would change the emphasis to a responsibility on the part of the assembly.
I think I could go along with the rewording in that direction.
And I think Arlie's idea...
The assembly shall determine within a given period of time.
I agree with that, sure.
You gotta water it down or...
That we direct the attorney to prepare such language.
I think let's take a break and relax for about 15 minutes and let him work on it. I think we're time to have a break.
May I record myself as a supporter of the whole document?
I changed my 9:30 appointment to a 10:30 appointment.
I'd like to get out of here.
Change your 10:30 appointment.
Well, I think this is important enough that we
Well,
want
Mary,
to
also, but if we
Yeah.
take 15 minutes right at this moment, we're losing two very valuable.
Well, how long can it take you to get it reworded, Rick? I would,
15 minutes.
well, let's go on and think of other things and let
We're
them
going
go
to
on
have
the
a
other
styles
side.
thing anyway.
Whatever Rick comes up with.
Before
is it.
Rick, you understand what we're...
Yes, I do. I don't.
Whatever you come up with, I'll buy.
Listen, I'm
In your, it's good, yeah.
Now,
Mr. Chairman, did we have a motion that we ask that the attorney prepare words, stylistic changes
So
that will
motion.
put the emphasis on the assembly?
Second.
Okay.
so moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
What else? Now, is there any other discussion on the balance of 19?
Yes,
I'd like to briefly read it.
Mason?
On page 32 in D, line 16, when we say benefit, now when we said that, we were thinking of giving a tax break or something like that, right? What do we mean there by shall be applied to the benefit of the service area created by this charter?
You're talking about net profit. When they say benefit, it could mean a reduction of the debt, or I suppose
Just giving
Well,
them cash?
Presently, the money is being used as a reduction of the mill levy.
I suppose, though, that there are other methods,
There are
aren't
other
there?
methods,
Things
I
that
suppose they
could
can
do.
reduce their debt,
or they
And
could
raise the mill levy?
increase their overall programs in
Or
some
start
way. Anything, it would just go toward
It
meeting
wouldn't be
the
increased. They'd
needs
either have to.
of that area.
They'd either have to increase the mill levy and apply this to the debt, or retain the present levy and utilize the money to provide the additional services that are now being provided.
Wait a minute, no. You said something very significant, start new ones.
Yeah, I can see where.
She's got a good point. Suppose they take that money and start a new one.
The service area
Well, it's their budget we're
that the
talking about.
former city of Anchorage had, they could just, the whole service area could be built up where it would be, you know, like its own little kingdom.
Oh, not with $15 million, you don't build very much. You could, but a city can.
She's concerned they could take that money and start some
No, you want
projects that's not related.
Well,
And then so
they're doing
with-
it now.
Yeah.
You know, there's that service area owns that, I continue to say, owns that utility, and they do with the profits thereof whatever they wish to do now. There's no little kingdom built up other than the kingdom of bureaucracy that always exists. So I don't see. Well, is there something you would wish to do with that?
No, I just was wondering what we meant by benefit.
Well,
To the good of. To the good of.
Do the voters of that
benefit.
service area then have to determine the priorities for the use of that $15, which would, $15 million, which would in all probability go to avoiding an increase in their mill levy? But the voters have to determine that.
No,
No?
no, because the people who, that's a revenue source to the area, credited to the area. And the government, overall government, will the elected government will determine what the uses are within that area.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Frank, that if you have unification on this charter,
It is impossible.
even though
to
Anchorage
find out
would be a service area, this new government's gonna be controlling the funds. And
1 minute, has
so-
Joe gone?
Yes.
Damn, I was just wondering what time we should set.
So Lisa, I don't know if that,
I talked to him if you want to,
you could build up a kingdom
whenever
without,
you want to bring that up.
you could build up any kind of kingdom anywhere in any area, probably.
But they could have a board of supervisors that would direct all of this too.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I really think the purpose of
The
this
legislature.
is to see that those dollars go back to this particular entity that had the asset. The matter of the budgets of the service area is a responsibility of the newly elected assembly. Now, there may be a feeling that they need to have millions of dollars spent on parks as opposed to millions of dollars spent on some other function of government. That is a function of the budget process. How those dollars are used, I think, then becomes a budgetary matter. And I don't think we should be concerned with what the heck they do with it. I think that's
If they build a pylon
Mr. Chairman, I
downtown.
think I can relieve
Monty
Lisa's
Python
mind.
and the circus.
The Board of Supervisors proposes a budget. They do not decide the budget. It is the new
Yeah,
legislative
that's
body
up to
that does.
them.
Okay, what else?
Now,
What else?
I do want to, before Bill gets away, set some time that we can go over the final draft, and we've got a draft up to this last 11 pages, and maybe you take one along with you, and when you have time, review it and see any errors or changes or omissions that you think of, because Rick is leaving tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and I'd like to have another. How about the rest of you? Then Monday we'd be virtually in the clear.
I'd rather do it tonight if we can.
I'm
I
sure
want to
we
try.
can't be here tonight after supper.
back in Girdwood by 6. But I
Well,
could stay
Patty,
for it.
what do you think it'll take you in time for the changes you've seen?
There is one change, by the way, in your reviewing, in this revision that's up to date through last night, and that's on page 4. That percentage was the only change.
Yeah. Page 4, we ought to change that.
Well, I'd rather do it tomorrow morning, but,
You know your mind.
city time.
Tomorrow morning is maybe preferable.
And in terms of
Bob
time,
Flynn's gonna have a chance to read it, he's gonna have, that's gonna take a
in
couple
terms
hours.
of time to make these changes that have been made so far, pending Rick's writing of the definitions, I think is the only thing yet to be written. I'd say maybe an hour and a half.
An hour and a half? Well, how about it? Do you want to go over this again at, say,
Patty,
3 this afternoon or 4?
Patty said she can do it in an hour and a half, so if she can, why not this afternoon?
So say
2 o'clock?
2 o'clock this afternoon?
Well, give it a little more time. Give it a little
Bob
more
Flint.
leeway.
We're gonna get Bob Flint, we better.
All right, 3 o'clock this
3
afternoon?
o'clock.
3 o'clock, I think. Does that give you, that should give you enough time.
Take us an hour to run through it again, just sit and read through it and mark it and discuss anything that we,
Yes, by God, you better have her all lined
Mr.
up.
Chairman,
for you.
there's one final little item of
Wait a
business.
minute, the photographer isn't here, don't throw your hand up like that.
Oh, it comes so natural, Fred.
Another statue.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, we gotta make sure that we get the form of this resolution we're giving to the assembly squared away. Mary said, for instance, the way it's written now, there's certain things. Are we having designated seats for the school board? Are the school board people gonna be elected no matter what? You know, those things.
Can we adopt, Article 19?
All right, we're reset, so we're losing Brother Bill here.
thank you, Lisa.
Well,
1 minute.
Lisa
we need
just
to
made
vote on that,
motion.
on Article 19.
Motion was made before, and I didn't call for the adopting Article 19.
That's right,
Made by
Lisa, we
Joe
didn't
and
adopt it.
seconded by Jim.
Is that with,
Yeah,
Call
I
for
did.
it.
It's been impossible to.
I call for the question.
Mr. Chairman,
Question?
Subject to the changes.
Mr. Parsons does have a correction. We've really, you know, this
It's
whole
not a
thing-
correction, it's a question that how far does the state, the Alaska statutes
Okay.
apply into section 1913?
Mr. Chairman, after subparagraph C, we should have a new section 1914 entitled utility operation or something, to distinguish the part that we're quoting from the statute from the special provisions for utilities.
And I would so move
Second.
if Patty understands what's going on.
Right. Question?
Yeah,
All
because
those
I
in
think,
favor?
Aye.
aye.
And
All
Mr.
those opposed? Unanimous.
Chairman, did we have other things to add to the transition section in 1914?
definition? Oh,
1914?
Thought we had another one that had to go in, but I lost.
1914.
I wrote it somewhere.
1914. In this article, form of government.
We didn't need appropriations
No.
here.
You didn't have that, did you?
No, we got nothing to add there.
No, I don't think so.
No, we're all right then.
okay, Jim, just a
Jim.
second. Jim and Fred made a motion and that passed for Rick's new article after C.
Yeah.
We still haven't voted on Lisa's motion to approve.
Question on Lisa's motion.
No, I have a question.
Jane?
I don't know all the ins and outs of whatever's going on with our labor negotiations, but I just have to ask a question of anybody who does. Have we covered our ass on this?
Yeah.
As best we can.
Well,
Yeah.
As much as you.
Our ass
I
is
don't
covered.
understand it, but somebody's gonna have to educate me about what we've
The
done.
public will
but-
do that.
what essentially has been brought to our attention that any of the proposals that have been made
Don't we want to?
have not reached common agreement by all of the representatives of labor, and that if we are to do additional, we're going to perhaps start to come in and create inequities in certain
All
areas.
we're saying is everything's everything is exactly the way it was before, and you guys fight at it.
I call for the question on the motion that's standing.
The motion is on the approval of 19.
19, yeah.
19
Call
as
for the
amended,
question on
subject
standing.
to Rick's stylistic changing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Order.
Okay, 3
I
o'clock.
move, do we have to do a final? This is,
We stand adjourned until 3 o'clock.
no, do we do a final, we adopt the charter, or let's do it.
We're meeting
3
again at
o'clock
3
is the
o'clock, you
final
guys.
politics.
Yeah, I'll be.
Final politics is at 3
Rick,
o'clock.
as far as
That's
I
when we
know,
adopt.
on the resolution,
Right.
the only thing that we've changed is to, in 6, to include the school board.
Right.
All right, now, as I understand it, the borough attorneys have ruled that we cannot provide that the school board will be elected September 9 in the event the charter fails. I don't know why.
They
but that's
have?
what I was told, yes, that's what Mary said. Mary Coffey? Yeah. And they're
Sadie T.
The borough attorney has said that our attempt in paragraph 4 here to preserve the election of school board members, even if the charter fails, will not work. Because I suppose the reasoning is that school board people have to be elected at a regular election. And for various reasons, they're not going to call this a regular election.
Okay, they got a point.
So therefore, we would probably strike that last sentence.
Why aren't they gonna call this a regular election? This is-
Apparently, the reasoning is that you can't have 2 regular elections in 1 year, and that if they call this the regular
Mr.
election,
Chairman, we had 2 regular elections last year. We had the regular election for the school board in October and the regular election for the assembly in February. And how they'll claim that they can't do that after having done it the previous year, you've got me
well,
beat.
this is up to, I don't speak for the borough legal department, I'm just telling you what they told me. And I don't really care what the
Pay raise,
resolution
doing a
says.
terrific job.
Are you in recess or are you still on the record?
It's
Recess.
still running.
Frank,
You guys can
are
say
you in
that.
recess or are you still on the
We're
record?
in
I just want to save the tapes because we're running low.
All right.
Something on the ballot.
This meeting is adjourned until 3 o'clock. Next meeting is 3 o'clock. Make that happen.
Why would it?
Well, you've got pretty well. You
I
have
think
pretty
we just
well.
had one other area so far.
Are you still short of tape?
No.
However, the Assembly may submit a referendum to the voters at a later regular or special election if the Assembly suspends the ordinance until the election. That would add to a sentence to 302B.
And I move for
Move.
its inclusion.
Moved by Jim, seconded by Bill for inclusion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. Let's see, where
Was
were we?
Joe noticed of the meeting? I bet he wasn't, but Joe wasn't told the meeting was
I
taking
think
place.
Well, we might.
Would you mind, Paul?
Nice thought, Arlen. We made sure he was going to be in town, but we didn't make sure he'd be here.
Always. The Assembly, let's see, 4. Section 303, recall. An elected official may be recalled by the voters in the manner provided by law. A petition to place a recall of an elected official before the voters shall be signed by a number of qualified voters equal to at least 15% of the voters who cast ballots in that district at the last municipal election, excluding a runoff election at which the official was a candidate. Signers of the petition shall be residents of the district from which the official was elected. A person appointed to fill a vacancy may be recalled as if he had been elected in the same manner as his elected predecessor. Article 4, the Assembly. Section 401, power composition and apportionment. The legislative power of Anchorage is vested in an assembly of 11 members. Election districts is...
Excuse me a second. There's one thing I want a little help on. Back in the initiative and referendum provision, several times we referred to ordinance enacted, and then we talk about measures rejected and so forth. I want to make it clear whether the initiative and referendum are applicable to ordinances only or to ordinances and resolutions, or whether it makes any difference. And
I am told a resolution is just as much of a law as an ordinance is, but that they are used for a transitory purpose.
well, can you envision a time when initiative or referendum would be needed for a with respect to a resolution?
I cannot, because a resolution is used for a one-time thing.
Okay.
And usually the point for which it is done is over within short order, maybe a week or a month. By the time you got an initiative referendum, it would no longer be appropriate
Okay,
anyhow.
if that's true, I don't need to worry about it.
Mr.
Chairman.
Mr. Parsons.
Rick, on line 14, do you have any objection to a comment after elected?
As if he had been elected, comma, in the same manner as his elected predecessor.
What would that do for you?
Well,
Tom?
for me, somehow the flow of it goes, had been elected in the same manner.
You're trying to separate that
Yes.
flow. As if he had been elected in the same manner as his elected predecessor. Rather
I
than
wonder-
saying if he had been elected in the same manner as his elected predecessor.
Seems like the comma makes it more awkward.
Yeah, that's
All right, okay.
It is an awkward sentence,
Yeah.
and have you redundant saying
That,
elected predecessor.
no, you know,
Elected precedent,
Elected in the same manner as his predecessor was elected or something.
as his predecessor was
Joe did-
elected.
That's the idea.
Joe coming?
He just asked if we needed a quorum. And when I said we are not in
The
need
personal
of
point
quorum
of
at
fill
this
vacancy may
moment,
be
I said,
recalled,
okay, thank you.
as if he had been elected in the same manner as his
Seemed like-
predecessor.
Can we go on?
Maybe recall
Are
is
we
that
bogging
Why
down?
don't we look at this sentence and see if anybody,
The sentence bothers me.
as you recall, it compresses a lot of ideas together.
my
And,
person appointed to fill a vacancy may be recalled if he had been elected in the same manner as his elected predecessor.
As his predecessor was elected. As
Right,
his
now-
predecessor was elected.
Okay, now
is
there
better.
was the problem of what happens if the predecessor was also appointed. I mean, it's kind of.
Yeah, that's right.
That was why we phrased it this way originally.
In the same
As his
manner
predecessor
as,
was
And
elected.
sure,
But
we
his
want to bring
predecessor-
it back, and we might skip one person that was in
Yeah.
office there and go back to the election. Yeah, I remember that.
in the same manner as his elected predecessor. And it's because his predecessor could be, his first elected predecessor might be 3 appointments back.
Well, I think the thought's the same, it's just grammatically changed
It
around.
doesn't change it to put the,
If you
Maybe
put was
recall.
elected at the end of the sentence, you're not changing the thought, you're just changing the structure.
Couldn't you just come to a vacancy may be called in the same manner as his elected predecessor? What am I doing?
Person filling
A
the vacancy.
person appointed to fill a vacancy may be recalled in the same manner as his elected predecessor.
Person filling the vacancy may be recalled in the same manner as the predecessor.
Well, okay, I would suggest that we look at it and maybe, it's a little late to refer it to our two-man committee of style.
Person filling the vacancy.
What,
Well, let's resolve it now.
what's your pleasure?
What did you say, Lisa? Read what you said.
A person filling a vacancy may be recalled in the same manner as his elected predecessor.
I think that's perfectly good.
Yeah, that's concise and it says the same.
Once more.
Say it again.
Okay, a person filling a vacancy may be recalled in the same manner as his elected predecessor.
Maybe recalled. It's logically tough because his elected predecessor can't be recalled at all.
Maybe or shall be.
Shall be, can be. He can be recalled.
Maybe.
May is right, I think.
Maybe, and go on.
Person filling a vacancy may be recalled in the same manner as his elected predecessor.
Jane says if for any reason it drops below quorum, give her a call.
Thank you.
If the person before him had been appointed, then you would go to the elected
Yeah,
person.
That's
I don't think it's a big deal.
That's good.
Now it looks better to me.
All you're doing is striking as if he had been elected.
And changing appointed to fill to filling.
So move for that sentence.
Huh?
That's a move to add that sentence.
Lisa moves to
Delete.
change the sentence, starting on line 13 with the words a person, to read, a person filling a vacancy may be recalled in the same manner as
All right.
his elected
Mr.
predecessor.
There's a problem. I
Yeah,
think.
you bet.
Okay,
All right.
Second.
excuse me. All right, there is a problem. A vacancy can also exist, can it not, by the termination of a term, and someone is running for an office, and there you might be going into a new term where it would be his election that establishes the criteria. Do you consider a
There's
vacancy,
never a vacancy when someone's,
We do
running
have a
for
general
office.
provision that
if
people
nobody had
continue
been
in office.
appointed, and you start into a new term, it would be his term. There's a period of time when you don't fill a
There's
vacancy.
a 90-day period of time if you don't fill a vacancy.
Right.
And so there'd be nobody filling the vacancy.
Okay,
And
well-
then you'd have a new election.
Yeah, but you don't consider that as a vacant office,
Well,
the one
even
that's
if
being
it
filled?
is, he then is elected, and he can be
He's recalled in the manner
recalled in the
elected
manner as his elected predecessor could be recalled.
Well,
No, he's an elected man, and he can recall them provided by law.
well, you don't consider that a vacancy in the office? If it's a vacant
not if it's filled.
position and it is not filled, and then you have an election,
Well, I wouldn't,
But isn't he filling a vacancy there?
But
he
we,
may be. Maybe, but even if he is, he's still,
Elected himself.
even though he's elected himself, he is then,
Well,
He's not
But we
appointed.
said what
That's why you ought to
vacancies
leave, I
are.
think you ought to leave in the idea of appointed.
I do too, frankly.
Because for one thing, just, gets to be a small thing, but when you say a person, the verb fill can be sort of transitive, you know, I am filling it with you, and you are also filling it. There's some
A
ambiguity
person
in it.
appointed to fill a vacancy may be.
All
Does
right.
that
recall
bother you?
in the same manner
No,
as
that's-
elected
now,
predecessors.
does Lisa and Jim, will
May I
they
hear
change
again?
their motion to read a person appointed to fill a vacancy may be recalled in the same manner as his elected position? Is that agreeable with
yes.
you?
Read it
Fine.
again, Frank.
A person appointed to fill a vacancy may be recalled in the same manner as his elected predecessor.
Aye.
Go, man, go.
Question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So
Just delete it over here.
Article 4 of the Assembly, 401, power composition and apportionment. The legislative power of Anchorage is vested in an assembly of 11 members. Election districts, if established, shall be formed of a compact and contiguous territory containing as nearly as practicable a relatively integrated socio-economic area. The assembly shall be reapportioned whenever it becomes malapportioned. The assembly shall determine and declare by resolution whether or not it is malapportioned within 30 days from 1, receipt of the final report of each federal decennial census, including any supplementary data necessary to establish population distribution within the municipality. Article 2, receipt of a petition of 50 or more qualified voters alleging and containing reliable evidence that the assembly is malapportioned. If the assembly determines that it is malapportioned, it shall within 5 months of the determination reapportion itself in the manner provided by law. Lisa?
Why did we say 5 months instead of 6 months?
Because that 5 months plus the first 30 days makes the statutory 6.
Just like Arla said.
But
Question answered.
I thought that it worked that they might have, they would have 30 days to declare themselves malapportioned, and 6 months from the time that they declared themselves malapportioned, they had to reapportion themselves.
I think the chief wasn't going to run or walk.
What procedure we're going through right now, Joe?
Sorry.
We're reading through and I'm reading, later somebody else will read.
Bedtime stories.
Just check.
Somebody can fall asleep too.
We're right now on page
Do you want to go back?
5. Down to new page 3, 4. I'm reading on section 402. Change what? Change this.
Who's furnishing those delicious cookies?
Huh?
Who's furnishing those delicious
Rick, do
cookies?
you want to look at that while we
Yeah,
move ahead
sure.
or something? 'Cause
All right,
Yeah.
section 402, term membership and qualifications. If all assemblymen are elected from single-member districts, the term of an assemblyman is 2 years. If some or all assemblymen are elected from multi-member districts, the term of an assemblyman is 3 years. B, a candidate for the office of assemblyman, 1, shall be qualified voter of Anchorage, and 2, shall be a resident of the district from which he seeks election for at least 1 year immediately preceding his nomination. C, An assemblyman shall remain a resident of Anchorage and of the district from which elected while in office. D, the assembly shall be the judge of the election and qualification of its members. A qualified voter may appeal to Superior Court for review of a decision of the assembly under this section.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Lisa?
in section 501, in relationship to number 2 and 402, shall be a resident of the district. In 501, we said shall be a legal resident, and in 602, we said shall be a resident. And is there a difference between legal resident and resident? And if there is, do we want to put in legal here or just...
Seeing our attorney is busy, I'll ask Joe.
Okay, in two places, when we talk about qualifications, we refer just to resident. In one of those, for the mayor, we called it legal resident.
Strike legal.
And so, okay,
Right, legal.
well, we aren't to it yet, we'll, oh, yeah, you've already...
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the statute on this subject is predictably strange. The reference to the 6 months, it says specifically that within 6 months from receipt of the federal data, you have to reapportion. And it says if at the end of that time you haven't, then Community Regional Affairs does it. Then it goes on to say, in addition to that, the Assembly reapportions whenever it determines that it doesn't meet the standards. There is no specific time reference there. It just says that it shall be implemented under those circumstances as provided for in C of this section. In other words, it's not clear at that point whether, in that form of reapportionment, that whether the 6 months runs from the receipt of the petition or the determination of malapportionment. Therefore, I think we would be certainly safe to pick the shorter period. Unless there's an objection, I would suggest doing that.
Amen.
Amen.
Proceed. 403, compensation. The compensation of assemblymen shall be fixed by ordinance. An increase in compensation shall not take effect until certification of the results of the next regular election held not less than 60 days after adoption of the ordinance. Section 404, presiding officer, meetings and procedures. A, the assembly shall elect annually from its membership a presiding officer known as chairman. Chairman serves at the...
Just a very small thing, but your quote should be before your period.
Joe. Serves at the pleasure of the assembly. B, the assembly shall meet in regular session at least twice each month. The mayor, the chairman of the assembly, or 5 assemblymen may call special meetings. C, the assembly by ordinance shall determine its own rules and order of business, including provisions for reasonable notice to the public and to all assemblymen at regular and special meetings
Of regular.
to all assemblymen of regular and special meetings. The assembly shall maintain a journal of its proceedings as a public record. D, except on procedural motions, voting shall be by roll call or electronic device, and the votes of all assemblymen shall be recorded. E, 6 members of the assembly shall constitute a quorum. However, a smaller number may recess from time to time and compel the attendance of absent members as prescribed by the assembly rule, by assembly rule. Section 405, clerk. The assembly shall appoint a municipal clerk and prescribe the duties of that office. The clerk serves at the pleasure of the assembly. Do we capitalize clerk in that case?
I didn't fill out.
Chairman, I have a question there. What is the definition of prescribe? What's the difference between prescribe and describe? I thought,
Well,
Describe tells what it is, and prescribe says what you're going to do, what it's going to be.
if you're sure you have the right shade, why I'm
I'm
happy.
sure that's right.
I'm not sure on the shade. I know that there's a slight difference.
Is 405 the way it is, the way it works now?
Mhm.
Or is it
Yes, it
yes?
is.
Section 406, staff. Pursuant to ordinance, the Assembly may engage such legal counsel, other professional advisors, and staff as it requires in the execution of its legislative function. Section 407, Ombudsman. There is established in the legislative branch of the municipality the office of Ombudsman. The Ombudsman is appointed by the Assembly and serves at the pleasure of the Assembly. The term of office, powers, and duties of the Ombudsman shall be described by ordinance. Prescribed by ordinance.
Yep.
Good luck, Ombudsman.
Please register it here.
Article 5, the executive branch, section 501, the office of the mayor. A, the executive and administrative power of Anchorage is vested in the mayor. The mayor is elected at large for a 3-year term. B, a candidate for the office of mayor. 1 shall be a qualified voter of Anchorage, and 2 shall be, and here's where we strike
Move to
legal.
delete.
Move to
Legal.
delete.
Charlie's outside resident.
Second.
Lisa. Move to delete the word legal.
Mary.
All those in favor?
Outside resident is what it sounds.
All those opposed? There will be no opposition. The word legal is deleted. 2, shall be a resident of Anchorage for at least 2 years immediately preceding his nomination. C, the mayor shall remain as a resident of Anchorage
Mr.
while in
Chairman,
office.
do we have a problem with the word nomination, since we don't really have nominations, as I understand it?
Oh,
The office of mayor.
What should we say?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Filing?
Filing.
Preceding his,
Is it his filing or his election?
Certification of filing.
Normally, age limits and stuff like that apply to the election, don't they?
Yeah, something
about
office.
Sorry, his election.
I always say the elect, well,
Preceding his term, term, is that the word?
Well, if you don't say preceding his filing, if it gets to the election, that means you can go all the way through there without being a resident before you declare him.
Preceding his
No.
assumption of office.
Yeah, but what if he doesn't get the office and goes,
I see.
I mean, he can run illegally?
Yeah, thanks, you can do that in the United States Senate. You can
Yeah.
run underage as long as you meet the qualifications.
Well,
when
you
you
know
everyone
what's
is
going
when
on.
you take
Yeah.
office.
Yeah.
All right, preceding,
Preceding filing?
His assumption of office.
How about his election?
preceding his election?
well,
Change it.
election.
Preceding his
So
election.
moved.
Second, that's unanimous
Election, is that right?
consent.
You got it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Those opposed? So ordered. Now read preceding his election period. C, the mayor shall remain a resident of Anchorage while in office. D, a person who has served as mayor for 2 consecutive terms may not be reelected to that office until 1 full term has intervened.
Or we're blowing
E,
somebody's mind.
the compensation of the mayor shall be fixed by ordinance and may not be reduced during his term of office without his consent. Section 502, powers of the mayor. A, the mayor shall appoint all heads of municipal departments, subject to confirmation by the Assembly on the basis of professional qualifications. Persons appointed by the mayor serve at the pleasure of the mayor. B, the mayor may participate in all Assembly meetings to the same extent as an assemblyman, but may not vote. C, the mayor has a veto power. The veto must be exercised and submitted to the Assembly with written explanation within 7 days of passage of the ordinance effective. The Assembly by 2/3 majority vote may override a veto anytime within 21 days after its exercise. That means 8.
Means what?
8 people, 2/3 vote.
Oh.
8 people.
7 and a third.
7 1/3, so it's 8.
Now, wait a
Wait a
minute.
minute,
We're not,
wait a minute.
we're not,
Does it or does it not? Is that a,
are we consistent?
is that a constitutional majority or a majority of the quorum? Well, it says the Assembly by 2/3 majority. I know, but if there's 6 people there and 4 of the 6 vote to override, is
So
it an
one has
overriding
to
or
be
not?
specified.
Of the membership, of the full membership.
4 out of 6 can hold a veto. 4 out of 11
I
can
think
hold
it-
a veto.
I think it should be by 2/3 majority vote of the members
We used earlier 3/4 of the total
or
membership,
the total membership.
or fully constituted body or something.
Authorized
3/4.
membership, I think you said, or something.
What is total membership? So people, membership there at that night?
No, I
What
think,
you said was authorized membership before, I think.
let's say authorized of the
Or
two-thirds
that,
area.
or would you put
Authorized
this?
membership would be 11.
Which would be 11, but just membership could be
Okay, 2/3,
majority.
Vote of the authorized
Well, no, Patty says, well,
What?
Yeah.
Patty says we use total somewhere else.
we use total on page 2, line 26, and I think we ought to change that.
Well, total membership.
All right, what happens in the case, for instance, when Willis went on to the Senate, and they got into this big flap?
Because they only had 9 people.
There were only 10 members, but
9.
Well, then let's say authorized membership everywhere.
Authorized? Well, then should we change it back here
I
in
think
this
we ought to.
3/4?
Well, yeah.
do you like authorized membership?
Well, I'm thinking of the situation where you do have some vacancies. If there are only 9 people actually there, it's still going to require 8 to override a veto. And that's a policy decision.
Yeah, but I think it's an important one. It goes into...
Well, I think 8 is probably the desirable number. I questioned having 9 the desirable number previously, as I said.
But if you only got 9 total.
That's what we're saying.
then 8's tough. Tougher than 9 with 11.
Theoretically, you could have, vacancies down to 8 and require unanimity to override the veto.
Yeah, but you've got ways to fill that back up
Yeah.
again. Would fully constitute membership, is that too wordy, Joe?
I'm not sure what it means.
I suggest the word authorized since we used it before.
Okay, of the...
So you just have the quorum, then you could do away with 5 people and 5 no votes, run them out in the woods and then still.
Authorized doesn't
Could ask for a call in the house.
How about that total membership?
How about total, total,
The 2/3 total membership.
total membership?
That just means what's there tonight.
No, that's not it either.
Total membership would be
all the people. There's another way.
Of the
By 2/3 of the
constituted,
11
of the
members.
total, of the constituted,
By 8 of the 11 members. Why don't we say by 8 of the 11 members?
Assembly by 2/3.
By 8 of the 11 members may override a veto anytime.
But that's putting it too plain, Mary.
Well, that's right, the assembly by vote of 8 members may
8 of the
override
11
the...
members.
Well, you don't have to say of the 11, you already got...
By 8 members may override veto at any time within 21 days. That's the quickest.
alright. Simple.
By vote,
Assembly
Oh.
by...
The assembly by vote,
8 members.
it leaves no doubt. A vote of 8
There are
members
9.
may override a veto
Veto sustained.
any time within 21 days after it's exercised.
Now, of course, we do have the possibility of changing the number of people on the assembly at some future time, which we'll just have to pick this up.
yeah,
So-
the time they change.
8 or at least 8 or more.
8 or more members.
8 or more.
You might change it down.
A vote of 8 or more members.
Really,
Well,
I don't have any problem with it.
8's probably fine, and somebody, when you get ready to amend it, they'll just have to pick it up, that's all.
Well,
No,
no.
what's happened if it's a unanimous vote? 8, 9, 10, 11.
8, 9, or 10 votes might veto it.
Well, what, say
8 or more members, by a vote of 8 or more members, may override the mayor's.
Or at least 8 or more.
Or at least 8 members. The assembly
8 or
by a
more is
vote at
good.
least 8 members.
Well,
What
do
does
we
that
either
add?
have something on the floor or don't? Where are
Well, we're in discussion right at the moment. We have no motion on the floor.
we? Oh, I thought we had one.
Well,
We're all,
move to strike 2/3 majority and insert after vote of 8 or more members.
Second.
Any further discussion? Question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, Joe, do you think we should change on page 2 then?
yes.
Yeah.
3/4 of the total membership. You say that's 9, see? Because it's 8 1/3 people, so 8 1/4 people, so it's 9. In a year or two. Play with it.
Lines,
What line?
25, 26.
What line are we on?
25, 26, page 22.
Page 2.
Page 2.
Or, unless adopted by voting on.
Do we want 9 members to do anything on emergency ordinance? Do we want 8?
We want 9.
Or by, okay, we should be then, unless adopted by affirmative votes of all assemblymen present and voting, or by 9 assemblymen.
By 9 or more.
9 or more?
How about 9 or more,
Nine
to
or-
keep it consistent?
Or by 9 or more. Or 9 or more assemblymen.
Of the total,
No, just 9 or more assemblymen.
9
I'll second your motion.
Strike 3/4 of the
No,
total.
we're going to have to remember that when we get to emergency ordinance.
Okay. Oh, any further discussion? This is on page 2, line 26.
Question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. Going back to where we were, is Article 5 on page 7D. In the case of emergency, the mayor has the power of a peace officer and may exercise that power as chief executive officer to prevent disorder and to preserve the public health. The assembly by resolution may declare that the emergency no longer exists. Section 503, manager. A, there shall be a manager appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the assembly. The manager serves at the pleasure of the mayor. The manager is selected solely on the basis of professional qualifications. He need not be a resident of the municipality at the time of appointment, but must be a resident while in office. B, the manager is responsible to the mayor for the overall conduct of the administrative functions of the municipality. C, during the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor, the manager shall assume the powers and duties of the mayor, except emergency and veto powers. Section 504, municipal attorney. There shall be a municipal attorney by the name of Joe, there shall be a municipal attorney appointed
I
by
move
the
for
mayor
Rick and
and
Joe.
confirmed by the assembly. The attorney serves at the pleasure of the mayor. The attorney shall advise and assist the municipal government on legal matters. Section 504. 5. Chief Fiscal Officer. There shall be a chief fiscal officer appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the assembly. The chief fiscal officer serves at the pleasure of the mayor. He is custodian of all municipal funds. He shall keep an itemized account of money received and dispersed, pay money on vouchers drawn against appropriations, and perform such other duties as the assembly by ordinance may prescribe. Section 506, Administrative Code. The assembly by ordinance shall adopt an administrative code providing for A, the identity, function, and responsibility of each executive department and agency. B, rules of practice and procedure governing administrative proceedings. C, personnel policy and rules preserving the merit principle of employment. Section 507, boards and commissions. A, boards and commissions may be established by ordinance. The ordinance shall prescribe the duties, terms, and qualifications of members of the board or commission. The assembly by ordinance may provide for advisory, regulatory, appellate, or quasi-judicial boards or commissions. B,
Wait a minute.
May, line 10.
the assembly by ordinance may provide for advisory, regulatory,
Right,
Well,
appellate.
boards and commissions may be established by ordinance. Should it, shall?
They don't have to be though.
Mr. Chairman,
Mary?
I think we started A with, the assembly by ordinance may provide for advisory, regulatory, appellate, or quasi-judicial boards or commissions. The ordinance shall prescribe the duties, terms, qualifications, and so forth. I think we got that thing hindsight 4.
Mary's right. First of all, unless you're talking about boards and commissions other than appellate, advisory, regulatory, or quasi-judicial ones, the last sentence already says that it has to be done by ordinance. So why does the first sentence even, why is it even necessary?
It is unnecessary, that's what I'm trying to
So,
point out.
so it would be better just to say, the Assembly by ordinance may provide for advisory, regulatory, appellate, or quasi-judicial boards or commissions, period. The ordinance shall prescribe the duties, terms, and qualifications of members of the board or commission, period.
Thank you for making your
Second,
finger
Joe.
go.
All right, moved by Josephson, seconded by
Skerdluski.
Can't spell it. The new section will read, the section as amended will read, A. The Assembly by ordinance may provide for advisory, regulatory, appellate, or quasi-judicial boards or commissions. The ordinance shall prescribe the duties, terms, and qualifications of members of the board or commission.
Of the members, can't we stop at members, period? The ordinance shall prescribe duties, terms, and qualifications of the members, period.
Is that agreeable to the,
Rick, does that imply it has to be one ordinance, comprehensive ordinance on boards and commissions, or can
I don't think it conclusively implies that anyway.
Question?
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
So we scratch
Hearing none, so ordered.
First sentence.
Yeah.
And about the board or commission?
Yeah.
In line 12.
B, the mayor appoints the members of boards and commissions unless it's otherwise specifically provided in this charter. Appointments are subject to confirmation by the Assembly. C, boards and commissions may make recommendations to the already rendered, services or goods already rendered, just payment therefore or something like that. No.
I think that's routine payments, a mistake.
Rick pretty well explained that, I thought.
Yeah, well, you figure you got that recourse anyway. I was just saying.
Well, so I'm assuming that if services were actually rendered to the municipality, the person who rendered them could recover on quantum merit. Now, I have not researched that point, but I think that's the case. I don't know for sure.
I think, if it weren't a legal word, I would rather say executory obligation. That's covered by commissioner comments or whatever.
Okay.
All right, if you put in that something, but shall not preclude.
Remember, we're marking things that we're going to comment on.
Shall not preclude good faith services or goods already served. B, the Assembly by ordinance may authorize a contract, lease, or obligation requiring funds from future appropriations. A lease purchase agreement with respect to the acquisition of a capital improvement valued in excess of $1 million is not valid until approved by a majority of the qualified voters voting on the question. Section 1309, competitive bidding. The Assembly by ordinance shall provide for competitive bidding for goods and services and shall make provision for any exception. Section 1310, financial audit. The Assembly shall provide for an annual independent audit of all municipal accounts by a certified public accountant. The audit shall be completed within 90 days following the close of the fiscal year. Article 14, taxation. 1401, taxing authority. A, the taxing power of the municipality is vested solely in the Assembly. Taxing power may not be surrendered, delegated, suspended, or contracted away except as provided by law. B, no sales tax ordinance is valid until ratified by a majority of those voting on the question at a regular or special election. C, private leaseholds, contracts, or other interests in land or property owned or held by the United States, the state, or other political subdivisions shall be taxable only to the extent of the fair market value of the private interest. Section 1402, tax procedures. The Assembly by ordinance shall adopt procedures for tax assessment, levy, and collection. B, this procedure shall provide for assessment of property at full and true value except as otherwise provided by law, for notice of assessment, appeal, and judicial review. C, property taxes with collection charges, penalties, and interest are first liens upon the property. Article 15, municipal boring. 1501, authority. A municipality may, well, I don't know if I'm ready to get more of it. A municipality may borrow money for any public purpose and issue its evidences of indebtedness therefore. Section 1502, limitations. No general obligation bonded indebtedness may be incurred unless authorized by the Assembly and ratified by a majority vote of those in the municipality voting on the question, except that refunding bonds may be issued without an election. B. Tax or revenue anticipation notes shall be repaid within 12 months from their date of issuance. And here, I kind of want to go back to that deal that Eric Wolfers had 6 months. And got the phraseology, and I would kind of like to put it in there. If the rest of the members do not object. When the taxes or revenues anticipated are not received within the period, the Assembly may renew the notes for a further period of not to exceed 6 months.
I would accept that. I'll second it, Frank.
Frank, would you read it a little more?
When the taxes or revenues anticipated are not received within the period, the Assembly may renew the notes for a further period of not to exceed 6 months.
Not more than.
Or not more than.
Taxes or revenues?
When the taxes or revenues anticipated are not received within the period.
That period, that means the 12-month period?
Yes.
One would say within this time or something.
Within this time, fine. The Assembly may renew the notes for a further period of not to exceed 6 months.
Of not more than 6 months.
Not more than 6 months. Question?
Question?
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So ordered. Section 1503, form and manner of sale. The Assembly by ordinance shall provide for the form and manner of sale of bonds and notes, including reasonable limitation upon the sale of bonds and notes to financial consultants of the municipality. Section 1504, actions challenging the validity of obligations. An action challenging the validity of obligations of the municipality or of an election or tax levy with respect to an obligation may be instituted only within 30 days after the adoption of the ordinance or resolution or certification of the election results, as the case may be. Section 1505, interest and profits from investments. Proceeds derived from the sale of obligations shall be used solely for the purposes for which the obligations were issued, or for payment of principal or interest or other charges with respect to the obligations.
Mr. Chairman, we should change the heading since we've omitted from the text references to interest and profit. Call it proceeds from investment, I would suggest.
Proceeds?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, wait a minute. Not from investments.
From obligations.
Yeah.
From obligations?
With respect to
From sale?
Well, yeah, what we're talking about, of course, is proceeds from the sale of obligations. If someone has a shorter way to stop it.
Proceeds from bonds.
There are other obligations, I think.
Well,
Obligation proceeds?
Proceeds from obligations, maybe. Proceeds.
proceeds from obligations, is that the
That doesn't really do it.
proceeds from sale of obligations?
I'd like to have some proceeds from my obligation.
Proceeds from sale of obligations. Proceeds from sale of obligations.
I think it has to be.
Okay.
Sale proceeds.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So
Was it?
proceeds from sale of obligations would be the heading in section 1505. Proceeds derived from the sale of obligations shall be used solely for the purposes for which the obligations were issued, or for payment of principal or interest or other charges with respect to the obligations. Article 16, municipal utilities. 1601, municipal utilities. A, each municipal utility shall be operated in accordance with the general standards common to utilities providing the same utility service. B, each municipal utility shall have a separate budget within the annual municipal budget. The accounts of the utility shall be separately kept and classified in accordance with uniform accounting standards generally prescribed for public utilities providing the same utility service. C, the Assembly shall prescribe rules and procedures for the operation and management of municipal utilities. 1602, disposal of utilities. Municipality may sell, lease, or otherwise dispose of municipal utility only pursuant to an ordinance or initiative proposition approved by 3/5 of the qualified voters voting on the question.
That's pretty recent.
Section 1701, equal rights. Article 17, general provision, equal rights. The Assembly shall enact ordinance against invidious discrimination in housing, public accommodation, employment, education, and financing practices on the basis of race, religion, age, sex, color, national origin, marital status, or physical handicap. Section 1702, Equal Rights Commission. The Assembly by ordinance shall establish an Equal Rights Commission and prescribe its duties. Members of the Commission shall be appointed by the Mayor and confirmed by the Assembly. The Commission shall appoint its principal executive officer with the approval of the Mayor. The principal executive officer shall serve at the pleasure of the Commission. Section 1703, Conflict of Interest. An elected municipal officer may not participate in any official action in which he or a member of his household has a substantial financial interest unless after disclosure of the interest his participation is approved by a majority of the body. This prohibition shall be implemented in the manner provided by law, including provision for public disclosure of substantial financial interests of assemblymen, school board members, and members of regulatory, appellate, and quasi-judicial boards and commissions. The Assembly by ordinance shall adopt procedures dealing with the conflict of interest on the part of the municipal employees. Section 1704, prohibitions. A, except where authorized by ordinance, an elected official of the municipality may hold no other compensated municipal office or employment or elected position under the state or municipality while in office. B, for 1 year after he leaves office, an assemblyman or school board member may hold no compensated municipal office or employment which was created, or the salary or benefits of which were specially increased during his last year in office by the body of which he was a member. Not sure that increased was,
Well,
increased.
that's really powerful stuff.
By the body of which he was.
Is that moral?
Benefits increased. Maybe benefits increased. I don't think we need a comma after office, but maybe
An independent contractor engaged through competitive bidding does not hold municipal employment for purposes of this section. Section 1705, public meetings. A, all meetings of the Assembly, the school board, and other boards and commissions shall be public. The Assembly by ordinance shall adopt procedures for maximum reasonable public notice of all meetings. Each such meeting with public shall have reasonable opportunity to be heard. An executive session may be held to discuss pending litigation or any matter of immediate public knowledge of which would tend to affect adversely the finances of the municipality or to defame or prejudice the character or reputation of any person. The general matter for consideration in executive session shall be expressed in the motion calling for the session. No official action may be taken in an executive session. B, except in emergency, the Assembly, School Board, and all municipal boards and commissions may take no official action between the hours of 12 midnight and 7 o'clock a.m. actual time. Action taken in violation of this paragraph is void. Section 1706, notice of claims. The municipality shall not be liable in damages for injury to person or property by reason of negligence or gross negligence unless within 4 months after the injury occurs, the person damaged or his representative serves written notice on an officer upon whom process may be served. The notice shall state that the person intends to hold the municipality liable for damages. It shall set forth with clarity the time and place of the injury, the manner in which it occurred, the nature of the act or defect complained of, and the extent of the injury so far as is known, and the names and addresses of witnesses known to the claimant. The Assembly by ordinance may provide for exceptions to the requirements of this section for the administration of minor and routine claims. Section 17.
Line 6, move to strike is and insert are.
Is there a second?
Why not strike is
After
and
the
don't
act.
put anything in?
What?
Why not strike is too?
So far as known, okay. Strike is.
Just strike is. All those in favor? Opposed? Line 6.
Strike is.
Fourth word, strike is. Section 1707, oaths of office. Municipal officers before taking office shall take and subscribe to the following oath or affirmation. I solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Alaska, and this charter, that I will faithfully perform the duties of to the best of my ability.
I do.
Accepted. Section 1708.
You know, that's interesting because you swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Alaska, and this charter. That's a strange oath because it ought to be, you ought to be, and the charter
Of Anchorage.
of Anchorage.
Right.
So move.
Who's seconding? Joe?
I think I could have slept through that a dozen years without
The charter had to take an oath.
Yeah. It's time to just say hell with that 3/5 majority rule.
We're getting very blind, aren't we? Joe,
I could have slept through that one.
yeah. Section 1708, continuation in office.
Moved and seconded.
Yeah, oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. Each elected municipal officer shall continue to serve until his successor qualifies and takes office. Section 1709, provisions self-executing. Provisions of this charter shall be construed as self-executing whenever possible. Section 1710, municipal name. The municipality may use the name City and Borough of Anchorage wherever for bonding or other purposes it is to the advantage of the municipality to do so. Section 1711, interpretation. A, titles and subtitles shall not be used in construing this charter. Personal pronouns used in this charter shall be construed as including either sex. B, references in this charter to particular powers, duties, and procedures of municipal officers and agencies may not be construed as implied limitations on other municipal activities not prohibited by law. Section 1712, separability. If any provision of this charter is held invalid, the other provisions of the charter shall not be affected thereby. If the application of the charter or any of its provisions to any person or circumstances is invalid, the application of the charter and its provisions to other persons or circumstances shall not be affected thereby. Section 1713 definitions. A. Appropriation means a unit of funding provided for by the Assembly in the municipal budget. An appropriation may be specific as to particular expenditures or general as to an entire department or agency as the Assembly deems appropriate. B. Categories means actual proposed expenditures to be made from an appropriation. C. Emergency means an unforeseen occurrence or condition which results in a fire strike going by at this hour of the evening.
You're doing well, Frank. Keep going.
Occurrence or condition which results or apparently will result in an insufficiency of services or facilities substantial enough to endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. D. Initiative means the process of enacting an ordinance or resolution by vote of the people without assembly action.
Quotation mark. Would it be sufficient in the emergency definition to speak of the health and safety? The welfare
Sure.
really...
Say that again?
Well, all right, I'll try that. I'm going to move to strike or welfare on line
Object.
26.
On which line?
I object. I think it's for the welfare, at times to proceed faster than is normally judicious. And I think we better have that welfare in there for those occasions that the speed is important, though that it does not affect either the health or the safety. But it may be for the general welfare that we proceed faster.
Would your suggestion preclude, say, a fiscal emergency of any sort that was...
Well, I don't mean it, but as it stands, it's a pretty...
Broad.
It's pretty...
Presidential.
well,
Line 26.
I mean, if the municipality is going to lose a whole lot of money if it doesn't do something within a certain period
What's your
of time, that
rationale,
won't
Bill?
necessarily hurt.
my rationale, well, we're trying to limit emergency ordinances and to have somebody argue that the public welfare is endangered when there's no... I'll withdraw the motion.
It's a welfare state, Fitz.
Write that down.
Lawyer here. I know what you're objecting to, but I can see that occasionally, at great occasion, it isn't for the welfare to allow normal procedure times.
Third,
Let's go.
E. Law means this charter. The ordinances and resolutions preserved by this
Chairman,
charter,
excuse me, there should have been a... Oh, I see, I'm sorry, it's been alphabetized.
or enacted pursuant to it, and those portions of the statutes of the state of Alaska and the constitutions of the state of Alaska and of the United States which are valid limitations on the exercise of legislative power by home rule governments. F. Municipality means the unified municipality of Anchorage created on ratification of this charter. G. Published means to cause to be printed at least once in at least one newspaper of general circulation within the municipality, the matter required by law to be published. The Assembly shall provide for additional modes of dissemination. H. Referendum means the process of repealing an ordinance or resolution by vote of the people without Assembly action. I. Resident means a person whose habitual physical dwelling place is within the area in question and who intends to maintain his dwelling place in that area. J. Utility or municipal utility means a utility which belonged to a former government and whose rates are subject to regulation by the Alaska Public Utilities Commission on the date this charter becomes effective. Article 18, Charter Amendment, Section 1801. Vote required. This charter may be amended only upon the concurrence of a majority of the qualified voters of Anchorage voting on a proposed amendment. except that a proposed amendment which would diminish any right referred to in Article 2 or any provision of Section 1602 requires approval by 3/5 of the qualified voters voting on the amendment. Section 1802 procedure. Amendments to
Wait a
this...
minute, wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Amendments to this charter may be proposed by ordinance approved by 2/3 of the membership of the Assembly, by a charter commission established in the manner provided by law, or by an initiative petition. Proposed amendments shall be submitted to the voters at the next regular election occurring more than 45 days after the effective date of the proposal. If the proposed amendment is approved by the voters, it becomes effective at the time set in the amendment, or if no time is set, 30 days after certification of the results of the election. Section 1803, ballot form. When an amendment to this charter is proposed for adoption by the voters, the ballot proposition shall indicate the current wording, if any, as well as the proposed new wording, if any. Article 19, transition. Section 1901, effective date. This charter is effective immediately upon certification of the election at which it is ratified.
The current wording, that ought to be the current wording relevant to the subject of the amendment. You could almost read it to say that the ballot proposition has to recite the charter. How do you
Current wording proposed for amendment.
should indicate the current wording proposed for change, if any. Proposed to be changed.
Proposed to be changed.
That's
Beautiful.
The proposed current wording. Proposed
Proposed new wording.
We strike the word current.
And why would you have
The wording-
Why would you
indicate the
have
wording-
if any effect?
Because you may have something the charter's silent on,
Yeah, but no, but there,
On the-
okay,
okay.
but on the next one.
because the amendment might be to strike out something.
Okay, Joe, what's the amendment, please?
Yeah.
Would you read my amendment, Rick?
The ballot, when the amendment to this charter is proposed for adoption by the voters, the ballot proposition shall indicate the current wording proposed for change or to be changed. Which do you prefer?
To be changed.
I prefer the active form myself, but
Proposed to be changed.
proposed to be changed. If any, as well as the proposed new wording, if any.
Second?
Question, moved and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. Who moved on that?
Joe.
I did.
Chairman,
Yeah.
where we made mention of 2/3 of the membership of the Assembly and 3/4 of the membership of the Assembly, do we want to do what we did in the beginning and put in
Number.
8 or more and 9 or more?
You know,
Only where we
I just-
mentioned-
I'm a little disturbed about what we did, really, because if there's ever an amendment that changes the size of the assembly as the town grows, then you'd have to go back and pick up all those things, otherwise you would be changing the relationships, so.
Why don't we add the word total membership as we did in other areas, and
Because
then,
it showed up later as we were reading it, and it went by you as total.
Yeah.
And also, in one place, it was
yeah, but we use total
authorized.
membership.
Right.
I agree, we
I
ought to go
move
back
to
and
amend
change that.
this one to total membership.
On line 3?
Yeah.
This one only?
Can we
Well, no.
retroactive also?
All the others too, right?
Yeah, we can do that after.
Well, but
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just doing this one.
Were you going to return to the faction?
Question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
And then,
Let's go back and change the others.
There were 2 only, weren't there?
Yeah.
Page 3 was one.
Eight,
page
nine.
2,
Give me a page 2 back here.
Page 2,
line 26, with 1.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to delete the amendment. This is in the
Why don't
nature
you
of
substitute and get it? Wouldn't that be easier?
Well, I don't know.
Revert back to the original word.
Yeah, I want to restore on line 26 the phrase 3/4 of the total membership.
Okay, the motion before us is to delete the amendment and restore the previous wording, 3/4 of the total membership, line 26, page 2. Questions called, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Okay, and then what's the other one?
It's on line 24, page 7, isn't it?
I guess it is.
Line, page
It seems
27.
what I make lots of mistakes.
Page 7,
We
page
need to do something
line
different for this
26,
one.
or 25.
Page 7, line 25.
Now, there's a policy question here, which we didn't resolve, as to whether it's the majority, again, the 2/3 majority of the quorum or 2/3 majority of the total membership. Mr. Chairman, I would move to...
You already need it.
Huh? Line 26, page 7.
Yeah.
Strike the language inserted earlier, and after the word vote, eliminate the comma and say of the total membership,
Second.
comma.
Of the total membership. Then it would read, the assembly by 2/3 majority vote of the total membership may override a veto anytime within 21 days after its exercise. Correct. Questions called? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered.
I'm sorry, Frank, I didn't. The assembly by 2/3 majority vote.
The assembly by 2/3 majority vote of the total membership may override a veto anytime within 21 days after its exercise.
No, that means, well,
Same way.
I said same thing.
That could be vague and it sees it on it.
We had something in
Lawyers, seasoned.
Oh, God knows
Okay,
there's a
where are
bunch of
we?
seasons on anything for a little vote.
Joe, is the tape still going? I thought
I still think it should be it, but go ahead. We went through the charter is effective immediately upon certification of election and ratified 1902 initial election. Election for ratification of this charter for election of officers under this charter and for approval of the plan of apportionment in accordance with Alaska statute shall be held on September 9th, 1975.
What? Yes, that's right.
The election of September 9th, 1975 and any related runoff election shall be conducted in accordance with the election ordinances of the Greater Anchorage Area Borough in effect immediately prior to the election, except as otherwise provided in this charter. The runoff election shall be held if necessary only for the offices of mayor and school board members. C. The election of assemblymen.
Mr. Chairman, that should be members. Where?
Where?
On line 2.
Board.
No, that
Board
What the office says of member.
The election of assemblymen shall be in accordance with the plan of apportionment included in this charter as Appendix A. At the election of September 9, 1975, school board members are elected at large without designated seats.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, is Appendix A prepared?
This question went through my mind as I read it, and I have seen something with the borough had some small ones. There's Appendix A, but it's got to be reduced, and I see we've done some marking on it. I help.
We've got a small one.
You got
No, Mr. Chairman, that's not Appendix A. Appendix A will state
we'll have language stating that seat A or B, as the case may be, is a one-year seat or a two-year seat, and we'll provide all of that.
You know, we can track in the next section initial terms of assemblyman if we want to, the language of the resolution enumerating those seats that'll be two-year ones and those that'll be one-year ones.
I just, we'll have that appended when the material is submitted Monday night. There will be a proper appendix.
You look at me. I'm not gonna be here.
Well, then we've got to prepare something.
I can give you a map for size. That's all I know.
I have a map that goes with all of the different plans that were, yeah, I have a letter size.
Well, what you're saying is that we've got to prepare a statement of what the terms are, right? Like
Yeah, I
Mary
don't-
did in that
I've
resolution.
never done this before, so I don't know what's required. I'm only saying that this is not a complete document until we have an appendix.
The question is part of a little larger question as to whether we should, excuse me.
And just for our records, we ought to have a specific thing that we are signing off of, I think.
Wouldn't you say District 1, Seat A, 1-year term, Seat B, 1-year term, whatever?
It's in the resolution except for the map.
We have to consider whether we want to track this resolution in several respects, this being one of them. I mean, Appendix A could be just a map with the districts drawn and the seats within the districts labeled by letter, and then we would have a provision like this in the transition saying that seats A, B, G, and so forth are two-year seats.
Are we going to pick and say who's going to be A and who's, or I mean, who's going to be one?
No, you arbitrarily, you just say that
Seat
seats A,
That's right.
D, F, H, and J are two-year seats, and the others are one.
We have the language, and I think I would suggest putting it in down here.
And then you have to say in that, or you should say in that, you should address in that resolution, shouldn't you, or what it is, the fact that it will thereafter be three-year seats, or something to that effect.
I hate to delay it. How do you, I never did understand that. How do we just arbitrarily pick A, B, and C?
It's just one in each district, Bill. One seat from each district will be a one-year
Is it
seat.
1 year seat and a 1 year
It'll be one year and one 2
Well,
year.
yes, sir.
And in case of number 2, why it says
You think this should be in the body of
2 year
the
seat?
transition?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be a two-year seat.
But,
I would
The,
send-
yeah, okay.
all right.
I think I would just put this language here
Yeah.
instead of this
Okay.
language.
All right, then there. Oh, you would substitute this for 1903.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chairman, let me read this then. 1903 would be deleted, except for the title, and then following new language would be inserted.
Everybody should have a copy of the resolution, I think.
No, we don't. Okay, I'll read this one. The ballot shall provide for election of 11 assemblymen to the assembly of the new government. This is maybe redundant here.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but in accordance with the plan incorporated as Appendix A, assembly seats A, D, F, H, and G shall be designated as one-year seats for purposes of this election. Seats B, C, E, G, I, and K shall be designated as two-year seats for purposes of this election.
And did that take one from each?
Yes.
I think you could probably start with assembly seats designated A and so forth, and just substitute from there on,
Okay.
because we've already said that the election will be in accordance with Appendix A.
Now, when the charter is presented
will we have a map like that marked Appendix A and attached to it when it's presented to the church? Yes, sir, it ought to be just sort of like that. Yeah. Okay.
Will we have that map, though? Do you say you
I
have them
have
reduced?
the master in the back room.
But reduced by an 8.5 by 11?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That one.
And that
Yes,
should be
ma'am.
in the press copies, too. It's, in fact, it's an integral part of it. Okay. We also, so then I
Motion to,
I didn't get the word.
move to strike the text of 1903 and insert this language in lieu thereof, which Mrs. Antic
is
put.
there a second?
Second, this language you're referring to is 8 single-member districts, 3 at large.
It's from the resolution.
Yeah.
Question?
Question for all those in
Yes,
favor?
Jim.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Go.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We also have the question of whether we want to include in the transition a statement such as we have in the resolution that we intend for school board people to be elected September 9 regardless of the charter passing or not.
I thought we had the attorney say that can't be.
Well,
That's just an attorney's opinion.
no.
Just another.
Does the language, excuse me, have we covered the initial term of the Assemblyman from District 2, seat C?
Yeah, for 2 years.
He's enumerated there among the 2
All right,
years.
yeah, see.
B, C, E, G, and I have, and K have 2 years. Okay. Gotcha.
And do we need to do anything on the school board?
Well, now you say G for the purposes of this election,
Yeah, that's right. That's fine.
so you don't cover them overall though.
Well, after this, they're all gonna have
All
some
3-year terms.
Do we need anything on school board?
What's the issue here, Rick? Maybe we don't need to say anything. The question I had is whether we were trying to promote the survival of school board people. Well, we address the charter and the effect of if the government's unified. The Assembly addresses the effect of the school board election if the charter fails.
Yeah, I think that's right.
All right. Okay. So,
All right, section 1904, Organization of Assembly. Assemblymen elected on September 9th, 1975 shall take office immediately upon certification of the election of the mayor. At that moment, former governments are dissolved. On the day after the assembly takes office, it shall meet at an hour and place designated by the mayor and shall organize. Section 1905, prior law preserved. All ordinances, resolutions, regulations, orders, and rules in effect in any form of government shall continue in full force and effect to the extent that they are consistent with this charter until repealed or amended in accordance with this charter.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
there's one thing, some charters, maybe most, provide for the initial compensation of the assembly and the mayor. This might be a situation where we have conflicting provisions on those points, and it'd be tough for the mayor to designate me.
We say all the ordinances, those are ordinances, things remain in effect, and they can pick the best of two worlds, I guess.
Well, that's true. That's the hang-up. It's gonna let them pick the hang-up.
I don't know how many in the last 3 or 4 days have told me that the legislature shouldn't set its own salary, and neither should assembly people. Any elected official set their own salary.
Well, I had mentioned once that you could go to a salary commission, and that'd be very...
We could set up a salary commission by edict in the
I
charter.
think perhaps that'd be a better way to go.
Then we ought to determine who What?
Salary commission.
be represented. Well, why don't we at this point finish up the few pages we have left and come back to that and see where we've set it.
Before it goes,
right? Is that all right?
No, looks,
Prior law preserved. Or did it go through that?
You did go through that.
Conflict in prior law. In event of conflict between the ordinances, resolutions, and regulations of the former governments affecting the orderly transition of government, the mayor shall designate in writing which governs. The designation is effective immediately and shall be communicated to the assembly. The designation is approved unless the assembly within 21 days adopts by resolution a contrary designation. Section 1907, Code of Ordinances. Not later than September 1, 1977, the Assembly shall enact a Code of Ordinances. Enactment of the Code shall repeal all ordinances of the former government not included in the Code. Repeal is not retroactive and does not affect pending court action. Section 1908, existing rights and liabilities preserved, except as otherwise provided in this charter, all rights, titles, actions, suits, franchises, contracts, and liabilities, and all civil, criminal, or administrative proceedings shall continue unaffected by the ratification of this charter. The new government shall be legal successor to the former government for this purpose. Lisa?
Within the first sentence, move that we...
What line is that?
All rights, titles, actions, suits, franchises, between franchises and contracts, insert bonds.
Second.
What?
What is that?
I'm sorry, I'm lost.
This is
I'm
where,
fine.
14.
1908, 914, between franchises and contracts.
Rick, does that meet with your need or?
it certainly brings up something we need to do, and if I can find my 71 charter, which I thought was right here, I think we need to put in language like the 71 charter had, saying that bonds authorized prior to ratification can be issued. What happened to that little, I was flashing it, here it is, okay. Any bond of a former government, this is just the idea, authorized or unissued on the date of ratification, remains authorized and may be issued at the discretion of the Assembly without additional ratification, subject to the procedures provided by law.
Doesn't this one inserting it here say exactly the same thing?
Well, that's
Not
the
quite
question.
much legalese?
Let's see, what does Lisa want to do?
Insert word bonds between franchise and contracts, right?
My English says it does,
Well,
but
You know,
does not really.
bonds as one word covers a whole long process, authorization and sale and the vote on it and so forth.
What would be your...
Well, I would suggest a new subsection B in section 1908, which says the same language from 71 that I read, and I will read it again.
Okay, instead of putting bonds between
Take out
franchise and
bonds.
contracts.
That'd be,
I can give-
what is it?
I can give the language.
1406E.
06E.
okay.
Here's
What,
all
what's
changes.
1406E?
Of the 71 charter.
Oh,
Now, would you read it, Rick?
Yes, sir. Any bond of a former government authorized and unissued on the date of ratification of this charter remains authorized and may be issued at the discretion of the Assembly without additional ratification.
I so moved.
Second?
Any further discussion? Question called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. That takes care of
I withdraw my motion.
your...
Good girl.
Let's need to clean up from.
Now, it's 1909.
Prior organization.
Prior organizations continued. All existing special assessment district service areas, boards of supervisors for service areas, community councils, community schools recognized under municipal ordinances, and municipal regulatory advisory boards and commissions shall continue to function until altered in accordance with this charter. B, upon ratification of this charter, the former cities shall become service areas for the provision of services formerly provided within their boundaries.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need the word "and" or something after regulatory in line 22, and municipal regulatory and advisory boards and commissions.
So,
Second. That's a lot of and.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. 1910, organization of the executive branch. Not later than May 1st, 76, the mayor shall submit to the assembly the plan of organization of the executive branch. The plan shall provide for
Well, I would say A plan, excuse me.
a plan of organization of the executive branch. The plan shall provide for elimination of unnecessary duplication.
B, capital P left out there.
Capital P. The proposed plan shall become law 20 days after submitted unless sooner adopted with or without amendment or rejected by the Assembly. If the proposed plan is rejected, the mayor shall submit an alternate plan to the Assembly within 15 days of the rejection. If prior to July 1st, 1976, no such plan of organization has been adopted by the Assembly, the alternate proposal submitted by the mayor becomes law. Section 1911, employees of former governments. A. Upon ratification of this charter, employees of former governments become employees of a new government. B. Any employees whose positions are eliminated by the plan of organization prescribed in section 1910 shall be eligible for reassignment to available positions for which they are qualified in the order of their seniority based on date of hire by a former governor or by the new governor. C. Pension plans, retirement plans, and other benefits for current employees under collective bargaining agreements, personnel rules, or other legal or contractual provisions in effect on the date of ratification of this charter shall not be diminished by ratification of this charter. Section 1912, Finance. The fiscal year of the new government, including utilities owned by the former city banquet, shall be January 1 through December 31. The fiscal year of the school district is not affected by adoption of this charter. Immediately after ratification of this charter, the Assembly for the new government shall prepare a 6-month budget for the period July 1st, 76 through December 31st, 76. With respect to former governments which operated on a July 1st through June 30 fiscal year, and a budget for the period January 1, 76 through December 31, 76, with respect to former governments which operated on a January 1 through December 31 fiscal year. Now, the Assembly shall approve and appropriate funds for these budgets. May I interpose here that the Assembly for the new government shall prepare a 6-month budget for the period July 1st, 76, and that's only for the school district. Now, is the Assembly going to prepare that budget?
Is that only for the school district?
Yeah,
That's for
because-
the,
No, it's for the municipality.
Huh?
It's for the municipality, not for the school district.
well, it's for the borough, which is the former government which operated on that fiscal year.
It says with respect to former government, so did the school district operate on that.
But we've defined former governments, and it doesn't include, I don't think, maybe we ought to make it
Doesn't it
specific.
include, former governments include the school district?
We say former governments means the former cities of Anchorage,
All right.
Girdwood, Glen
I
Ellison,
think
former
that's all.
GAB.
All right.
Is there a problem, Mr.
Thanks,
Chairman?
Gert.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Taking your time.
No problem.
School district isn't affected by this section in transition in. Still operating in their fiscal years.
Also, Frank, when we require a report on April 1, 77, that's to cover the the activities provided for in the budgets for their respective budget periods. I think that could include the remainder 75, 75, I mean. We don't limit this financial report to calendar 76.
You go have an 18-month report?
Yeah, I don't, obviously it's not really spoken to.
15-month report?
Maybe we should do this for two periods, April 1st, 76 and April 1st, 77. Shall complete financial reports covering the activities provided for in the budgets of the previous periods, of the respective budget periods.
April 1st of 77, you're talking about the new government's functioning, because you're talking about the year of 76, and that's all new government, even though no matter how they refer to the form. April 1st, 76, you're talking about this year, wherein there was the borough and the city functioning up until September 9th.
You're right.
Something other.
It should be
And
76.
I just think that should be 76.
It should.
Let the rest of the charter take care of the ongoing.
It should.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you still up above have called for later than that period.
I think you want both,
See, I
Frank,
think
don't
we
you?
want both.
Not later than April 1 of 1976 and 1977.
The assembly and the new
No,
government.
But then we changed the
above, you're calling for periods to December 31st, 76, and when you get done with December 31st, 76, then you're functioning under this charter, and this charter calls for thereafter having an audited report 90 days after the end of the year.
But Frank, you haven't gotten together no combined reporting until you start January 1 of 1977.
You're right, because, Frank, let me explain. I think she's right. Because the budget that the borough has right now goes through next June. So we couldn't do a financial report for that one in April. We couldn't possibly. So it does take the 18-month period, and that is not later than that. You've got to taking care of the former financial period.
All right, I'll back off.
She's right.
Shall we specify in that same section that we do intend to cover the full 18-month period?
I see no reason why it wouldn't be one in April of 76 that would cover the former city and entities that ended there, and then there would be a short financial statement from there until...
Well, somehow, it seems to me, you should have an audited report of the
budget period.
Well, no, the budget period that ends July 1st of 1976 for the borough, one that ends really the end of the city's year for 12/31/1975. Those are the two you're concerned about, Frank. And then, of course, we need this other one.
And then what we're going to have is a full year of the city and a half year of the borough in the combined year. In that next report, we're going to have a full year.
The borough, no, I get you. You're still dealing.
We don't have any.
No, notary, you might try one of the hotels.
Penny?
Saturday?
Okay, thank you.
Who? Notary, but I'm on my stand.
We'll have to go over there and get it. Thing for office.
Oh, boy.
All right.
I think I'm too weary to straighten that out.
Not later than April 1st, 77. I'll exceed and let them work out the difficult.
prior thing.
The prior thing, because it really is not all that important as long as we're not going to carry over with an unaudited situation somewhere.
At
Right.
least this one calls for an audit at that last period where they're operating on separate budgets.
Frank, I think we're right. Maybe we can do it simply by, instead of saying for their respective budget periods, we could be more specific about it. And I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
Are financial reports and financial audits the same thing?
You could say audits of the former governments shall occur, shall be handled in the audit of the former government appropriations shall be handled in the same
Honorable
fashion as
fiscal manner.
in the same fashion as they have been handled previously in the first audit of the combined budget to be audited April 1st, 77. Lisa?
Page 32, line 7. Delete the word report and insert audit.
Yeah, there's no audit in there, huh? Doesn't complete an audited financial report. You see, an auditor won't audit unless he's got a continuing program of it.
So I'm not so sure it's not financial report you want. We're hung up here, Brother Joe.
Financial report is audit.
An audited financial report.
The Assembly doesn't audit them. The CPA audits it.
Yeah.
The Assembly prepares the reports. Prepare for audit or something.
You can say shall complete an audited financial, or shall have completed an audited. I don't know. Not later than April 1st, 77.
Are you still on C?
Yeah. Why not say not later than April 1st, 1976, and April 1st, 1977, the Assembly of the new government shall complete a financial report, and let it go at that. And we've got some other language in here that requires auditing. Because I think there should be some sort of report at the end of April 1st, 76, to cover the city's year that ends in 75.
Not later than April 1st, 1976, and April.
Or just put April 1st, 1976 and 1977.
1977. The Assembly of the new government shall complete a financial report. Period.
Well, that's not very good. This does not say anything. What kind of
Covering the activities provided for in the budget for the former government. You can go ahead and finish it out just the same as it is there now. And that should cover
The
it.
one that you've missed then is the period of
Of
3
June.
months from July 1st of 1976 for the borough, right?
Yeah, that's right.
What would happen if we said April 1, 1976, whatever that would be, September 1, 1976, and April 1, 1977, the Assembly
Yeah,
shall
that'd be
complete
all right.
reports of so and so and so
Yeah.
and so.
Yeah, that would cover it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
How was that, Arlen?
Oh, just a minute here. I'm counting on my fingers. That don't count. Would be
July, August, September, so
Would be
October
October,
1st.
would it not?
April 1st, 1976, October 1st, 1977. 76, and April 1st,
September 1st?
19, no.
No, it's October. Okay, and then on the same, Patty, it would be April 1st, 76, comma, October 1st, 1976, and April 1st, 1977.
The assembly.
Second, complete. Yeah, that's the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Yeah, I think
The
that-
Assembly for the new government shall prepare, approve, and appropriate funds for a budget for Anchorage for the period January 1st, 77 through December 1st, 77. Section 1913, assets and liabilities as required by Alaska statutes. 2968, 410A, the new government shall succeed to all assets and liabilities of the former governments. Not later than March 1st, 77, the Assembly shall determine which assets of the former governments provide an area-wide benefit prior to unification or will provide such a benefit after unification. A tax obligation for bonded indebtedness or other debt incurred prior to unification with respect to such an asset shall be spread area-wide not later than July 1st, 1977.
Strike the commas after unification and after asset. And add commas after indebtedness and debt on line 21. Let's just...
See,
Watered down,
No,
it's a reversal of
it's a reversal of the,
of the strike of it.
yeah, I think that's gooder.
C,
Wait a minute, let's look at that again. Think the long again.
let's go.
And Mary, you were concerned about the date, a definite date as
our
of...
meetings.
I said how. I did not say a definite date. I said how it was going to be
Okay.
spread, rather than putting a definite date. Who are we shrunk to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Just look, Jane.
Now, the reason I'm concerned about this is that I think some of these things will not really provide a complete area-wide benefit, but they will provide a wider area benefit, and I think this should be how the debt shall be spread rather than shall be spread area-wide. Because I can visualize Portage not getting one hit of benefit out of some of these things that are giving a wider benefit, but not necessarily absolutely borough-wide benefit. Isn't this from state law? It's right from state law. We can't change it.
So we already,
All right, then turn back to your old wording if you can't change it, Alice. Make up your mind whether we can or can't. Well, we've changed several things. Yes,
Well,
we have.
we changed the style.
The style of it.
Let's see. Mary, I think legally may have a point here because... Okay, let's just see. The question is whether the statute requires the debt to be spread area-wide or whether it can be spread but less than area-wide.
Well, that's
Now, let's
what I
see.
believe is
Okay,
the question.
bonded indebtedness remains fixed. Okay, the tax obligation may be spread over a larger area
Now, you see that?
if the assembly determines that it was used for the benefit of the larger area.
Oh, you didn't use the exact word.
That's right, and I didn't...
What are you proposing? Where would you put it?
I'm saying that by a certain date, the assembly shall determine how the debt shall be spread.
Nothing wrong with that.
Like, couldn't we say
Nothing wrong with that.
spread
determine,
how
provide,
The-
which assets of the farmer which provide a benefit
to a
prior
larger
to
area?
unification to an area larger than that of such government.
To an area larger than that.
previously.
Of the former area.
Which has of a former government, larger, to which has provided a benefit to an area larger than the former government.
Or will provide such a benefit after. And then you pick up the phrase, or will provide.
In other words,
Maybe spread, shall be spread over the large area.
or to such area.
Yeah.
Determine how the benefit shall be spread.
No,
They're determining where.
Now you get back to the same matter of the state law. In other words,
All
they
right.
determine it's a larger area, it has to be spread to that larger area.
shall be spread to such area.
Okay. Not later than March 1, 1977, the Assembly shall determine which assets of a former government
Of a former government?
provided a benefit to an area larger,
Provided a benefit? Okay.
or provided benefit to an area larger than the former government prior to unification.
Could you just say
Start again. I've lost you. Start again, please, Joe.
Not later than March 1, 1977, the Assembly shall determine which assets of a former government provided benefit to an area larger than the former government prior to unification.
Just a second now.
Okay, comma.
Wait a minute. All right, I'm ready.
Comma, or will provide such a benefit after unification. The tax obligation for bonded indebtedness or other debt incurred prior to unification with respect to such an asset shall be spread to such an area.
To the larger area, or
What do you want to say?
to the larger area, to such an area,
To such area.
to such area. Okay.
Not later than July 1, 1977. I'll move for that.
second.
Now that I can swallow.
Question.
My Girdwood folks and Portage folks and Indian folks wouldn't allow
All,
me if I let
all
that
those
go.
in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So ordered.
Oh, I thought
Either with two guests who go not that way either.
Pre-unification bonded indebtedness or other debt for sewage collection systems, water distribution systems, and streets, even if determined to be used for the benefit of a larger area, and that which incurred the debt shall remain the tax obligation of the area which incurred the debt. Section 1914, utility profits preserved. Utilities owned by the former city of Anchorage shall continue to be operated in such a manner as to provide a reasonable profit in accordance with applicable regulations of the Alaska Public Utilities Commission. Net profits from the operations of the utilities for a period of 5 years after ratification of this charter shall be applied for the benefit of the service area created by this charter in the area of the former city of Anchorage. E. Within 90 days after ratification of this charter, the mayor shall appoint an interim utility commission of 5 persons, subject to confirmation by the Assembly. Within 1 year after its appointment, the commission shall submit a written report to the Assembly of its recommendations for the future operation and management of the utilities owned by the former city of Anchorage. The Commission shall receive testimony in response to its recommendations from the Assembly and from the public. Within 6 months after submission of its initial report, the Commission shall prepare and submit to the Assembly a final report of its recommendations, at which time the Commission is dissolved. Section 1914, definition for transition.
1915.
And this
Good catch.
article, former government, 1915, yeah.
Somebody's still awake.
Somebody got some sleep last night.
Definitions for transition. In this article, former governments means the former cities of Anchorage, Girdwood, and Glen Alps, and the former Greater Anchorage area borough. New government means a unified municipality of Anchorage. Utilities mean utilities whose rates are subject to regulation by the last Public Utilities Commission.
As of the date, do we have anything yet? On the date this charter takes effect?
Yes.
Second.
Yeah. That was in it.
What?
Well, that's in the other provision on
The date.
this charter. The normal phrase we've been using is on the date of ratification of this charter.
Okay.
On the date of ratification. Of this charter. Okay.
Very good.
Now, we've gotten through, yes, let's go back to that one thing. I want to go back to that compensation deal.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there are several problems here. One is that I don't know whether the public wants to have the salaries set by people they elect, setting their own salaries and then hold them accountable, or have it done by an appointed commission that isn't answerable directly to the public. Also, the commission would have to be appointed, presumably by the people whose salaries it was set. If you want to do that, though, you could point to some kind of really dignified group of people that are not otherwise in government and could have long terms, like 8-year terms or 6-year terms or 5-year terms. And you could provide. There is established a commission on the salaries and emoluments of elected officials. The commission consists of 5 members appointed for terms of blank years, 8 years, I figure, by the mayor and confirmed by the assembly. Within 90 days after this charter takes effect, the commission shall conduct at least 2 public hearings. Within 120 days after the charter takes effect, or some other way of phrasing that, the commission shall set the salaries and emoluments of elected officials, which shall take effect upon submission to the mayor of the commission's report. Thereafter, the commission shall meet at least every 24 months and may modify previously established salaries and emoluments following public hearings at which the public is afforded the opportunity to comment upon any proposed change. No member of the commission is eligible to hold elective office of the municipality for a period of 3 years after the expiration of the term for which he was appointed. Pending the first setting by the commission of their salaries and emoluments, members of the assembly, mayor, and school board members shall receive the same compensation as members of the assembly, mayor, and school board receive respectively under the Greater Anchorage Area Borough Ordinance in effect immediately before this charter is ratified. You could do that kind of thing.
Now, there's a big difference in what they get, isn't there? That between, say, what Sullivan and Roderick get, there's $10,000 difference.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have no.
There's a big difference between present and what was proposed as of the election. We changed the mayor's salary because we thought his was unequitable with the city's.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Well, you could.
is there anything that would prohibit the assembly from establishing such a board?
I think it's simply a question of whether we feel that there's a conflict of interest and whether we want to mandate them to get rid of this out of their hands.
Change any?
Okay.
You know, Mr. Chairman,
I don't think we should get into
Fred, wait a minute, this thing is very appropriate under the present conditions, particularly.
Present conditions is it's a ball of fire.
That's right. Right now, the public is quite up in arms
And I'd
with this
like
whole
to tell you
salary.
something in relation to this. The Assembly doesn't realize how hard it's going to have to work in the next year to make this darn government work.
Mm-hmm.
And at the present, if they set their own salary, they're going to find they're getting a very pittance of pay for the amount of work they're going to do. And they're going to be like the Charter Commission was and said it's way too low.
If you do this rather than get to you get to specifics,
I think it's a darn good thing to put it in third-party hands. Do we have any sort of federal board or
Congress has its own thing.
or
No, there isn't any
or
federal.
labor
Join the Teamsters.
a labor salary study?
No, there is, as I
Civil
mentioned,
service board?
I'm only speaking from hearsay and from what I read in the papers over there, but this is what's done in Hawaii. That is, the legislature does not set its own pay in Hawaii, and the governor doesn't set his own pay. It's done by a commission. And they have to hold, and they have to hold.
I think this will be a tremendous plus for the charter.
I think it will too.
But I don't know.
I think the public right now is ready to accept something like
It's
this.
late date, I don't know, you know,
Hmm?
it might take a little bit of time.
What do you mean?
How you gonna do it?
Well, I think that's a darn good move, like he's proposing.
Yeah, but from here on out, you're stopping it.
No, you're not, because it could be done.
It could be done, but it's done on a very rational basis. I mean, with a five-man distant commission that's not involved firsthand, they can take an objective view of what those salaries are worth and make objective evaluations and not subjective. Under this arrangement, this is a very objective way of setting salaries, which the public could not be critical of.
I think it's a darn way to go. I don't think it should be the elected officials who set their own salaries.
Well, the thing that bothers me probably is that we're throwing in at the last minute.
Yeah.
We've got no public hearing and input.
Yeah, I think I agree with the idea. What I said was that this hour now.
Well, I only did this because someone wanted it done. I mean,
Well, even at this hour, I think it's a vital thing to be discussed,
it is.
though. It's a very, very salient point on this charter.
We'll throw it in, we'll meet at 7 in the morning, talk about it.
Along with my police review board.
there's no question that the public's alarmed about this matter of
Boy, you ought to heard them asking for the petition for reducing the legislative fee.
pandering.
Well, somebody's gonna pull one of those out.
Huh?
You know, in fact, the state chamber almost.
That's like if we ask them.
Now, who's going to appoint, who's going to appoint this commission, the mayor?
Well, the mayor and the assembly, but it's for a long term. So if you don't, you're not removable. You get elected. You're trying to. I don't know how else to do it, Fred.
Well, I love her. Put it in there, at his discretion he can appoint it. Make it a May thing, that he can. If he so chooses, he's got the instrument there.
Have to do.
Make it permissive.
Yeah, a permissive thing that he can use it if he wants.
Tomorrow morning, look at it.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's what I said.
You're gonna be in tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I can't say tomorrow,
No.
but
Going back.
I will be, I'll try to be up by 9 in the morning so that I can get
Yeah, that's another option. You could make it an advisory body.
you won't be there.
What section was that, Nick? Well, the one that was focused
In
on.
other words, instead of just giving it over to law, you know, I really feel that that thing would be a help.
Yes, it'd be a plus.
And this board would be a help, so it was taken out of the legislative body's hands.
What do you put out the newest? I thought you had the newest one.
I get hit by doing I've got.
You're doing more.
That was on the next one?
I think it will be a big plus. I'm not kidding.
You're right, Joe.
Not only is it a plus, it's neat.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, I can clean it up.
Huh?
I can clean it up if you
I
want.
think it's good.
Boy, I like that idea.
We can make it permissive, as far as, or we can have the legislature use it as an advisory, appoint an advisory commission for this, but if you don't want to have it, the mayor do it.
There's less. There's less. There it is established.
This one thing will probably do more than.
Read that once more, Frank. Read it once more. I like the sound of it.
There is established a commission on the salaries and emoluments of elected officials. The commission consists of 5
5 members appointed for terms of 8 years by the mayor and confirmed by the assembly. Within 90 days after this charter takes effect, the commission shall conduct at least 2 public hearings. Within 120 days after this charter takes effect, the commission shall set the salaries and emoluments of the elected officials, which shall take effect upon submission of the commission's report to the mayor. Thereafter, the commission shall meet at least every 24 months, so may modify previously established salaries and emoluments following public hearings at which the public is afforded the opportunity to comment upon any proposed change.
Kind of an interesting departure here, and that you've really gotten almost into legislative as to, a great deal more than you even tell about your planning commission. And if you were to do it, it seems like it needs to be in the body of the charter and not just a transitional measure.
True. No, you'd have to probably take this, break it up into 2 parts, one transitional and one in the body.
Joe, 8 years may be a little too long for a term of office. I mean, somebody could become tainted with it. You want to change.
About 3 years.
Yeah, you want to change your attitude in that.
You meet every 24 months?
Huh?
You meet every 2 years?
At least every 2 years.
Oh.
That assures
They
the
got a 4-year
official
term.
office.
4 year, make it 4 years.
2 years, a guy could,
Is the pay retroactive after that?
Well, you could make the pay retroactive. and
Well,
then
what's
you
it take to move it? I'll move it. I'll motion.
I think it's a good idea.
I'll make a motion that we include this in the charter.
second it. Where would you include it?
Well, it has to be
In the
part
charter. The
part in
charter.
the charter and part would be in the transition for putting it into
I
effect.
thought it's a lot less than we review.
Are we meeting? Is there another meeting?
No,
Yeah, I was
this is
going
it.
to offer a substitute motion.
No, we can't meet again.
No, we haven't made a motion, but I was going to offer a substitute.
No.
We meet again tomorrow and just to review it all one more time. Just
Well, no, tomorrow's out for me.
Mary wants to, others wants to. This is,
I'm willing.
just kidding.
Why can't we do it now?
When did you speak to me about that, Bill?
Huh?
He's making it up. He hasn't spoken to me.
I made a motion, you seconded, didn't you?
I second it.
Yeah, okay.
But
Don't
who's
let
going
it
to
lie,
do it?
Joe.
Who's going
Joe's
to do
going
it?
to do it with me.
Joe's going to do it.
Joe's got the body there already
Well,
ready.
it has to be put into places. I don't want to give anybody, heartburn over this. I heard some comment that the group wanted to come back to this to an alternative concept. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
we did.
there's nothing wrong with it.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Well, there's a motion on the floor.
if this could be, what do you think? If this could be,
Well, I guess assistants here get a little bit weary, and I'm weary.
No, I'm not
I realize
worried.
I'm trying to make, I'm glad you're not, Fred. But just trying to see logic to it. Number one, if we do it, it shouldn't be legislative. I think we need to put out the intent as we have with the others. I don't think we should write in a great deal of detail because we didn't on planning and so on, the structure of these other boards
you just say by ordinance there is this body and that
created.
they're public, they
You
should
might
vote.
set forth, as a matter of fact, not even setting their terms, but to say that it's sufficient duration to, whatever your intent is.
Yeah.
And,
I think there should be reference though that they will hold public hearings before this.
just like that.
Oh, and say within 6 or 9 months, such a commission shall be set up.
I think it should be done before.
Well, if you're doing that, you're really saying they're going to be the ones salaried. You're going to have people working for a period of time, very,
But you're going to have that anyway because
why don't
you
set
can't
that
set it
thing
up the day it happens. It won't be set
How
up.
long did you give to set up the utility board, Frank? Why are you making it longer than that?
We
Well,
didn't put any limitation on it.
Yes, we did. It's supposed to be within 90 days. And why does Frank think it's going to take longer to do a commission for setting wages than he does for setting for determining?
Well, you know, I think it's really got some possibilities. I think it could be interesting.
Oh, the newspapers will pick it up.
That's got to be done. That's, otherwise it's going to get on here.
I think it's the only way to go.
I don't know why Alice has
No.
a main objection.
I don't- I'm not
Unless she's thinking of
saying
her
that.
own salary or something.
Oh, Fred, watch it.
I mean, what's the objection you have to it?
Let her look at it. It's harder to think when you're only hearing it.
If you want, well, I don't know if you can do that. but-
Some needs to be some part, some needs to be another part.
Yeah.
And then you, maybe Art is right, you don't need as much detail because
Yeah, I think that's part of it, because I think that's inconsistent with what we've done.
I thought it was good.
I've got to go with you. Take the
That's an excellent
responsibility
thought.
of making sure that tape is marked and put in my desk drawer, because right now it's unmarked.
I just have to mark on one
And
side.
it gives the
Right.
public a control,
Any side, just
which they don't have now.
7/19/75 and put it in my desk drawer. and I'll finish.
You know what I bet's gonna happen? They're gonna have more than if the assemblies have their own.
Yeah,
I really do. But, you know, but then maybe
That might be better.
won't fuss about it. Okay, and you'd also want to check that to see if that wouldn't be covered by an area we already have.
By the way, everybody, can I go through this charter and change all the assemblymen to councilmen?
Yeah, go ahead, Amisha. What is the,
What's your pleasure?
is the motion, is anything?
The motion before us is to adopt some
gist-
form of
The gist
Joe's,
of Joe's suggestion,
just of Joe's suggestion, that's
and let him work on it.
For adoption into the charter.
into the charter. Question? Now, recognizing that,
He did a beautiful job on the,
recognizing that it's got
Right.
to be, it should be eliminated as far as we can, the legislation. Is that right? Or is
It'll
that-
be embodied, both are
Yes.
embodied in the charter as well as the transition.
What do you want to do about the transition thing, though? Either, do you want to give them the higher of the two, or in the meantime, or, of course, or let just the...
average him.
No, I think you just gotta give them a higher of the two. Let them determine it themselves. Whoever. Well,
No, don't let them determine it themselves.
well, no, they're gonna determine, the mayor is gonna determine which ordinance takes precedence.
You're gonna give that mayor hell.
Huh?
You're wanting to take it out of the, if you're putting this thing in, you're wanting to take that part out of the mayor's hand on that particular ordinance.
Not to start with, something's gotta happen, doesn't it?
Yeah,
While they're in there.
he's gotta be there, and he's gotta be working for something. And,
There's some big bills.
they can't start, say it's 90 days, and then another 90 days for, whatever he does, they do, and what's the guy gonna do? Work for nothing? Or work for the lower of the two salaries? He won't do it. Well, I wouldn't. I mean, if I were in that position, I'd say, well, hell, I'll opt out the borough ordinance, and I'll opt in the city ordinance.
No.
I mean, that,
You got that back?
human nature.
You put that with the higher of the two and the employees, I suppose you could in the other.
Yeah, you give it to all of the employees. You said that.
Salary shall prevail.
Oh, but those are only two employees who worked and who carry over, not
They're not-
anybody new. I mean,
they're not
Say
you.
you shall not diminish the office.
Okay.
All right, we're on. Well, we've got something before.
I'm perfectly willing to do this, I just don't have any guidance as to what you want to do on the internal.
That's what we're trying to get, is some guidance before we pass a motion to just go do something.
I might check the Hawaii Constitution.
You're leaving tonight?
No?
Don't leave before you say amen, Jim. No, leave it for White and check it out.
Well, what, do you want to go ahead and vote on the motion and just kind of leave it hanging in midair? Or, because we got to get it done. We got to get, if we're going to do it, we got to get it done tomorrow, right?
Well, sure.
Yeah, it's got to be done. So
It's almost-
we ought to give it. We shouldn't leave it hang on Joe's shoulders.
No, it's got to
We
be
ought
done.
to
We
come
gotta
to some
prove it.
conclusion, some definitive motion that says
Uh,
a little bit more than just do it.
I'll tell you what if we do this, let me try this exercise, that I would leave a proposal here at the office at 9 o'clock Monday. And that would require 6 commissioners to indicate to Patty by noon that they're in agreement with it. How about that?
Can't we have it before then? That's the last minute because Patty has to get this in the form to present to the assembly.
Carlos is going to be gone, and
One
is on Thursday, tomorrow.
In the afternoon.
She's leaving tomorrow.
Afternoon. To Juneau.
Well,
Well,
you could leave it here tomorrow if you could prepare it. If you wanted to go to that bother trying to prepare it
I'll do it.
and have it by, if you had it here by 9 tomorrow or 10.
Patty will be here tomorrow.
Yes, Patty will be here at 9
All right,
tomorrow.
I'll leave it here tomorrow.
And Rick will be here at 9 tomorrow.
Okay.
Jim, I realize, you know, how tired you are, but you indicated you're going to vote against it. Could we hear why now? I mean, I know my problem is that I don't have it before me and I'm very, very weary.
I understand what's going on.
Uh-huh.
I really find that last minute toss-ups are
Extremely
bad policy.
difficult. Yeah, I find this is my basic thing here. It's very difficult. And yet that can be a very, you know, I recognize myself a very negative approach to take. Hey, we can't do it when we're very weary. I would be willing to go along with that, Joe, to have it here at 9 in the morning so that we can come by and see it and 6 of us sign it if there's that many that can agree with it. Could we all agree to come by and look at it?
Tomorrow?
Do something sometime tomorrow on it?
Yeah, it's important enough that
Try to do it by noon tomorrow because that'll give Patty a chance to work it in because if we ought to know
I'll
where
come
it
by.
belongs, you know, where it belongs, what section, please.
Okay.
Frank, could,
After you check it out, run it by.
Yeah.
You want to call them all council?
yeah, could we also call Andick and, who else is missing?
That's all.
James she should be notified.
Jane is in Vic.
Prosper, yeah.
How true.
Well, now what's the schedule from here on out? The charter goes to the assembly on Monday.
On Monday night.
It goes to the papers at the same time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we approve the charter subject to that possible change using the
I
procedure.
think we have that on the floor.
That's the motion that we started out with, and all these are amendments and whatnot since
Okay.
then.
Could we vote on it?
And,
But this one is left hanging. We haven't taken any action on it.
well, we have a motion before us to instruct Joe to prepare a tentative draft of for approval on Sunday by at least 6 charter commissioners before being inserted in the charter.
Question.
Question is called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? One opposed?
One opposed.
Mr. Parsons opposed. The motion before the House now is to adopt the charter as amended, subject to the one possible change tomorrow.
Question.
Question is called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. This meeting is adjourned as of 6:42 p.m.
When will the papers publish this?
Well, the borough has to, Mary Coffey has to publish, I guess. Now, let's go on.
I suppose the question is of anybody, whatever body is doing this particular
Well-
type of job, it may be tough to get 6 out of 11 of them there every night for 3 weeks in a row.
Hey, if I'm aggrieved and I'm going to a Board of Equalization, personally, I want a quorum to
Okay,
pass on it.
how do you work now? What happens on the Board of Equalization? Who is it?
All right, but we've got a mixed board, and the quorum is
Now, who is the Board of Equalization, Mary? What's the
All right,
composition?
we've got a mixed board. We've got half assemblymen and half otherwise.
Is it set forth by ordinance?
Yeah, it's set forth by ordinance. I think that by ordinance may set the rules as well as create or designate
Then we'd
itself.
want to get rid of this itself somehow, wouldn't we?
Somehow you've got to have the assembly that can create or designate itself in relation to it, but it must set the rules also under which it's going to operate as such.
Okay. Well, try something out here. Could we say the Assembly by ordinance may create or designate boards of review, adjustment, or equalization?
The rules of operation.
The ordinance, the ordinance may designate the assembly I want to say something else, and specify the required, the rules of procedure, the quorum and rules of procedure.
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay, and they
Set forth the rules of procedure for such.
Including quorum.
The big thing, I'm not sure if the quorum is the key point or the number required to take action. The point, as I recall, the way this was worded in something else we looked at, it said that the assembly may establish less than a quorum or less than a majority of the full membership as the number necessary to take action. You see, like in this group, it takes 6 to do anything. Now, what this type of rule would do is permit, under some circumstances, say 4 to take action as long as
At least 7.
4 was a majority of those present.
Well, can't they do it if we don't say they can? I mean,
Maybe
you're talking about only if that would be if the assembly, the body, sitting as a body as a whole, their only time would have a problem if they designated its whole body as the adjustment. Okay, I agree with Joe that if they do that, then they jolly well better have 6 there, even though there's a problem. But if we allow for them by ordinance to create others to delegate that power, then I think that, whatever body it is,
Well, maybe if we're silent, in that case, if they designate another body, they would seem also to have the authority to establish rules for that body. Maybe it's not worth pursuing further.
I wonder if just saying the assembly by ordinance may create or designate a board of review, adjustment, or equalization, period, and prescribe its duties.
Mr. Chairman,
Mary?
I think there is a problem here unless we say that we're going to prescribe the rules on
The
which they're
duties,
going
terms, and qualifications of members.
duties, terms, qualifications, and rules of procedure, because we're at the moment having some problems on how we receive evidence when we're acting as a semi-judicial body, and they're trying to tell us we've got to act differently than we've ever done before, and it's causing a problem.
Joe's got an answer for us over there. Meet Joe.
Why can't we take the sentence from line 1 from A and put it into D. The ordinance shall prescribe the
board
duties, terms,
commission.
qualifications of the members.
The ordinance shall prescribe the duties, terms, and qualifications of...
Well,
Okay, I don't know, you could, the ordinance shall prescribe the duties, terms, qualifications, rules and procedures, and evidence applicable to the board.
Yes, now you've hit it. You called them all.
The ordinance shall,
Prescribe the duties, terms, and qualifications of members, and the rules of procedure and evidence applicable to the board.
now there you
yeah, well, what are you on D?
Yes.
Yeah.
Second sentence.
Well,
Well, yeah, I don't
no,
know.
that's not on B, that's
D.
That's on D.
Duties,
Yeah,
terms,
that's what I said,
qualifications of
Bill.
members, and what?
Start over once more, Michelle.
Okay, the paragraph would read, the assembly by ordinance may create or designate, and I don't know whether you want to say itself to be or strike that, may create or designate a board of review, adjustment, or equalization. The ordinance shall prescribe the duties, terms, and qualifications of members, and the rules of procedure and evidence applicable to the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Garnett?
is the intent to preclude the Assembly from designating itself as a Board of Equalization office?
No?
No.
Do you need special statement to allow them to do that? Or
Frank, if
Bill?
you're turned down by a board or a commission on something that you want to have done, if you appear before them, do you feel that you feel that you should have the right to go before the assembly for a review, or do you feel like you want to go before some board that they appoint? See, I feel like you should go to the, I don't know, when I was on the planning commission in the city, you always, if we turned somebody down, whether they went before the council, it was not another review board, it was before the council, and
this is the first review board, though. But don't they still have appeal to the full assembly, don't they, Mary?
After you appeal to the assembly, then you appeal to the board of...
No, you go to the Board of Equalization, then you go to the courts, or you go to the assembly?
Go to the courts.
No, see, I think you gotta put the onus on the assembly. You see, I think that the assembly person is the one that has to make the ultimate decision. So I don't like the fact that they may want to pawn the cat off and appoint a board. I think that the assembly has to review you.
Now, 135 of Section 53 of the statute is part of the overall tax article. That whole article applies to everybody, and it does provide that the Assembly may delegate this authority, Board of Equalization Authority, to a board appointed by it for that purpose. So they have that authority.
But we're not just talking about tax here. We're talking about everything.
That's right.
No.
would you, Bill, what would you think if we required that at least half of the members of such a board had to be assembly?
I don't know. I just don't know at all. I just feel like it really is a responsibility of the assembly, of the elected official to be the ultimate decision maker of a board of commission. If I go before you and you're on the planning commission, you turn my zoning down, I gotta go someplace to appeal it. Well, I feel like I should be going before the council or before the assembly. I don't feel like Mary should get off the hook by appointing somebody else.
There are a number that feel that way, Bill. I will explain why the Assembly did it, because that was right during budget time, and we found that the Assemblyman could not serve on the Equalization Board and do the budget study justice. And they did it, but now with the switch in the fiscal years, I think probably they could manage it. But I'm not sure that I want to make it impossible to appoint somebody.
I think, Bill, I understand what you're
Bill's
saying,
point.
but on the other hand, as a practical matter, You might get more concentrated attention and expertise if you had a group.
But if the mayor didn't like me, he could appoint somebody just the same kind that turned me down just before.
Well,
You don't appoint it for one job.
Gotta get, yeah, it's not done on an ad hoc basis, and you gotta get confirmation
Let
anyway.
me get the last wording of that. I'm so writer, Joe.
Well,
Read it.
this would say, the assembly by ordinance may create or designate a board of review, adjustment, or equalization. The ordinance shall prescribe the duties, terms, and qualifications of members, and the rules of procedure and evidence applicable to the board.
Procedure and evidence.
Rules, procedure and evidence.
Well, it's just a minor thing. If we're only referring in this section to the creation of another body to do this, I don't think we need the words create and designate, or create or designate. And then the other suggestion to cover this, the statute in dealing with the board says that the board is governed by procedures, blah, 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 including quorum and voting requirements. In other words, we might work in the ordinance shall establish the duties and rules of procedure, whatever you said, and then put on that phrase, including quorum and voting requirements.
Water's cold now. Yeah, I just refilled it.
Well, they have to have a board of adjustment review. We're not, I mean,
Yeah.
so the
But they
term
can
may
be-
create, if we're gonna do that, it should be shall create.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's set up in the statute, we have to stay within this idea. The assembly sits as a board of equalization, or it may delegate this authority to a board appointed. So, I suppose that's why there's the reference to both possibilities.
We have a lot of philosophical questions.
Yes.
Whether we want to require that the assembly act itself, or whether it can designate someone.
Okay, my thought is that since the statute says that it can delegate that authority to someone else, I'm not sure we can take it away, given that this provision is applicable to home rule.
Oh, I see.
I mean, it always says in the state.
Yeah.
So that it would be all right then to say, the assembly by ordinance shall create a board of review, adjustment, or equalization. So far, so good?
Instead of, well, I'm saying that they could ignore that on the strength of this provision.
Well, that provision says they've got to have a board too, doesn't it?
This says that they can do it either way they want to.
Well,
We said create or designate.
create a board of review, if they create it by themselves, that's okay.
We've said create or designate, have the Joe.
Well, I'm saying, there's either a board of review of other people, or there's a board of review of the assembly.
Right.
So if we say that the assembly shall create a board of review,
We're not prohibiting.
we're not prohibiting them from creating themselves or constituting
Okay.
themselves. Okay?
A board of review, adjustment, or equalization.
Okay, then,
Did we eliminate or designate? I think we should leave it on, because that implies others. Create or designate.
Create a board. Doesn't mean it's gonna be themselves.
I've got shall constitute or designate.
That's all right, that does it, constitute or designate.
Hmm?
If you constitute it, you're it.
Not necessarily.
That could be a,
Constitute.
yeah, it can be a verb.
Right.
Can be a verb.
Consists of.
Yes, everybody must be having, my hip is killing me. Is your back doing
No, my back's fine. I just get up and crack it every minute.
That's the addition.
Hang from the raft.
Yeah. Stand on my hands.
Taking a hang from the neck.
Now, what's the wording now? Let's get something
Well,
on the
I'm
board.
writing this up,
Okay.
flagpole, see if it's sweet.
All right. Enough of flag.
The assembly by ordinance shall constitute or designate a board of review, adjustment, or equalization.
In that case, I think constitute can mean the same as designate.
What about shall be or designate?
Why are we upset with the term designate itself? Just out of curiosity. We seem to be searching very hard for a synonym for that phrase.
No, for getting them themselves. Why can't we say that the assembly by ordinance shall be or designate?
Well, why don't you just
all right,
say
the assembly by ordinance shall be or appoint. No, you can't do that.
Why can't you just say create? Chairman, let me ask a question.
What's wrong with it?
Because they create
That
themselves or
phrase as it
others.
is now.
And leave off the designation. Is this, Frank, would this, is this say that?
That's what. No, I didn't say anything of that sort. I think it's fine. I mean, that's what the statute requires. My only concern was that the reference to procedures be broad enough to let them adjust the quorum and majority requirements.
Which Joe did in his.
And we probably don't need to do a thing about it because it's all taken care of in the statute anyway.
That's right.
And
By ordinance shall create
I don't know that we need to touch it.
or designate a board of review adjustment regulation.
We're gonna get some baloney.
Amen. Why do they need an ordinance or is it just going to be one board forever? Is it just going to be one board that
There are half a dozen of them.
Okay, well then do they create an ordinance every time they appoint a board?
Every time they create a board or commission, it's a separate ordinance.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
That kind of seems kind of silly, doesn't it?
Maybe or maybe not.
And
That's
why?
what it's done.
The baloney that was in the picture.
Well, it's in a plastic.
They don't all happen at once.
Big
That's the point.
plastic bag or what was it?
I looked, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's in a, okay, never mind. So baloney on it.
Joe, where are we?
I think we should leave it alone. Joe's looking.
No, he's coming. Josh, let him think. Never make it.
All right. The statute says the assembly sits as a board of equalization or may delegate this authority to a board appointed for that purpose.
And they're talking just about it.
Shall sit as or designate.
Get better.
Well, maybe we ought to, should we,
Yes, but they have this in order.
Government, that's all.
You're not covering them all when you say board of review adjustment.
I don't like to think a board of review adjustment or equalization anyway. Just
This was
How about boards of review?
My word. We're coming to dead halt. Can't we come to some agreement on that?
Please don't fire.
We're part of the way through.
Very poorly
You're right.
I can read it fast. Well, you want to go over it later, maybe?
Well, I hate to leave it.
Maybe if I understand the conceptual problem, I may have a block. I could help, since I don't.
Sir, you were the one who solved the problem.
No, if I'm the cause of all this, let me withdraw myself as such.
Go in the other
And,
room.
you know,
All right. Why don't you give us some wording, Joe? You've got it down there. See what? 8 days on?
Guys,
Okay, what if,
we're down to it now. Okay, here he's gonna do it.
no, this is sort of thinking about it. What if you just added a sentence saying, the ordinance shall prescribe the rules of procedure, comma, including requirements for quorum, and what was the other word?
Beautiful, that's from the statute. You got the right language, that language right there. Including some other quorum and voting requirements.
Including quorum and voting requirements. Strike and evidence. Okay? All right. And the next thing I want to say is, if all members of the board are not assemblymen, then a terms and qualifications of members. appointed.
That's fine, I think, Joe, except up here on the top line, I think you've already said that.
Okay, you've done, yeah, but adding,
I mean, boards of review, equalization, and so forth would seem to come under this big category that you deal with in subsection A. And there you talk about duties, terms, and qualifications.
yeah, but what I want to get across is that they have this option, but you say it's there by state law anyway. Okay. So all right, then I will just add that the ordinance shall prescribe what did I say, rules of procedure, including quorum and voting requirements.
Okay, now, that you've done that, you want to start read slowly, the whole thing. Did you, would you change anything there?
No, the assembly by ordinance may create or designate itself to be a board of review, adjustment, or equalization. The ordinance shall prescribe the rules of procedure, including quorum and voting requirements.
Could you read that one more time? The ordinance shall
Ordinance shall
provide.
prescribe rules of procedure, including quorum and voting requirements.
How about your evidence bit?
Well,
A motion? So moved.
That's what's stalling us up at the moment.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Lisa, is there any further discussion?
I'd like to have it read once more.
The assembly by ordinance may create or designate itself to be a board of review, adjustment, or equalization. The ordinance shall prescribe rules of procedure, including quorum and voting requirements.
Joe?
Applicable to the board. Joe, was the end of that applicable to the board? Did you have rules of procedure, including quorum and voting requirements?
Yeah.
Period.
So, not applicable to the no, okay.
Period.
On the evidence question, Mary, I think it's better not to do that. Rules of procedure may codify.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Joe, does this prohibit the way it's worded to have a board that's composed of part assembly and part somebody else? Okay. Question?
Question is called. Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. 601. Thank God. Article 6, Education. 601, Public School System. The system of public schools for municipalities shall be operated by a school board of 7 persons elected at large from seats designated as Seat A, Seat B, Seat C, Seat D, Seat E, Seat D.
Is there any reason
I have a
the school
question.
board is capitalized?
Well, assembly is capitalized.
Okay. I have a quick question there. Should we state that something about beginning in 1976? We do that later in 1902. No.
We should. Gotta keep it clean, Frank.
Section 602, qualification and term. A candidate for school board shall be qualified.
Excuse me, I have a question in relation to that. If the assembly should decide that the school board is going to have to be re-elected anyhow, you want designated seats this time?
No, I think leave well enough alone because you're playing too many ifs and ands and buts. You gotta wait until the assembly does something, then you gotta do something.
Well, that would only happen if the charter fails.
Yeah.
It's 602.
602, qualification and term. A candidate for school board shall be a qualified municipal voter and a resident of Anchorage for 1 year immediately preceding the election. A school board member shall serve a 3-year term. A school board member shall remain a resident of Anchorage while in office.
Mr. Chairman, that last sentence is one that was part of my most recent thing that was added on here. I just call attention to it to be consistent with what we said for other officers.
Couldn't we just reduce that a little bit and say, and shall, the school board member shall serve a 3-year term and shall remain a member
shall remain a resident of Anchorage while in office.
So moved.
Second.
Just reminded me when you were reading
All those in favor?
to the little child, you
So
shall,
ordered.
you shall.
Opposed? Six oh three, powers of the school board. The school board has the powers provided by law, including but not limited to the power to, one, formulate policy for the operation of schools, appoint and provide for suspension and removal of school personnel, including the superintendent. Three, serve as a board of personnel appeals. Another question here. Should we say anything about their authority to, or the power to prepare, recommend, change, or modify a budget and expend the appropriated funds in the execution of the purposes of that budget?
Well,
It's just a question.
it seems to me pretty bare, Frank. I think maybe it doesn't indicate any financial
Doesn't indicate any financial responsibility.
No, gosh, no.
Something on that
That was a
order,
good thing. That was a good thought, Frank.
have you any other wording? My wording was.
As a matter of fact, in the budget and 6-year plan, there is reference to the budget of the school district, not the budget of the school board. And the statement that the superintendent submits the budget to the school board, and that the board holds a public hearing, and then that the budget is submitted to the assembly. It doesn't ever anywhere say that
That's the board.
that the board, after it takes the hearing, is any more than a hearing officer and can modify the budget before it goes to the assembly.
So somewhere it also gives it does give the board the right to move appropriations within categories later.
Somehow we gotta get the board financially responsible for the situation.
Yeah, this list here is just, of course, kind of illustrative, but I think it's true we should have a short statement that relates to money somehow.
Could we do that? Anybody have it?
I have this: prepare, recommend, change, or modify a budget and expend appropriated funds in the execution of the purposes of that budget.
What do we meant by
The
again?
purpose is set forth there.
Well, the prepare is done by the superintendent under our charter.
And have prepared. For power to have prepared. Well, that doesn't work very, recommend.
Supervise the preparation of.
Supervise the preparation
But exercise general fiscal authority within the school district,
Including
subject of broad.
including adoption of a budget for submittal to the assembly.
That would do it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, but that's not it.
So hot pepper on the bottom there. That's good for Fred having.
That's yummy.
it's right where the plastic milk.
Could we have that again, Rick, or are you ready?
Well, exercise general fiscal control over school district affairs. Well, of course, we have to modify that, I suppose, because it's within budget limitations.
Within the total appropriated,
Did it say within budget limitations, just to keep it cryptic?
Well, if they prepare the budget,
but the assembly adopts it.
So we'll just for openers, let's see how we.
Well, the budget's gonna get you in trouble during the time with the budget again. Exercise general fiscal control of the, what?
Over school district affairs.
how did you read it?
Oh, yeah, that's what I said, over school district affairs.
Okay, why don't you say, subject to appropriated sums or something?
All right, I was gonna try to word it so it's least limiting or offensive to them within budgetary limitations?
Well, because we're going to say, and submit to the, or, and adopt a recommended budget to the.
Well, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to leave it sort of a short sentence. But
Yeah, I think you have to say it because someone doesn't.
see, we're not. This is not really giving them or taking away from them any particular powers. They have the powers provided by law, and these are illustrative of powers. So I don't think it needs to be real precise or complete necessarily. We're just doing it to make them feel good.
Give assembly appropriation.
Well, that kind of rubs their nose.
Now, that really kind of flags something that is already a sort of point in a way.
But everybody has budgetary limitations. It's not like that's just left up to
They prepare the budget. Does budgetary limitations mean anything?
It means, in effect, that they're limited by what the Assembly ultimately appropriates as the local share. That's all.
Well, okay, let's do it this way. Exercise general fiscal control of school district affairs, comma, including
Preparation and submittal of the budget, because they do supervise the superintendent, and they hire him, and they fire him.
Preparation and submittal of the budget,
Submittal or submission?
submission of the budget.
maybe you don't even have
That should be enough.
Rick's got
You're not afraid that
to. That we're implying that they can exceed the assemblies.
No, I'm not really afraid of anything here except getting too long for what we're trying to do. And my only concern is that we not think of this as a substantive grant of power, that we have to be all that.
Yeah, but we've always said, Rick, that we don't want to, we want to have this a self-contained document.
And I wouldn't want to see them referring to these three items kind of by inference says they don't have any other powers to a certain extent.
Hey, Joe, why don't you move that?
Do something.
And read it.
Okay.
4, exercise general fiscal control of school district affairs, including the preparation and submittal of the annual budget, or of the budget.
Is there a second?
Physical control.
Fiscal.
Is there any further discussion? Question. Question called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? No opposition? Forward.
Fiscal control of school district affairs.
604, joint conferences. The Assembly and School Board shall meet at least 4 times yearly in a public session to discuss and coordinate financial planning, capital improvement needs, a comprehensive plan, and other matters of concern. Section 605, budget and 6-year plan. The superintendent of schools shall submit to the school board at such time as the board directs a proposed budget for the next fiscal year and a proposed 6-year program for capital improvements and fiscal policies. The board shall hold at least one public hearing on the proposed budget and program before they are submitted to the Assembly, and again at least one public hearing after Assembly action if the dollar amount is different. The proposed budget and program shall be approved and submitted to the Assembly at least 90 days before the end of the current fiscal year of the school district. I have a little question there, whether we should insert between approved and submitted by the school board to the Assembly or not, in line 29.
Say that again, Frank, is what?
The proposed budget program shall be approved and submitted by the school board to the assembly at least 90 days. I don't know whether that's necessary.
No.
B,
I question whether we need to say dollar amount in line 28, just as,
if the amount is different.
okay, it's sort of like saying a legal
Well,
rate.
I think it reinforces the idea that you're only playing with the total sum.
Maybe total amount, I just think it's almost like slang, you know, disregarding that. Well,
Mr. Sterling, change it to leave it.
That a man can run a hotel chain, can change one of those, I think that's wonderful.
Assembly may increase or decrease the budget of the school district only as the total amount. C, the assembly shall approve the budget of the school district as amended and appropriate the necessary funds at least 60 days prior to the end of the fiscal year of the school district. If the assembly fails to approve the school district budget and make the necessary appropriation within the time stated, the budget proposal shall become the budget and appropriation for the fiscal year of the school district without further assembly action. Should that be action? Singular. Lisa?
Over in line 28, page 10, we say dollar amount, and over line 2, page 11, we say payment amount.
You're moving to amend?
Well, we should change one to the other.
Mr. Chairman, I move we change line 28 on page 10 to total amount.
Second.
Any discussion?
Question?
All those in favor?
Aye.
So ordered.
Okay, could I just point out a typo on line 4, page 11?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
The assembly, I said actions instead of action. Should it be act?
I think it should be action. Singular? Singular.
Article, that's the last, line 9, last word.
Next. Singular.
Article 7, vacancies in elective office. Section 701, determining vacancies. An elective office becomes vacant if the incumbent, 1, ceases to meet the qualifications prescribed for the office by this charter, 2, resigns, 3, dies, 4, is judicially determined to be incompetent, 5, is convicted of a felony, 6, is removed from office for breach of the public trust. B, proceedings for removal of an elected office for breach of the public trust may be initiated by a majority of all members of the assembly or the school board in the case of removal of a school board member. In addition, proceedings for removal may be initiated by any duly constituted ethics board under ordinances of the municipality. The assembly by ordinance shall establish procedures for removal of elected officers for breach of the public trust, including provision for notice.
Excuse me, I question whether we need the phrase under ordinances of the municipality. The duly constituted would seem to me to cover the question of the ethics board's legitimacy.
I'll move to delete.
Second. All those in favor?
All right,
So, those
How
opposed?
much of it?
just under ordinances.
Thank you.
Those opposed?
Board period?
Yeah.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, should this be the assembly by ordinance shall establish procedures for removal of elected officials or officers?
We've used official generally, I think. Well, we've gone both ways. Up here we have elected official in line 22.
Is there a motion?
I move that we change office to official.
Second.
Those two.
Any question? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. Including provision from notice. A complete statement of the charge, a public hearing conducted by an impartial hearing officer, and judicial review. Removal must be approved by 2/3 of the authorized membership of the assembly or the school board as the case may be. Now that's 5 in the case of the school board and 8 in the case of the assembly. Just so, if you want to change to specific numbers. Lisa?
If we left this way, then in the case of the assembly, wouldn't pose any problems.
How's that?
In the case of the assembly, wouldn't pose any problems, would it?
No, it wouldn't put anything.
It's 2/3.
I just commented that it's 5 and 8.
Just leave it.
Let's leave it. Okay. Section 702, filling vacancies in elective office. A, if a vacancy occurs on the assembly or the school board, the remaining members shall appoint a qualified person to fill the vacancy within 30 days. The person appointed shall serve until the next regular election, at which time a successor shall be elected to serve the balance of the term. If less than 30 days remain in the term when a vacancy occurs, the vacancy shall not be filled. However, if at any time a membership is reduced to fewer than a quorum, the remaining members within 7 days shall appoint a number of qualified persons sufficient to constitute a quorum. B, a vacancy in the office of mayor shall be filled at a regular or special election held not less than 90 days from the time the vacancy occurs. If less than 90 days remain in the term when the vacancy occurs, the vacancy shall not be filled. When a vacancy occurs in the office of mayor, the chairman of the assembly shall serve as acting mayor until a successor is elected and takes office. The acting mayor has a veto power but may not vote on assembly action. The assembly by ordinance shall provide for further succession to the office of acting mayor. Article 8, Community Councils, Establishment, Section 801, Establishment and Procedures. The assembly by ordinance shall provide for establishment of community councils to afford citizens an opportunity for maximum community involvement and self-determination. The ordinance shall include procedures for negotiation between the local government and each community council with respect to the duties and responsibilities of the council, of the community council. How's that?
In line 28, community councils to afford citizens power. I wonder if it should read to allow citizens. Afford's a nice word. Afford's a nice word.
The general president. Is there you wish to make a motion?
No.
Okay. Article 9. 9, service areas. A service area may be created, altered, or abolished only with the approval of a majority of those voting on the question within the area affected, or if no qualified voter resides within the area with the written consent of the owners of all real property within the area affected.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, what did we decide? Oh, I see, okay, I see what you see.
Our, Lisa?
Well, to go one down to B, couldn't we say, first sentence in B says a lot of what the first sentence in A does. So couldn't we in A just put the assembly by ordinance? Shall we have procedures for doing that?
I don't follow that. However, there's some because how
designate service areas in which services are provided by the same level in which the areas.
That's fine that way.
Uh,
Rick, is that not your point, though? Were you going to make a point?
No, I'd forgotten that we'd
We
taken care of the
did
problem.
take care of it. Yeah, let's go. And let's Lisa makes a motion.
How's that? The Assembly by ordinance will adopt procedures for creating, altering, abolishing, and operating service areas. Services provided in a service area shall be financed by a uniform tax levy within the area. C. The Assembly may provide for appointed or elected boards to supervise the furnishing of special services in service areas, Section 902 Assessment District. A. The Assembly by ordinance may establish assessment districts to provide and finance capital improvements by means of an assessment or services by means of a tax levy. The assessment or levy shall be proportionate to the benefit received from and the burden imposed upon the improvement or service. The Assembly by ordinance shall prescribe uniform criteria for allocating the cost of the improvement or service within an assessment district. B. An assessment district may be created or extended only with the approval of the property owners who bear more than 50% of the estimated cost of the improvement or service. An assessment district created to finance a capital improvement may be dissolved by Assembly resolution at any time after the district share of the cost of the improvement has been paid. An assessment district created to finance the service may not be dissolved without the approval of the property owners who bear more than 50% of the cost of providing the service. C. A special assessment for capital improvements with interest and collection charges is a lien on the property assessed, second only to property tax and prior special assessments. D. A special assessment may not be contested by civil action unless the action is brought within 60 days after confirmation of the assessment roll. I had a note that was referred to you for modification.
We checked it and the statute gave them 30 days, so we decided our 60. I did it publicly yesterday.
Did it publicly.
An account or accounts for each special assessment district shall be created and kept separate from all the other municipal accounts. Revenues collected within a special assessment district may be applied only to costs incurred with respect to that assessment district. Article 10, Legislation, Section 1001. Introduction and enactment of ordinances. A. An ordinance shall be introduced in writing in the form required by Assembly rule. B. An ordinance may be introduced by an assemblyman at a regular or special meeting of the Assembly. The mayor may cause an ordinance to be introduced. Each such ordinance shall state by the chairman of the Assembly at the request of the mayor. Following introduction upon approval of 3 assemblymen, the clerk shall publish a notice containing the text of the ordinance or an informative summary of its contents, time and place for a public hearing on the ordinance, and the time and place where copies of the ordinance are available. Public hearing shall be held at least 7 days after publication of the notice. C. An ordinance takes effect upon adoption or at a later date specified in the ordinance. Ordinances shall be attested by the municipal clerk and by the presiding officer of the Assembly.
Can we be consistent on whether we want to capitalize rule as an assembly rule? And
What line of place is that?
it's in section 1001, line 19, page 14, and section page 6, line 13, we have capitalized it.
Page 13.
Page 6, what line is that?
13. So I've moved that we...
Oh, it's just, isn't that just a change in...
Yeah, one or the other should either be capitalized or made small.
That's in
Page 6, line 13, Assembly.
Small
And we don't need a motion, we'll call that a typo.
Okay.
Section 1002, actions requiring an ordinance. In addition to other actions which require an ordinance, the Assembly shall use ordinances to 1. Adopt or amend the administrative code, 2. Levy taxes, 3. Authorize borrowing of money, 4. Grant, renew, or extend a franchise, 5. Regulate the rate charged by a public utility, 6. Provide for a fine or other penalty or establish a rule or regulation for the violation of which a fine or other penalty is imposed, 7. Adopt or amend zoning or similar land use control measures. 8. Convey or lease or authorize the conveyance or lease of any interest in lands of a municipality, period. An ordinance conveying an interest in real property dedicated to public park or recreational purposes is valid only upon the approval of a majority of those voting on the question at a regular or special election. The Assembly shall publish notice of the election, including a description of the property by popular place name and a legal description, and the terms and conditions of the conveyance. Now, in the deal we had before, there was some between the first sentence here and the second sentence. We had some other wording, I thought.
We dropped a paragraph, about the whole paragraph.
That's right.
And merged 8 and 9. Oh, I see.
Rick, does this language mean that the Environmental Protection Program couldn't operate by regulation? Everything would have to be done by ordinance?
I don't know what is involved in the Environmental Protection Program if it involves conveying
Land use controls.
Well, I don't think of it as zoning ordinance, for instance, involves a transfer of interest in real property normally.
No, we say that they have to use ordinances to adopt or amend zoning or similar land use control measures.
And what's your question, Joe?
Well, I'm wondering whether that would prohibit the rulemaking or regulations by the director of environmental, whatever it is, at the Bureau of Conservation, because he would be involved in land use control measures and would have to proceed by ordinance.
I'm just not familiar with the specific thing you have in mind. I suppose that an ordinance could, I don't think this precludes an ordinance from giving certain discretion.
I know what you're talking about, but we do those all by ordinance.
You don't have any regulations?
Well, the regulations are subsidiary to the ordinances.
Well, I know. I'm asking whether we have subsidiary. Well,
what am I?
I know what you're saying, but I don't think this precludes.
Do you think this would preclude an ordinance which itself provided for certain rulemaking power in local officials?
What do you think? Let's pass it. I'm sure.
Section 1003, emergency ordinances. In case of an emergency, an ordinance may be introduced and adopted at the same meeting. An emergency ordinance shall contain a finding that an emergency exists and a statement of the facts constituting the emergency. An emergency ordinance is adopted upon the affirmative vote of all members present, or of 3/4 of the total membership, whichever is less. The mayor may veto an emergency ordinance within 36 hours after adoption of the ordinance. An emergency ordinance is effective for 60 days unless sooner repealed by resolution. A reasonable attempt shall be made to notify the mayor and all assemblymen immediately upon the introduction of an emergency ordinance. Section 1004, adoption by reference. The Assembly by ordinance may adopt by reference a standard code of regulations or a portion of the statutes of the state of Alaska. Matter adopted by reference shall be made available to the public in a manner prescribed by Assembly rule.
Excuse me.
Section.
I've got a problem up here. the top of the page where we say a reasonable attempt shall be made to notify the mayor and all assemblymen, and we've said that it may be introduced and acted on at the same meeting. I think that sentence has been taken care of by notifying all of those folks of the meeting and the purpose of it. I don't think that we need to make the attempt after the introduction, because at that time we're taking care of an emergency ordinance.
Well,
We have to make a reasonable attempt to notify them before the meeting
wait,
what the meeting
Mary,
is.
I think there's something else here, if I may. If we'll say you have a meeting going on and you introduce an emergency ordinance, and one of the, or two of the assemblymen are out, although they've been there and they're out at the moment, would that be a case where, in other words, what they're talking about is a call of the house, isn't it, Joe?
No,
Well, in fact, the notice of the meeting might not be the notice of the emergency ordinance. I'm not sure.
Let's say that we have given notice of a meeting and somebody makes an alternative and is gone down to the Lions Club. Seems to me this is saying that you're going to make an effort to get a hold of Joe down at the Lions Club and tell him that you've got an emergency ordinance.
It doesn't seem to hurt anything, does it? If everybody's there, they go out and make a phone call to see if somebody else should be there. There's
all right. I don't think it hurts, but it just looks like it's a duplication.
another protection. Section 1005, this is, your sheet shows 905. Codification. The Assembly shall provide for indexing and codification of all ordinances and resolutions adopted by the Assembly. Following preparation of the initial code of ordinances, all proposed ordinances shall be adopted as amendments or additions to the code. Article 11, elections. Section 1101, regular elections.
Excuse me, we talk about codification of ordinances and resolutions, and then we say, then the rest of the references are to ordinances only. I wonder if we want to make it consistent by saying, say, following preparation of the initial code, period, all proposed ordinances and resolutions shall be adopted as amendments and additions to the code.
I so
Take it.
Moved by Arliss,
Mr. Chairman,
second by
have you checked with Mary? I'm under the impression that the resolutions don't need to be codified because they are a one-time thing.
well, should.
I think she keeps a permanent record of all resolutions, but I don't think they're codified.
In that case, I'm not sure about that, we can just strike all reference to resolutions.
I'm not sure but what you can.
I think that's right. I don't think you don't codify. You don't codify legislative resolutions.
And then should the motion be to
Strike the resolutions.
strike and resolutions?
Yeah, I think you could still strike the of ordinances phrase after code in line 13.
Strike and resolutions in line 12 and of ordinance in line 13.
Questions?
Questions called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Frank,
All opposed? Hearing none.
Frank, Patty, I thought had a problem of having to be somewhere at 6. Are we creating an undue hardship?
No.
You want them a couple of them.
We're getting along. A regular action shall be held annually on the first Tuesday in October unless otherwise specified by ordinance. 1102, election procedures. All municipal elections shall be nonpartisan. The Assembly by ordinance shall establish procedures for regular and special municipal elections, including provisions for absentee voting. In case of ties, the Assembly shall determine the successful candidate by lot.
B, if no candidate for an at-large seat receives more than 40% of the votes cast for the office to which he seeks election, the Assembly within 3 weeks from the date of certification of the election shall hold a runoff election between the two candidates receiving the highest number of votes for the office. Section 1103, qualifications of voters. To vote in any municipal election, a person must be A, a qualified voter of the state of Alaska, and B, a resident of Anchorage for 30 days immediately preceding the election, and a resident of the precinct in which he seeks to vote. Is that proper wording, precinct? Very excellent. Article 12, planning. Section 1201, comprehensive plan required.
I have a question, sir, back there. It says you have to be a resident of the precinct in which he seeks to vote, but you can vote a question ballot anywhere where there's the same ballot, and it will be credited if you refer it over, as I understand it. Now, have we precluded that from happening by saying this so specifically?
No.
This has to do with the place of voting. If you show up at a precinct to vote, you live there.
As long as you're registered.
But as long as you're registered, you can do a question ballot in a different precinct, and it will be questioned to it will be referred to your precinct.
All this says is he must be a resident of the precinct. It doesn't say he can't vote in another one.
Planning. 1201, comprehensive plan required. The Assembly by ordinance shall adopt and implement and from time to time modify a comprehensive plan setting forth goals, objectives, and policies governing the future development of the municipality. Section 1202, Planning Commission. There shall be a Planning Commission constituted as provided by ordinance. Article 13, Finance. Section 1301, Fiscal Year. The Assembly by ordinance may change the fiscal year of the municipality. Assembly by ordinance may change the fiscal year of a school district to the extent permitted by law. A change in the fiscal year may not take effect until at least 1 year after the enactment of the change. Section 1302, 6-year program. At least 90 days before the end of the fiscal year of the municipality, the mayor shall submit to the Assembly with recommendations from the Planning Commission a 6-year program for public services, fiscal policies, and capital improvements of the municipality. The program shall include estimates of the effect of capital improvement projects on maintenance, operation, and personnel costs. The Assembly shall
Mr. Chairman,
hold
should there not be commas in there?
comma after maintenance. The Assembly shall hold at least one public hearing on the 6-year program prior to adoption. Section 1303, Operating and Capital Budget. At least 90 days before the end of the fiscal year of the municipality, the mayor shall submit to the Assembly a proposed operating and capital budget for the next fiscal year. The form and content of the budget shall be consistent with the proposed 6-year program. The mayor shall submit with the budget an analysis of the fiscal implications of all tax levies and programs. Section 1304, Budget Hearing. The Assembly shall hold public hearings on the proposed operating and capital budget for the next fiscal year, and one hearing at least 21 days after the budget is submitted to the Assembly, and one hearing at least 7 days, but not more than 14 days prior to the adoption of the budget.
There's a couple of small things. One, I think there should be a comma after year and strike the and in line 21. Second, when we looked at this before, we changed the last set of dates in order to avoid the possibility that one hearing could meet both standards. I think we still have that problem, really, because the first hearing is required simply to be at least 21 days after the budget is submitted, and then we have a time period prior to adoption for the second hearing. Theoretically, those could still be the same hearing.
Or the second one listed could be before the first one given.
I suppose that's possible too. Anyway.
Well, that's why maybe it's covered by public hearings.
Yeah, well, that's the thing I was going to suggest. We might have just put in the word to or something if you want to make sure that we're after hold.
Yeah, at least two
Move
public
to
hearings.
insert at least two after hold.
Well, at least, or,
Yes.
okay.
For hold in what one?
Where?
Line 20, insert at least two after the word hold.
And, comma after year and strike in, Joe?
Two.
Yeah.
Period after year. Is that what you said?
Comma after year.
Year,
Comma.
strike and.
Well, that,
Comma after year, striking and.
well, it makes it sound like they're cumulative, that there's two public hearings, one hearing at least 21. Maybe we're talking about four.
This is merely setting date for those hearings.
Well, then it should say one hearing to be at least 21 days after the budget is in the assembly, and one hearing at least 7.
But no more than 14 prior to adoption.
Okay.
I think it's in apposition and the time specified.
So if they hold 4 public hearings, then they're getting a real good benefit there.
Is there,
Or may I make another suggestion? The Assembly shall hold at least 2 public hearings on the proposed operating and capital budget for the next fiscal year, comma, including.
Mr. Chairman, I think that all of this followed around here at the end was to space them. Why can't we just end it with at least for the next fiscal year period and let the Assembly set the hearing?
No, because that, a lot of it, they could back those up. And I almost think there's a reason for this. You want one if the process works and have an impact, and then one before the modifications are made. And I think that's what the attempt was. Wasn't it?
Lisa?
I want to say if they hold 4 public hearings, then they're really going to benefit. But in 921 fiscal year, now is that fiscal year the school budget, fiscal year the municipality?
Fiscal year refers to everybody. But a calendar year can also be a fiscal year.
Okay. And does this assembly hold public hearings on the school district budget after they receive it, right?
No, I think it's
Yeah, it just,
somewhere.
the Assembly is not holding additional hearings on the school district's budget, as I understand it. The school district holds its own hearings, but it could be that you would say of the municipality after a year, if you want to.
Okay, is my motion on the floor?
Yeah, your motion's up.
Okay.
Is there any,
What's
what's your motion?
My motion is to insert at least 2 after the word hold on line 20. To place a comma after the word year on line 21. Strike and insert including. Place and.
I second.
Question. Question called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. 1305, Assembly action on the municipal budget. Assembly may increase or decrease any item and may add or delete items in the proposed operating or capital budget of the municipality. The Assembly shall approve the budget of the municipality as amended and appropriate the necessary funds at least 21 days prior to the end of the fiscal year of the municipality. If the Assembly fails to approve the budget and make the necessary appropriation within the time stated, the budget proposal shall become the budget and appropriation for the fiscal year without further Assembly action. Section 1306, reduction and transfer of appropriations. If the mayor determines that the revenues will be less than appropriation for the fiscal year, the mayor shall so report to the Assembly. The Assembly may reduce appropriations as it deems necessary. No appropriation may be reduced by more than the amount of the then unencumbered balance. B. Except as to school budget, the mayor may transfer all or part of any unencumbered balance between categories within an appropriation. The school board may transfer part or all of any unencumbered balance between categories within the appropriation for the school budget. The Assembly may transfer part or all of any unencumbered balance from one appropriation to another. Now, here I have a question. It's of language. School money is an appropriation. Does that mean that the Assembly can transfer from the school to some other appropriation they have made? Well, I think it reads that way. The Assembly may transfer part or all of any unencumbered balance from one appropriation to another.
Other than the appropriation for the school district.
Except as to the school budget.
Other than the appropriation for the...
They can't, well, we haven't said they can't.
appropriation.
With the exception.
Well, with the
What's-
exception of...
What's that thing at the
school
beginning
budget.
that says accept us to the school budget?
Talking about the mayor.
Doesn't that stop it?
Except as this. All right, I guess that's already there, I'm sorry.
It's really there.
I'm sorry.
No.
I don't know.
It's only as to one sentence. It's only as to the mayor. I'd prefer to repeat that again in the bottom. Except as to the school budget, the Assembly may transfer part or all.
Second.
Good, any further discussion?
I don't know where you're
Okay.
at, Joe.
Put it right in the beginning, before line 16, except as to the school budget.
Except as to the school budget.
Very good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So ordered. Section 1307, lapse of appropriations. At the close of the fiscal year, an unencumbered appropriation shall lapse into the fund from which appropriated. An appropriation for capital improvement or in connection with requirements of federal and state grants shall not lapse until the purpose of the appropriation has been accomplished or abandoned. Section 1309, 8, administration of the budget. A, no payment shall be made or obligation incurred except in accordance with appropriate